Hey everyone, What If Fan here, bringing you another exciting part of What If Overpowered Ichigo left Karakura town. You can find the fanfic title and the original author's name in the description below. Make sure to check it out and show them some love. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell so you never miss an upload. Also, a quick update, the stories, What If Reborn in Naruto World and What If Transmigrated as Harry Potter, are going on hold soon, as we have almost caught up with the author. So once again, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what the next project should be on this channel. I'm currently deciding between these three fanfics. What if becoming a mangaka in One Piece world? What if dragon deck user in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. What if transmigrated as a Kanto gym leader? I will be setting up a poll for this, so please vote in the poll and let me know which two stories you'd like to see next on the channel. Alright, let's jump into it. Chapter 66, Arc 13. Ichigo let out a yawn as he sat in the stands. Beside him was Sabrina. They sat there, waiting for the opening ceremony for the Indigo Plateau Conference to start. Suddenly the orchestra began to play their instruments. Everyone looked down to see someone running into the stadium, holding a torch. The runner slowed down her pace and jogged up the stairs and lit the ceremonial fire. Everyone in the stadium applauded the runners. The applause stopped as Delia Ketchum stood up. "Good evening everyone," she began. "Congratulations to everyone for earning 8 gym badges. Due to the lack of trainers this year, we will have the 3 preliminary rounds tomorrow, followed by a day of rest. After that, we will begin the finals. The winner of the conference will have an opportunity to challenge our Elite 4 members." Delia shouted. The screens changed to reveal the Elite 4 members. It showed an image of Lorelei, Bruno, Karen, Agatha, and Lance. Everyone applauded again. I didn't expect Karen to be there, Ichigo thought. The screen changed back to Delia. We will begin the preliminary rounds tomorrow. Please check the screens in the Pokemon Center lobby, stadium lobby, or your hotel lobby, she said. Once again. Good luck and may the odds be in your favor, she said. Ichigo and Sabrina teleported out of the stadium, avoiding the large crowds, to the hotel lobby. Who are you against? She asked as Ichigo glanced at the screen. I'm against a girl named Mandy, Ichigo said. They walked back to their room and went to bed. Scene change, Battlefield 1. Ichigo and Mandy met in the middle of Battlefield 1. Mandy was a young girl, who just turned 15. The referee walked towards them. Winner of the coin toss will get to pick who will send out their Pokemon first, in addition, gets to make the first move. The referee said. You can call it Mandy, Ichigo said. Sure. Heads, she replied. Then I will go with tail, Ichigo said. The referee nodded his head as he flipped the coin. The coin landed on the ground. Tails, the referee announced. Mandy will go first, Ichigo said. Very well. Trainers, please go back to your positions, the referee said. Ichigo and Mandy walked back to their spots. The battle between Trainer Ichigo and Trainer Mandy will begin. This will be a 3-on-3 match. Each trainer is allowed to substitute twice. Trainer Mandy will be the first to send out her Pokemon and make the first move. Go Executor, she yelled. Come Magmortar, Ichigo said as he sent out his Magmortar. Return, Mandy said as she recalled her Executor. Go Kingdra, she said. The referee glanced at Ichigo. I will not substitute, Ichigo said. The referee nodded his head. You can make the first move. Magmortar, use Sunny Day, Ichigo ordered. Magmortar's eyes began to glow as a white ball from in front of her arms. Magmortar fired the ball up in the air. Suddenly the sunlight began to shine brighter. The audience could feel the weather suddenly got hotter. Damn it. I should have made sure Kingdra knew Rain Dance, she thought. Kingdra, use Dragon Breath, she ordered. Kingra fired a blast of draconic energy towards Mika. Solar beam, Ichigo ordered. Magmortar fired a white beam towards Kingra. The two attacks collided with each other, causing an explosion. Dragon breath, she ordered. Kingra fired a blast of draconic energy. The attack pierced through the dust, revealing Magmortar disappeared. Where did it go? Mandy thought. Now, Ichigo said. The ground below Kingra rumbled as a large blast of fire shot out of the ground, hitting Kingra and knocking it to the ground. Magmortar shot out of the hole. Kingra, get up! Mandy ordered. Solar beam, Ichigo ordered. Magmortar fired another solar beam at the fallen Kingra. Kingra was too slow to react as it took the solar beam head-on. The dust settled to reveal the unconscious Kingra. The battle is over. The winner is Magmortar, the referee said. Mani recalled her Kingra. Go execute her, she said. The referee glanced back to Ichigo. He recalled Magmortar and sent out Gengar. Damn it! Mandy thought as the white Gengar gave her a maniacal smile. Return, Mandy said as she recalled her executor. Go Crobat. The referee nodded his head and glanced back to Ichigo, seeing if he was going to switch his Pokemon. Go Electros, Ichigo said. The battle between Electros and Crobat will begin, the referee said. Trainer Ichigo has one more substitution available. Trainer Mandy will have the first move. Crobat, use Cross Poison, she ordered. Crobat's wings began to glow purple as it flew towards Electros. Electros, use Wild Charge, Ichigo ordered. Yellow electricity wrapped itself around Electros's body and she flew towards the Crobat. The two Pokemon collided with each other, pushing each other away. Electros returned to her position, still floating above the ground. Crobat flew near Mandy, trying to recover the super effective move. Electros, use Thunderbolt, Ichigo ordered. Electros sent a powerful bolt of lightning towards Crobat. Dodge it! Crobat swerved to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Don't let up, Ichigo ordered. Electros sent another thunderbolt towards Crobat. Crobat once again swerved to the side, avoiding the attack. Suddenly the thunderbolt did a sharp turn and hit Crobat directly in the back. Crobat crashed into the ground. How? Mandy questioned. There are residual electric ions scattered throughout the field. Electros was able to use it to guide the thunderbolt towards Crobat, despite dodging it. Ichigo explained. Crobat, get up! Mandy yelled. Electros ended with another wild charge, Ichigo ordered. Yellow electricity surrounded Electros as she slammed down on Crobat. Electros moved to the side, revealing the unconscious Crobat. The battle is over. The winner is Electros, the referee said. Mandy recalled her Crobat. She pulled out her last Pokeball, which had her executor. Ichigo has his Gengar, which can easily defeat my executor, she thought. She sighed as she realized the inevitable. I surrender, she declared. Are you sure? The referee asked. I am, she confirmed. The referee nodded his head. The match is over. The winner is Challenger Ichigo, the referee declared. Ichigo silently recalled his Electros and exited the battlefield. Ichigo ignored the stairs as he arrived at the Pokemon Center, where Sabrina was waiting for him. Good job on the match, she said. Thanks, Ichigo replied. They walked to the front desk. Hello. Here to drop off your Pokemon? She asked. I am, Ichigo replied as he handed Magmortar's, Electros's, and Gengar's Pokeballs to Nurse Joy. She took them and handed them to a nearby Chansey, who took them to the back to be healed. When will I know my next challenger? Ichigo asked. The final match in this round will end a few hours. You should have enough time to grab lunch before they start the next round, Nurse Joy said. The Chansey returned to the counter with Ichigo's pokeballs. Nurse Joy handed them back to Ichigo. Thank you, he said as they returned to their hotel room. Ichigo ordered room service for everyone. The hotel has specially made poke chow that could be ordered. Ichigo and Sabrina turned the TV on. It showed a live stream of the battlefield Ichigo was on earlier. To the side of the screen was live commentary from a retired ace trainer and elite trainer. The doorbell rang. Ichigo opened the door and carried in the room service. He placed the special poke food on the ground as he released Ninetales, Electros, and Gengar. Good job in the match earlier. This is your reward, Ichigo complimented. Magmortar and Electros started to eat. Gengar glanced at Ichigo with slight confusion. I know you didn't participate much when you were out, but seeing you made your opponent scared, Ichigo said. Gengar nodded her head before joining the others in their meal. Ichigo and Sabrina ate their lunch while watching the TV. After that he walked down to the lobby and glanced at the display screen, trying to find his next opponent. Found him, Ichigo thought. After that, he walked back to his hotel room and researched his next opponent. Scene change, battlefield. Ichigo stood at the battlefield, waiting for his opponent to show up. Sorry I'm late, someone said. Everyone glanced as a trainer ran in. He was older than Mandy, maybe early 20s. His face matched his profile. Ichigo thought. Trainer Pete Pebbleman has entered the battlefield. The referee said. Winner of the coin toss will get to pick who will send out their Pokemon first, in addition, gets to make the first move. Heads, Ichigo called. The referee nodded his head as he flipped the coin. The coin landed on the ground. Tails, the referee announced. Ichigo will go first, Pete said. Very well. Trainers, please go back to your positions, the referee said. Ichigo and Pete walked back to their spots. The battle between Trainer Ichigo and Trainer Pete will begin. This will be a 3-on-3 match. Each trainer is allowed to substitute their Pokemon twice. Trainer Ichigo will be first to send out his Pokemon and make the first move. Go Milotic, Ichigo said. Go Vileplume, Pete replied. The referee glanced at Ichigo, wondering if he was going to substitute. I will stay with Milotic, Ichigo said. The referee nodded his head. The battle between Milotic and Vileplume will begin. Milotic, use Ice Beam, Ichigo ordered. Milotic opened her mouth and fired an icy beam. Vileplume dodge it, Pete ordered. Vileplume jumped to the side, avoiding the icy beam. Ice began to form from the impact of the beam. Vileplume used Energy Ball. A ball of green energy began to form in front of Vileplume. Milotic bat the energy ball away with Iron Tail. Milotic's tail glowed silver as Vileplume threw the energy ball. Milotic smacked the energy ball, sending it back towards Vileplume. The attack slammed into Vileplume. Follow it up with Ice Beam, Ichigo ordered. Milotic opened her mouth and fired another icy beam. Vileplume was encased in ice. Vileplume, try to escape, Pete said. Vileplume stood there frozen in ice. Milotic, use Iron Tail, Ichigo said. Milotic's tail glowed silver again. She swung it at the frozen Vileplume. Her tail broke the ice and sent Vileplume into the nearby wall. Vileplume collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The winner is Milotic, the referee declared. Challenger Pete, select your next Pokemon, Pete recalled his Vileplume. Should I send out Cloyster or Arcanine? He thought. Cloyster would likely do neutral damage to Milotic. Arcanine would be able to use Thunder Fong and Wild Charge against it but risk against its water-type attacks. Go Cloyster, Pete said. Return, Ichigo said as he recalled his Milotic. Go Electivire, Ichigo replied. Damn it, Pete thought. The referee glanced at Pete. I will remain with Cloyster. The referee nodded his head. The match between Electivire and Cloyster will begin. Pete has the first move. Cloyster used toxic spikes. He ordered. Cloyster spewed purple-colored spikes all over the field. Elective used plasma fists. 1. Light blue electricity surrounded Elective's fists as she charged towards Cloyster. Quickly use Protect. Pete ordered. A light green dome appeared around Cloyster. Elective's light blue fist slammed into the barrier. Bolts of light blue electricity ricocheted around the barrier. Continue to punch that barrier, Ichigo ordered. Veer. Electivire yelled as she continued to punch the barrier with plasma fists. Cloyster, hold on. Pete ordered. Cloyster forced Protect to stay up. Suddenly a loud crack could be heard. A large dent formed on the barrier. Before anyone could react, Electivire punched the dent, breaking the barrier, and landed a punch at Cloyster's unprotected face. The impact stunned the Pokémon. Cloyster. Do something. Pete ordered. But Cloyster was too slow compared to Electivire. Electivire continued to attack Cloyster, preventing it from attacking. Soon Electivire stopped her attack and took a few steps away from Cloyster. The referee glanced at Cloyster. The Cloyster is unable to battle. The winner is Electivire. The referee declared. Pete recalled his Cloyster. Go Arcanine. He said. Ichigo recalled his Electivire. Go Tyranitar, Ichigo said. Tyranitar let out a loud roar as she glared at Arcanine. Ichigo has the first move. The referee said. Let the match begin. Tyranitar used Stone Edge, Ichigo said. Tyranitar slammed her hands on the ground. Light blue rock pillars show out of the ground towards Arcanine. Arcanine dodge it and use Flamethrower. Pete ordered. Arcanine leaped up in the air, avoiding the Stone Edge. Arcanine spewed a stream of flames. Sandstorm, Ichigo ordered. Tyranitar stomped the ground as sand began to spin around it. Arcanine's Flamethrower was swallowed by the sandstorm. The sandstorm spread across the battlefield. Arcanine covered its face as it tried to protect itself from the sandstorm. Stone Edge, Ichigo said. Tyranitar slammed her hands on the ground again. Light blue rock pillars show out of the ground towards Arcanine. This time Arcanine failed to dodge the attack, hit by the rock pillars. Arcanine! Pete shouted. Tyranitar end this with crunch. Tyranitar's mouth glowed with dark energy as she bit down on Arcanine. ARR! Arcanine howled in pain. Arcanine, get out of there! Pete ordered. Arcanine fired a blast of fire at Tyranitar, attempting to get a reaction from the Pokémon. Tyranitar ignored the attack and bit down harder. Soon Arcanine went limp. Tyranitar spat out the unconscious Arcanine. The sandstorm subsided. The match is over. The winner is Challenger Ichigo. The referee declared. Tyranitar let out another loud roar as Ichigo recalled her. Ichigo walked out of the battlefield. Ichigo spotted a few reporters approaching him, trying to get a brief interview from him. No interview until I win, Ichigo said. The reporters heard his comment and quickly wrote it down. Ichigo quickly left while they were distracted. Ichigo arrived at the Pokémon Center. All the trainers subtly glared at him. Looks like all of them felt threatened by your performance. Sabrina thought as she entered the Pokémon Center behind him. Meh, Ichigo replied as he handed his Pokémon to Nurse Joy. Want to go to a restaurant or get room service? Let's just get room service, that way you got time to research your last opponent for the day. Sabrina reasoned. Sure, Ichigo replied as he grabbed his Pokeballs. Mr. Ichigo. Nurse Joy interjected. Yes? They just updated the roster. She said. Ichigo glanced at the screen and spotted his next opponent. Thank you, Ichigo said as they returned to their hotel room for dinner. Scene change, battlefield. Ichigo stood in the middle of the battlefield with the referee and an older girl. Winner of the coin toss will get to pick who will send out their Pokemon first, in addition, gets to make the first move. Heads, Ichigo called. The referee nodded his head as he flipped the coin. The coin landed on the ground. Heads. The referee announced. Jeanette will go first, Ichigo said. Very well. Trainers, please go back to your positions. The referee said. Ichigo and Jeanette walked back to their spots. The battle between Trainer Ichigo and Trainer Jeanette will begin. This will be a 3-on-3 match. Each trainer is allowed to substitute their Pokemon twice. Trainer Jeanette will be first to send out her Pokemon and make the first move. Go Ursaring, Jeanette said. Go Aegislash, Ichigo replied. Aegislash appeared in her shield for me. Looks like learning Shadow Claw is going to help. She though. The referee glanced at Jeanette. I will stay with Ursaring, Jeanette said. Very well. The referee said. Jeanette will have the first move. Ursaring, use Shadow Claw. She ordered. Ursaring's claws glowed with ghostly energy as it charged towards Aegislash. King's Shield, Ichigo ordered. Light blue hexagons began to appear in front of Aegislash, forming a shield around her. Ursaring slashed at the barrier with its ghostly claws, but the barrier held strong. Suddenly Ursaring began to glow light blue, suffering from the aftereffects of King's Shield. Counter with Sacred Sword, Ichigo ordered. Aegislash changed to her blade for me. Aegislash's large central blade glowed blue as she slashed at Ursaring. Ursaring, dodge it. Jeanette ordered. Ursaring was too slow to fully dodge the attack. Sacred Sword grazed its arm. Shadow Claw again. Ursaring attack with its ghostly claws. Night Slash. Ichigo countered. Aegislash blocked the attack with its blade covered in dark energy. Aegislash was able to overpower Ursaring's Shadow Claw, forcing it to the ground. Sacred Sword. Aegislash blade glowed blue as it dove towards Ursaring. Ursaring. Ursaring rolled away, barely avoiding the attack. Aegislash stabbed straight into the ground. She struggled to escape the ground. Shadow Claw. Jeanette ordered. Ursaring charged towards the embedded Aegislash. Wait for it. Ichigo thought as Ursaring got closer to Aegislash. Now. Close combat. Ichigo ordered. Before Ursaring could react, Aegislash punched Ursaring in the gut, pushing it away. Aegislash forced herself up and charged towards Ursaring, continuing to use close combat. Aegislash delivered one final punch, sending Ursaring rolling towards Jeanette. Ursaring stopped rolling and lied there, unconscious. Return, Jeanette recalled her unconscious Ursaring. Go her across. She said. Return, Ichigo recalled his Aegislash. Go Salazzle, Ichigo said. Damn a fire type. Jeanette thought as she recalled her Heracross. Go Sudowoodo. She said. A rock type. Ichigo thought as he recalled Salazzle. Go Bisharp, Ichigo said. Excellent. Sudowoodo still remembered Hammer Arm. She thought. I will stay. She replied. The match between Bisharp and Sudowoodo will begin with Ichigo having the first move. The referee said. Metal Claw, Ichigo ordered. Bisharp's blade arms glowed silver as she charged towards Sudowoodo. Hammer Arm. She replied. Sudowoodo's arms glowed white as it swung towards Bisharp. Both attacks collided with each other. The recoil forced both of them back. Now this is interesting. Ichigo thought. Bisharp Iron Head and Psycho Cut, Ichigo ordered. Bisharp's head glowed silvery white while her arms glowed purple. She charged towards Sudowoodo. Shit. That's smart. Jeanette thought. Psycho Cut would be able to counter Hammer Arm, allowing Bisharp to use Iron Head. Sudowoodo dodge. She ordered. Sudowoodo ran away while Bisharp continued to chase after it. Despite Sudowoodo's efforts, Bisharp caught up as she rammed her head into Sudowoodo's chest. Woodo! It cried as it crashed face-first straddle onto the ground. Metal Claw, Ichigo ordered. The purple energy around her arms faded and was replaced with silvery white. She climbed on Sudowoodo's back and began to attack it. Sudowoodo, get up! Jeanette yelled. Sudowoodo tried to push itself up, but Bisharp quickly struck Sudowoodo's arms, forcing them back down. Hammer arm on the ground, she ordered. Sudowoodo broke the ground below it. It used the sudden room and swung at Bisharp's face. Bisharp fell off of Sudowoodo. Both Pokemon stood back up, glaring at each other. Sudowoodo took too many attacks from Bisharp. She thought. Bisharp is too exhausted to fight much longer. Ichigo thought. Sudowoodo, one more hammer arm, she yelled. Woodo! Sudowoodo yelled as it charged towards Bisharp. Wait for it, Ichigo said. Bisharp nodded her head as she realized Ichigo's plan. Sudowoodo ran towards the tired Bisharp and raised its arms, ready to attack Bisharp. Bullet punch, Ichigo ordered. Bisharp suddenly punched Sudowoodo in the face, knocking Sudowoodo to the ground. Sudowoodo is unable to battle. The winner is Bisharp, the referee announced. Ichigo and Jeanette recalled their respective Pokemon. Jeanette sent back out her Heracross while Ichigo sent out his Salazzle. The match between Heracross and Salazzle will begin. Jeanette will have the first move. Heracross, use bulk up, she ordered. Heracross flexed its muscles, which began to swell up. Salazzle, use fire spin. Salazzle opened her mouth and fired a large stream of fire. Before Heracross could react, the flames circled around them, trapping them in a vortex of fire. Shit! Jeanette thought. Heracross, get in close for close combat, she ordered. Heracross flapped its wings and flew towards Salazzle. Flamethrower, Ichigo said. Salazzle fired another stream of flames. Heracross dove to the side, avoiding the attack. Salazzle chased after Heracross, continuing to use Flamethrower. Heracross continued to dodge. Heracross's fist glowed with energy as Heracross got within fighting distance. Suddenly Salazzle jumped to the side, dodging Heracross. Heracross's eyes widened as they crashed into the flaming vortex. Hara! Heracross cried out in pain. Ended with Flamethrower, Ichigo ordered. Salazzle fired one final Flamethrower at Heracross. Hara! Heracross cried out even louder. Enough, Ichigo said. Salazzle stopped her attack. She walked over to Heracross's body and dragged it out of the fire. Everyone could see Heracross's burnt unconscious body. The battle is over. The winner is Salazzle. The winner of this match and moving on to the semifinals is Ichigo Kurosaki, the referee declared. Ichigo recalled Salazzle and left the battlefield. Ichigo met up with Sabrina and they walked towards the Pokemon Center. As they walked, they could hear people talking among themselves. They arrived at the Pokemon Center. Ichigo handed Nurse Joy his Salazzle, Aegislash, and Bisharp. Have they announced who I will be going against in the semifinals? Ichigo asked. They will announce it when all four of you are at the stadium. Nurse Joy replied as she returned his fully healed Pokemon. Thank you and good night, Ichigo and Sabrina said. Same with you, Nurse Joy replied. Ichigo and Sabrina walked back to their hotel room and went to sleep. Scene change, next morning. Ichigo and Sabrina woke up and took their time in the bathroom. Once again, room service was ordered. Ichigo rewarded Salazzle, Aegislash, and Bisharp with the hotel's special poke chow. So, what will you be doing today? Sabrina asked. Researching the other semifinalists, Ichigo said as he pulled a notepad and turned the TV on. It was replaying all of the semifinalists' matches throughout the tournament. Sabrina nodded her head, understanding Ichigo's logic. Ichigo spent an hour watching the replays while writing notes about the other semifinalists' Pokemon. That was a good hour of research. Ichigo thought as he stood up and stretched. Do you know if we can access the official trainer records? Ichigo asked. Unfortunately, no, Sabrina replied. At the start of the Indigo Plateau Conference, the Kanto Pokemon League blocked access to all official trainer records to all competitors, until they lose. She said. Smart. That would prevent other competitors from researching about their opponent. Ichigo replied. Despite that, I believe I gathered enough data to predict at least half their teams, Ichigo said. Oh? Throughout the 3 matches, all the other competitors used 5 different Pokemon. Ichigo began. So, you can use that data to predict which Pokemon is on their team and their moves, Sabrina concluded. Ichigo nodded his head as he began to plan his teams. Time skip, next morning, waiting area. Ichigo stood alone in the waiting area, waiting to see who would be called up. Good morning everyone! The announcer yelled. Ichigo glanced up at the TV, curious to see who will be first. In my hand is a hat with all 4 of our semi-finalists' names on it. The announcer shook the hat and placed his hand in the hat. He pulled out a sheet of paper. Our first competitor is Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo stood up and entered the battlefield. He could hear everyone cheer for him. The announcer pulled out another name. He is battling Melissa Jane. The announcer said. A young girl with green hair walked up. They both shook hands. The referee walked over to them. Winner of the coin toss will get to pick who will send out their Pokemon first, in addition, gets to make the first move. Ladies first, Ichigo said. Heads, Melissa called. The referee nodded his head as he flipped the coin. The coin landed on the ground. Heads. The referee announced. Ichigo will go first, Melissa said. Very well. Trainers, please go back to your positions. The referee said. Ichigo and Jeanette walked back to their spots. The semi-final battle between Trainer Ichigo and Trainer Melissa will begin. This will be a 6-on-6 match. Each trainer is allowed to substitute their Pokemon without any restrictions. Trainer Ichigo will be first to send out her Pokemon and make the first move. Go Hydreigon, Ichigo said. He has a fucking Hydreigon. Melissa thought. I might be able to set up still. She thought. Go Tentacruel. She said. The referee glanced at Ichigo, waiting to see his response. I will stay with Hydreigon. The referee nodded his head. The match between Hydreigon and Tentacruel will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Hydreigon, use Outrage. Tentacruel, dodge it. She shouted. Hydreigon glowed red as she charged towards Tentacruel. She slammed one of her heads into Tentacruel, sent it flying. A few moments later, Tentacruel slammed back down on the ground. Tentacruel, are you all right? She asked. Tentacruel stood back up. Use Toxic Spikes. She ordered. Destroy those spikes with Dragon Breath, Ichigo ordered. Tentacruel spat out a small purple spike on the field. Hydreigon released 3 streams of Dragon Breath, destroying all the toxic spikes. Ended with Outrage, Ichigo ordered. Hydreigon let out another roar as she charged at Tentacruel. She took turns either biting Tentacruel and then smacking it with its remaining heads. Hydreigon's attacks prevented Tentacruel from responding. Come back, Ichigo ordered. Hydreigon leaped away from Tentacruel. The referee glanced at unconscious Pokemon. The battle is over. The winner is Hydreigon. The referee declared. Melissa recalled her Tentacruel and called out her Rhydon. Go Swampert, Ichigo said. Damn it. I expected a water type but not a water ground type. Melissa thought as she recalled her Rhydon. Go Venusaur. She said. Ichigo calmly recalled his Swampert and sent out his Chandelure. Fucking hell. she thought as she recalled her Venusaur and sent out her Pharaoh. Ichigo recalled his Chandelure and sent out his Corviknight. Looks like I can't escape, Melissa thought as she nodded her head to the referee. The battle between Pharaoh and Corviknight will begin with Melissa's move. Pharaoh, use Brave Bird, she said. Brave Bird, Ichigo replied. Both flying types were surrounded by golden energy. Both Pokémon slammed into each other. Although their attacks cancelled each other out, Pharaoh was flying its wing at a slower rate. Brave Bird, Ichigo quickly ordered. Get out of there, Melissa ordered, upon realizing how outmatched Pharaoh was compared to Ichigo's Corviknight. Corviknight was once again surrounded by golden energy as he flew towards Pharaoh. Pharaoh tried to escape Corviknight, but it was too slow. Corviknight slammed into Pharaoh, knocking it out of the sky. End this with Iron Head, Ichigo ordered. Corviknight's head glowed silver as it dived towards the falling Pharaoh. He slammed his head into Pharaoh's chest, accelerating Pharaoh's descent. Pharaoh slammed into the ground. Corviknight silently returned to Ichigo's side. That was too fast, she thought as she recalled her Pharaoh. Go Golem, she said. Golem is one of the few that has a few counters against super effective types, Melissa thought. Go Sceptile, Ichigo said. The battle between Golem and Sceptile will begin with Ichigo's move. Leaf Blade, Ichigo ordered. Green blades elongated on Sceptile's arm as he rushed towards Golem. Roll out, Melissa ordered. Golem tucked its limbs inside and began to roll towards Sceptile. Change tactics. Use Iron Tail, Ichigo ordered. Leaf Blade deactivated as Sceptile's tail was covered in steel. He used it to slam the incoming Golem. The Iron Tail forced Golem to stop. Leaf Blade, Ichigo ordered. Got you, Melissa said. Fire Fong. Fire appeared around Golem's mouth and bit one of Sceptile's arms. Tile. Sceptile yelled in pain. Continue with the attack. Resist the pain, Ichigo ordered. Keep at it, Golem, Melissa ordered. Sceptile continued to attack Golem with its solo leaf blade while Golem tried its hardest to not let go of Sceptile's arm. Golem accidentally released its grip on Sceptile's arm. He finally freed his arm from Golem's mouth. End it, Sceptile, Ichigo ordered. Sceptile's arms struck Golem with a few more leaf blades before anyone could respond. Golem collapsed on the ground. Sceptile walked back to Ichigo. Melissa recalled her Golem. Damn it, she thought. Rhydon and Venusaur don't have any counters against Swampert and Chandelure. If I sent out my Venomoth, it would easily be destroyed by Chandelure, Melissa thought. There is only one thing that I can do, she thought. She turned to the referee. I surrender, she said. The referee stared at her. Are you sure? You still have 3 more Pokémon. I am sure, Melissa said. Ichigo recalled his Sceptile. The semi-final battle is over. The winner is Ichigo, the referee declared. Both trainers left the battlefield. Ichigo quickly went to the Pokémon Center and handed Nurse Joy his Pokémon. As she healed them, Ichigo observed the other semi-final match. He pulled out a notepad and compared his notes and the current battle. The trainers in the Pokémon Center were cheering them on as if they were watching a sports match. Trainer Ichigo, your Pokémon are ready, Nurse Joy said from the intercom. Ichigo walked to the front desk. Here's your Pokémon, she said as she handed Ichigo 4 Pokeballs. I do recommend allowing Sceptile a day of rest to make sure the burnt arm is fully healed, Nurse Joy said. That's fine. I didn't consider using him in the next match, Ichigo replied. And the match is over, the announcer yelled. Ichigo and Nurse Joy glanced to see a Charizard letting out a loud victorious roar. The winner of this match is Richie, the referee declared. Our final match for the Indigo Plateau Conference will happen in the late afternoon, early evening, the announcer declared. Ichigo nodded his head as he walked back to his room. Time skip, evening. Ichigo and Richie stood in the middle of the battlefield. The referee walked towards them. They both shook hands. The referee walked over to them. Winner of the coin toss will get to pick who will send out their Pokemon first, in addition, gets to make the first move. Heads, Ichigo called. The referee nodded his head as he flipped the coin. The coin landed on the ground. Heads. The referee announced. Richie will go first, Ichigo said. Very well. Trainers, please go back to your positions. The referee said. Ichigo and Richie walked back to their spots. The final battle of the Indigo Plateau Conference is between Trainer Ichigo and Trainer Richie will begin. This will be a 6-on-6 match. Each trainer is allowed to substitute their Pokemon without any restrictions. Trainer Richie will be first to send out her Pokemon and make the first move. Let's go Spoons! Richie shouted as he released an Alakazam. Let's go, Ichigo said as he released his Zoroark. She used her illusions to show a Charizard. The referee glanced at Richie. I will stick with Spoons. The first match between Alakazam and Charizard will begin with Richie's first move. Spoons use Psychic, Richie ordered. Dodge and use Flamethrower, Ichigo replied. Alakazam fired a wave of psychic energy. Charizard flew to the side, dodging the attack. The Charizard opened its mouth and fired a stream of fire. Teleport! Richie ordered. Alakazam teleported away, avoiding the Flamethrower. Keep your guard up, Ichigo said. Charizard swerved her head around, trying to find Alakazam. Psychic one more time. Richie ordered. Alakazam fired another wave of psychic energy at Charizard. Flamethrower! Ichigo ordered. The psychic energy did nothing against Charizard. Richie and Alakazam were shocked by what they say. Alakazam got hit by a stream of flames from Charizard. His Charizard must be an illusion. Richie realized. Alakazam used Shadow Ball. Richie ordered. Dodge it, Ichigo ordered. Charizard leaped to the side, avoiding the attack. Don't let it escape, Richie yelled. Alakazam fired more Shadow Balls, aiming at the running Charizard. Eventually one of them grazed the Charizard. Ripples of energy surrounded the Charizard, revealing Zoroark. Everyone was shocked at the unexpected situation. Zoroark, Night Slash, Ichigo ordered. Zoroark's arms glowed with black energy as she lunged towards Alakazam. Dodge it Spoons! Richie ordered. Alakazam teleported away from Zoroark. Pursuit, Ichigo said. Zoroark's entire body glowed as she disappeared. Suddenly Zoroark appeared behind Alakazam and attacked it. Alakazam crashed into the ground. Ended with Night Slash. Zoroark's arms glowed black as she slammed her arms on Alakazam's back. Zoroark quickly jumped back from Alakazam. Alakazam is unable to battle. The winner is Zoroark. The referee said. Richie recalled his Alakazam. I already know two of his Pokemon, a Charizard and that Zoroark. I can't bring out Rose or Happy due to it knowing Flamethrower. Richie thought. He finally picked out a Pokeball. Go Zippo! He said. Out came Richie's Charizard as it let out a loud roar. Return, Ichigo said as he recalled his Zoroark. So what is he going to bring out? Go Charizard, Ichigo said as he sent out his own Charizard. Upon entering the battlefield, Ichigo's Charizard let out her own roar. It was easily much louder and ferocious compared to Richie's Charizard. She glared at Zippo. Zippo glared back in turn. The referee glanced at Richie to see his response. I will stay in, Richie replied. The referee nodded his head. The battle between Ichigo's Charizard and Richie's Charizard will begin. Ichigo has the first move. My Charizard will act without my commands, Ichigo said. Are you sure? The referee asked. He was aware some trainers were overconfident against their opponent and that overconfidence caused some of them to lose their matches. I am sure, Ichigo replied. The referee sighed. The match will begin with Richie's first move. Zippo use flamethrower. Zippo opened its mouth and fired a large stream of flames. Ichigo's Charizard raised her left hand in front of the attack and blocked it. Zippo ended the attack. Suddenly draconic energy surrounded Ichigo's Charizard as she flew towards Zippo. Zippo, get in the air. Zippo flapped its wings as it shot up in the air, followed behind by Ichigo's Charizard. Ichigo's Charizard crashed through Zippo. Zippo quickly recovered as it glared above, where Ichigo's Charizard recovered from using Dragon Rush. Zippo Twin Thunder Punch. Richie ordered. Zippo's fists glowed yellow as electricity surrounded them. Zippo flew towards Ichigo's Charizard. Draconic energy surrounded her fists. She used Dragon Claws to block Zippo's fist and counterattacked. They stood there, in the air, and continued to punch each other with their empowered fists. Both Pokémon were evenly matched in the air. Suddenly Ichigo's Charizard's mouth glowed with draconic energy as she used Dragon Fang and bit down on Zippo's defenseless neck. Roar! Zippo yelled in pain. Ichigo's Charizard took advantage of Zippo's pain and began to punch Zippo's defense's body, the pain preventing it from blocking the punches. Zippo, get out of there! Richie yelled. Zippo struggled to move. It couldn't fight against the pain from Ichigo's Charizard's attacks. Suddenly Ichigo's Charizard swung Zippo towards the ground. She was enveloped in draconic energy again as she dived down towards the falling Zippo. Zippo! Richie yelled. Her head slammed into Zippo's stomach and accelerating its descent. Zippo crashed back down into the battlefield, shaking the entire stadium. All the kicked-up dust was blown away by Ichigo's Charizard, who let out a victorious roar as she stood on top of the unconscious Zippo. Charizard is unable to battle. The winner is Ichigo's Charizard. The referee said. Richie recalled his Charizard. I'm down 2 already. Richie thought. I wonder what he brings out next. Richie threw out his Pokeball, sending out his Kingdra. Return, Ichigo recalled his Charizard. Go Rapidash. Ichigo sent out his Galarian Rapidash. Everyone, including Richie, was shocked at the appearance of the Galarian Rapidash. Many people in the audience were unaware of the existence of regional variations of certain Pokémon. What is that? It looks like a Rapidash, but it doesn't have any fire. Richie thought. The referee glanced over to Richie, waiting for his response upon seeing the Galarian Rapidash. I'll stay in for now. I'll switch out immediately if it is a threat. Richie decided. I'll stay in for now, Richie replied. Very well. The referee said. The match between Rapidash and Kingdra will begin. Richie has the first move. Cruise, use Hydro Pump. Kingdra took a deep breath before firing a blast of pressurized water towards Rapidash. Dodge it and use Play Rough, Ichigo ordered. Rapidash jumped to the side, easily avoiding the attack. Pink energy surrounded her as she charged towards Kingdra. Dodge it! Richie ordered. Kingdra tried to get out of her way, but Kingdra was too slow. Rapidash kicked Kingdra with her front legs. Kingdra collapsed on the ground. Before it could react, Rapidash got on top of Kingdra and began to stomp on it. Cruise! Richie yelled. Enough, Ichigo said. Rapidash kicked Kingdra one more time, sending Kingdra to Richie's feet. The battle is over. The winner is Rapidash. The referee declared. Richie recalled his Kingdra. Man, that was fast. Richie thought. I'm down to Sparky, Happy, and Rose. Richie thought. Who should I send out next? Go, Rose. Richie decided. Return, Ichigo said, recalled his Rapidash. Go Sandslash. Ichigo sent out his Alolan Sandslash. Once again Ichigo shocked the entire area with another regional exclusive. An ice type. Richie realized upon seeing the sand slash. Return, Richie said. He turned to his Pikachu that was on his shoulder. I need you, Sparky. The Pikachu nodded its head and jumped into the battlefield. Return, Ichigo said, recalling his Alolan Sandslash, and sent out his Garchomp. She let out a loud roar before glaring at the Pikachu. Is this a ground type? It also looks like a dragon type. The referee glanced at Richie, waiting for his response to the substitution. Should I send Rose back out? Richie thought. Ahem. The referee coughed. Sorry, Richie said. I will stick with Sparky. The referee nodded his head. The battle between Garchomp and Pikachu will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Earthquake, Ichigo said. Garchomp slammed her tail on the ground. The ground shook as the shockwaves moved towards Pikachu. Sparky used extreme speed to dodge. Richie ordered. Pikachu jumped up in the air, dodging the earthquake. Dragon Rush, Ichigo ordered. Garchomp was engulfed in draconic energy as she lunged towards the flying Pikachu. Dodge it, Sparky! Richie yelled. But it was too late. Garchomp slammed into the Pikachu, causing it to begin to fall. End it, Ichigo said. Garchomp, still surrounded by the draconic energy, followed the falling Pikachu. She slammed her head on Pikachu's body, accelerating its descent. Pikachu, get away from it! Richie ordered. Pikachu's tail glowed silver and smacked Garchomp in the face, trying to force it away. Garchomp ignored Pikachu's attacks. Soon they crashed into the ground, kicking up dust. Garchomp leaped out of the dust cloud. Garrr! Garchomp roared, forcing all the dust away. Everyone looked to see Pikachu laid there unconscious. Richie recalled his unconscious Pikachu. Damn it! Richie thought to himself. Rose, Vileplume, and Happy, Butterfree, are left. None of them are strong enough to deal with any of Ichigo's Pokemon. Richie concluded. Trainer Richie, please send out your next Pokemon. The referee said. I surrender, Richie said. Are you sure? The referee asked. I am sure. He replied with a depressed tone. The final battle of the Indigo Plateau Conference is over. The winner is Trainer Ichigo Kurosaki. The referee announced. Ichigo recalled his Garchomp. Ichigo walked out of the battlefield and headed to the Pokemon Center. He could hear everyone talking about him. Ichigo healed his Pokemon before returning to the Pokemon Stadium for the reward ceremony. He returned to see Melissa, his opponent in the semifinals, won her match. Delia took the microphone and began the reward ceremony. Ichigo, Richie, and Melissa stood on stage and received their award. Richie and Melissa received a small plaque and medal, which had their name, date, and their placement in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Ichigo received a trophy with the same information on it. They also were awarded with the title of Ace Trainer. After that, Richie and Melissa were escorted off the stage, leaving Ichigo and Delia alone. The audience watched them on stage. Ace Trainer Ichigo, she began. As the winner of this year's Indigo Plateau Conference, you have one more opportunity in front of you. You have the opportunity to challenge the Indigo Plateau Elite Four. All the monitors showed the image of the Indigo Plateau Elite Four members. Ichigo recognized them. It was Lorelei, Bruno, Karen, Agatha, and Lance. Do you wish to challenge the Indigo Plateau Elite Four? She asked as she moved the microphone in front of Ichigo. I accept, Ichigo replied. Delia took the microphone back. As the challenger, you have the right to pick when you will challenge them. She moved the microphone back to Ichigo. Tomorrow at noon, at this stadium. Ichigo declared. Everyone stared at him. Very well, Delia said as she glanced to the VIP booth, where the Indigo Plateau Elite Four sat. A panel opened up, revealing the Lance, champion of the Indigo Plateau Elite Four. I Lance, the champion of the Indigo Plateau Elite Four, accept Ace Trainer Ichigo's challenge. He formally said. Then I will see you then, Ichigo said as he walked off stage, ready to prepare his team for tomorrow's match. Time skip. Next day, noon, Indigo Plateau Stadium. Ichigo stood inside the waiting room. He was greeted by a referee. Ace Trainer Ichigo, before the challenge begins, allow me to explain to you the rules. He said. The first rule is that only 6 Pokemon can be used throughout this entire challenge. You must reveal the 6 Pokemon you are planning to use to me now. Ichigo released his chosen Pokemon for the battle. The referee nodded his head. Very well. I have noted them down. Will the champion or the other Elite Four know about my team? Ichigo asked. No, they will not. The referee replied as he exited the room. Ichigo recalled his Pokemon and waited to be called. Our challenger is the undefeated winner of the Indigo Plateau Conference, Ace Trainer Ichigo. The announcer yelled. Ichigo could hear the loud cheering of the audience as Ichigo walked on the battlefield. Ichigo could see Lorelei standing there. Good luck, challenger, Lorelei said. You as well, Ichigo replied. Another referee walked towards them. The first match of the Elite Four Challenge shall begin. The match is between Ace Trainer Ichigo and Elite Four member Lorelei. This will be a 6-on-6 match. Each trainer is allowed to substitute their Pokemon without any restrictions. On the count of 3, both trainers will send out their first Pokemon. Ace Trainer Ichigo will make the first move. The referee explained. Ichigo and Lorelei walked to their position. 1. Ichigo and Lorelei took out a Pokeball. 2. Both trainers raised their Pokeball, preparing to throw them. 3. Ichigo and Lorelei threw their Pokeball. A Dugong and Nika appeared on the battlefield. The battle between Dugong and Ninetales shall begin. Nika use Sunny Day. Ichigo ordered. Dugong use Liquidation, Lorelei ordered. White energy gathered around Nika's mouth before firing it in the air. The ball of energy shattered. Everyone could feel the sun became warmer than before. At the same time, Dugong surrounded itself with water before charging towards Mika. Mika quickly jumped in the air, avoiding the attack. Solar Beam. Ichigo ordered. Mika, while still in the air, opened her mouth and quickly gathered solar energy. Dugong, use Protect. Lorelei quickly ordered. Mika fired her solar beam at Dugong before it could react. Gong! Dugong cried out in pain. Mika ended her attack and landed back on the battlefield. Dugong forced itself back up, ready to continue the battle. Dugong, use Liquidation, again, Lorelei instructed. Dugong, once again, surrounded itself with water before charging towards Mika. Stop it with Psychic, Ichigo ordered. Mika's eyes glowed as she stopped the incoming Dugong. She raised Dugong up in the air before slamming it down to the ground. The water surrounding Dugong dispersed. Finish this with Solar Beam, Ichigo instructed. Dugong, get back up, Lorelei ordered. Mika raised her head and gathered more solar energy. Dugong struggled to stand back up. Mika fired her attack at Dugong. The attack finished off her Dugong. The dust settled to see Dugong unconscious. The battle is over. The winner is Ninetales. Lorelei recalled her Dugong. That Ninetales is going to be tough to deal with. She thought as she threw her next Pokemon. It was a Lapras. The referee glanced over to Ichigo, seeing his response. I will remain with Mika, Ichigo said. The battle between Lapras and Ninetales shall begin. Lorelei has the first move. He said. Lapras use Hydro Pump. She ordered. Dodge it and use Solar Beam, Ichigo ordered. Lapras opened her mouth and fired a powerful blast of water towards Ninetales. Mika bent her knees and jumped up towards her right. The Hydro Pump missed her. Mika opened her mouth and fired another Solar Beam at Lapras. The attack slammed into Lapras, prematurely stopping her attack. Lapras cried out in pain. Lapras use Ice Beam, Lorelei said. A light blue ball forms on Lapras's horn before multiple light blue beams fires around the solar beam. The ice began to form around the solar beam, forming a barrier. Mika stopped her attack, landing back down on the ground. Lapras stopped using Ice Beam, causing the remaining ice to fall apart. Mika and Lapras glared at each other. That solar beam took longer to use than the earlier ones, Ichigo thought. But the Lapras is almost done. Mika use Energy Ball, Ichigo ordered. Mika opened her mouth and a ball of green energy formed. Lapras use Ice Beam, Lorelei ordered. Another light blue ball forms on Lapras's horn. Mika fired her energy ball while Lapras fired her Ice Beam. The two attacks crashed into each other, causing an explosion. Ichigo used the explosion to his advantage. Use Sunny Day again, Ichigo ordered. White energy gathered around Mika's mouth before firing it in the air. The ball of energy shattered, parting the dust away. The sunlight that was weakening regained its harsh strength. Finish this with Solar Beam, Ichigo ordered. Mika opened her mouth and fired another Solar Beam. The attack was too fast for Lapras to respond. The solar beam hit Lapras, sending it flying into the wall behind Lorelei. The battle is over with Ninetales' victory, the referee declared. Lorelei recalled her Lapras. I need to get rid of that Ninetales, she thought as she sent out her Mamoswine. Ichigo recalled his Ninetales. Oh? What is he planning to send out? Come Blaziken, Ichigo said. Good call. Blaziken is a firefighting type, taking advantage of Mamoswine's weakness to those two types. It also gives his Ninetales time to recover. The referee glanced at Lorelei. I will stay with Mamoswine, she replied. The referee nodded his head. The battle between Mamoswine and Blaziken will start. Ichigo has the first move. Blaze Kick, Ichigo ordered. Fire surrounded her right foot as she charged towards Mamoswine. Earthquake, she ordered. Mamoswine raised its front legs before stomping down on the ground. Jump in the air, Ichigo quickly added. The shockwave shot towards Blaziken. Blaziken jumped high in the air. As she descended, she aimed her blazing foot towards Mamoswine's face. Swine! Mamoswine shouted in pain when the attack hit. It pushed Mamoswine back. Don't let up. Go for close combat, Ichigo ordered. Blaziken replied as she began to attack Mamoswine's face with fast punches and kicks. Mamoswine's entire body shuddered at each attack. Mamoswine use Avalanche, Lorelei ordered. Mamoswine's body began to glow light blue as a dark cloud appears above the Blaziken. Chunks of clear ice began to rain down from the cloud. Blaziken dodged it by running behind Mamoswine, Ichigo ordered. Blaziken ran across Mamoswine's back as she dodged the falling ice. Don't let up Mamoswine, Lorelei replied. Mamoswine continued its attack, ignoring the falling ice that also hit his back. Keep it up. If you can, use Blaze Kick while you move around, Ichigo instructed. Blaziken, now understanding Ichigo's idea, began to use Blaze Kick as she continued to run around Mamoswine's back while dodging the falling ice. Damn it! Lorelei thought as she witnessed the scene in front of her. She quickly realized Ichigo's plan. Suddenly the attack stopped. Mamoswine finally collapsed on its own. Blaziken returned to Ichigo's side. The battle is over with Blaziken's victory, the referee declared. Lorelei recalled her Mamoswine. Let me force him to switch his Blaziken out, Lorelei thought as she sent out her Cloyster. After this, she has her Slowking and Jinx. Mika, are you ready to resume the fight? Ichigo asked. Sure, she replied. Ichigo recalled his Blaziken and sent out Mika. The referee glanced at Lorelei. I am fine with this. The battle continues with Cloister vs Ninetales. Lorelei has the first move. Iron defense. She ordered. Cloister closed its shell. The shell briefly glowed silver. Sunny day and solar beam. Ichigo quickly ordered. White energy gathered around Mika's mouth before firing it in the air. The ball of energy shattered, sending the cooling weather back to the hot weather. Iron defense again. She ordered. Cloister, still inside its shell, glowed silver again. Mika opened her mouth and quickly gathered solar energy before firing it at Cloister. Endure it. She ordered. The solar beam hit Cloister, sending it crashing into the wall behind Lorelei. Lorelei and the referee looked at the embedded Pokemon. Cloister, are you alright? She asked. The Cloister fell out of the wall and landed on the floor. The shell opened up to reveal Cloister unconscious. The battle is over. The winner is Ninetales. The announcer said. Damn it, Cloister. Lorelei thought as she recalled her Cloister and sent out her Slowking. Mika, do you think you can continue? Ichigo asked. I'll be fine. She said. Very well. Ichigo nodded his head to the referee. The battle will continue with Slowking vs Ninetales. Ichigo has the first move. Solar beam, Ichigo ordered. Mika opened her mouth as she gathered solar energy. Light screen. She ordered. A yellow barrier appeared in front of Slowking. Mika fired her attack. The solar beam slammed into the light screen. The light screen held out for a brief moment before breaking, hitting Slowking. Slowking was slightly pushed back from the attack. Slowking, hydro pump. Lorelei quickly ordered, hoping to get an attack in before Ichigo could respond. One more solar beam. Ichigo ordered. Both Slowking and Ninetales opened their respective mouth and fired their respective attacks. The two attacks collided with each other. The solar beam was able to push Hydro Pump back. Get out of there. Lorelei ordered. Slowking ended its attack and moved to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Mika, Energy Ball. Don't let Slowking recover. Ichigo ordered. Mika fired balls of green energy towards Slowking. Hydro Pump. Lorelei ordered. Before Slowking could begin to attack, the energy balls collided with Slowking. Slowking finally collapsed. The match is over. The winner is Ninetales. The referee ordered. Lorelei recalled her Slowking and sent out her Jinx. Ichigo recalled Mika and sent Blaziken back out. The match between Jinx and Blaziken will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Flare Blitz. Ichigo ordered. Blaziken was engulfed in flames before she charged towards Jinx. Jinx used Psychic, Lorelei ordered. Jinx's eyes glowed as it used its psychic energy at the incoming Blaziken. Blaz. Blaziken yelled. She slammed into Jinx. Lorelei, Jinx, and most of the audience were stunned. Blaziken ignored Jinx's psychic. How did he do that? Lorelei thought. Follow it up with Fire Punch, Ichigo ordered. Blaziken's fists were engulfed in flames as she began to punch Jinx. Use Psychic to escape. Lorelei shouted. Blaziken delivered one final punch, knocking Jinx out. The battle is over. The winner is Blaziken. The challenge is over. The winner is Ace Trainer Ichigo. The referee announced. Ichigo and Lorelei recalled their Pokemon. They exited the battlefield, allowing the crew workers to repair the battlefield. Ichigo was escorted to a private healing station to heal his Pokemon. Ichigo was escorted back to the waiting room. Ichigo entered the battlefield. Ichigo could see Bruno, the second Elite Four member, also entering the battlefield. Both trainers arrived at the center of the battlefield. I can sense you are strong, Bruno said. Thank you, Ichigo said. The referee walked towards them. The second match of the Elite Four Challenge shall begin. The match is between Ace Trainer Ichigo and Elite Four member Bruno. This will be a 6-on-6 match. Each trainer is allowed to substitute their Pokemon without any restrictions. On the count of 3, both trainers will send out their first Pokemon. Ace Trainer Ichigo will make the first move. The referee explained. Ichigo and Bruno walked to their position. 1. Ichigo and Bruno took out a Pokeball. 2. Both trainers raised their Pokeball, preparing to throw them. 3. Ichigo and Bruno threw their Pokeball. A Hitmonchan and Metagross appeared on the battlefield. The match between Hitmonchan and Metagross will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Metagross used Psycho Punch, Ichigo ordered. Fire Punch, Bruno ordered. Both of Metagross's front fists glowed with psychic energy as it charged towards Hitmonchan. Fire surrounded both of Hitmonchan's fists as it charged towards Metagross. Both Pokemon began pummeling each other with their respective fists. Everyone watched to see which Pokemon will remain standing. Suddenly the fire that surrounded Hitmonchan's fist was extinguished as Hitmonchan collapsed. Metagross levitated away from the unconscious Hitmonchan. The match is over. The winner is Metagross. The announcer replied. Bruno recalled his Pokemon. Bruno stared at Metagross. How did his Pokemon survive Hitmonchan's Fire Punch? Not only that, his Metagross looked fine. Bruno sent out his Hitmonlee. I will stay with Metagross, Ichigo replied. The referee nodded his head. The match between Hitmonlee and Metagross will begin. Bruno has the first move. Hitmonlee, use Axe Blaze Kick. Bruno ordered. Hitmonlee raised its right leg and stretched it out. Fire engulfed the leg as Hitmonlee brought its leg down. Psychic to stop the attack and slam it down, Ichigo ordered. Metagross's eyes flashed with psychic energy. Hitmonlee's entire body froze. Metagross raised its eyes, Hitmonlee's frozen body began to float up in the air. Metagross pointed its eyes to the ground. Hitmonlee's body slammed into the ground. Finish it with Psycho Punch, Ichigo ordered. Before Hitmonlee could recover, Metagross pounced on it and began pummeling Hitmonlee with its psychic-enhanced punches. After a few minutes, Metagross stopped and moved back to Ichigo's side. The referee looked at the unconscious Pokemon. The match is over. The winner is Metagross. The referee announced again. Bruno recalled his Hitmonlee. His Metagross is a monster. Bruno thought. Looks like I need to send out my monster to deal with his. Bruno sent out his Machamp. Machamp glared at Metagross. I will stay with Metagross, Ichigo replied. The referee nodded his head. The match between Hitmonlee and Metagross will begin. Ichigo has the first move. You know what to do, Ichigo said. Metagross's eyes glowed as it used Psychic. Darkest Lariat, 4. Bruno ordered. All 4 of Machamp's arms glowed black as it began to spin, like a tornado. Machamp ignored Metagross's Psychic as it spun towards Metagross. Euro Ball, Ichigo ordered. Metagross pulls its arms back and light blue orbs appear at the end of its claws. Metagross began to spin, creating its own tornado and moved towards Machamp's tornado. The two tornadoes crashed into each other. Neither one was able to push the other one back. Suddenly the silver tornado began to move to the left side of the black tornado and slammed into it. Before the black tornado could respond, the silver tornado moved back to the middle and slammed into it. The silver tornado continued its reckless assault on the black tornado. Looks like Machamp is slowing down. Ichigo thought as the black tornado began to slow down. I need to be careful. Metagross will get much more tired if this continues. Ichigo thought. The black tornado stopped, revealing a disoriented Machamp. The silver tornado stopped, revealing Metagross. Psycho Punch, Ichigo ordered. Metagross raised its hand and punched Machamp. The punch knocked Machamp out. It collapsed on the ground. The match is over. Once again, the winner is Metagross. Bruno recalled his Machamp and sent out his Poliwrath. Ichigo glanced at Metagross. I can still go on, it said. I will stick with Metagross, Ichigo said. The referee nodded his head. The match between Poliwrath and Metagross will begin. Bruno has the first move. Poliwrath use Earthquake. Bruno ordered. Rise. Ichigo countered. Poliwrath punched the ground, shaking the entire stadium. Metagross locked its arms up and began to float in the air, avoiding the attack. Psychic and Psycho Punch, Ichigo said. Metagross repeated the same combo against Poliwrath. In a few minutes, Poliwrath was unconscious. Bruno recalled his Poliwrath and sent out his Hitmontop. It too was quickly defeated by Metagross. Bruno sent out his final Pokémon, Primate. Despite Primate's recklessness, it was too pinned down by Psychic and pummeled by Psycho Punch. The challenge is over. The winner is Ace Trainer Ichigo. The referee announced. Ichigo and Bruno recalled their Pokémon. Ichigo left the battlefield and was escorted to the private healing station. Ichigo placed Metagross's Pokeball in the machine. The machine quickly healed Metagross. Ichigo returned to the stadium. Ichigo walked to the middle and met with Agatha. Despite being so young, you've touched death many times, she said. I know, Ichigo said. Death and I are old friends. I could tell you are the same. Agatha cackled at Ichigo's comment. The referee finally arrived. The third match of the Elite Four Challenge shall begin. The match is between Ace Trainer Ichigo and Elite Four member Agatha. This will be a 6-on-6 match. Each trainer is allowed to substitute their Pokémon without any restrictions. On the count of 3, both trainers will send out their first Pokémon. Ace Trainer Ichigo will make the first move. The referee explained. Ichigo and Bruno walked to their position. 1. Ichigo and Agatha took out a Pokeball. 2. Both trainers raised their Pokeball, preparing to throw them. 3. Ichigo and Agatha threw their Pokeball. A Gengar and Metagross appeared on the battlefield. Smart. His Metagross won't be affected by my Poison-type attacks, but he's also left himself open to my Ghost-type attacks, she thought. Metagross, use Psycho Punch, Ichigo ordered. Shadow Sneak, Agatha replied. Gengar quickly disappeared into the shadows. Everyone noticed Metagross didn't use Psycho Punch. Ichigo chuckled. Looks like that extra training with the ghosts paid off. Metagross looked around its surrounding, waiting for Gengar to pop out. Gengar's eyes appeared underneath Metagross, ready to attack. Suddenly Metagross covered its fist with psychic energy and punched the hidden Gengar. The sudden attack was too fast for Gengar to react. The impact stunned the Gengar and forced it out of the shadow. Don't let Gengar recover, Ichigo ordered. Metagross continued attacking it with Psycho Punch. Gengar curse, Agatha ordered. Gengar turned towards Metagross. A ghostly nail appeared behind it. Metagross stopped moving, observing the ghostly scene. The ghostly nail slowly stabbed itself into Gengar. Gengar's eyes glowed dark purple. Suddenly Metagross was surrounded by a dark purple aura. Gengar's eyes and Metagross stopped glowing. Gengar finally collapsed. The match is over. The winner is Metagross, the referee declared. Agatha recalled her Gengar. Excellent. That Metagross is on a timer, she thought as she sent out her Sableye. Damn, Ichigo thought. Its only weakness is Fairy type. Metagross, do you think you can handle it? Ichigo thought. Don't worry, I can deal with it, Metagross said. Very well, Ichigo said, trusting Metagross's judgment. I will stick with Metagross, Ichigo said. The match between Sableye and Metagross will begin. Agatha has the first move. Shadow Sneak, she ordered. Sableye let out a cackle before disappearing into the shadows. Meteor Mash, Ichigo said. Metagross gathered its steel energy and it waited for Sableye to show up. Sableye briefly crept out of the shadow. Metagross turned around. Sableye immediately returned into the shadow. Metagross stood there as it patiently waited, ignoring the effects of Jengar's curse. Suddenly Metagross slammed its fist into the shadows behind it. The unexpected attack forced Sableye out of the shadows. Metagross raised its arm as steel energy and swung it towards Sableye. Everyone could see something resembling a comet tail behind Metagross's fist. Destiny Bond, Agatha ordered. Metagross's fist slammed into Sableye, knocking it out. Sableye's unconscious eyes glowed dark purple. Suddenly Metagross was surrounded by a dark purple aura, again. Metagross's body struggled to remain standing before it too collapsed. The match is over. No winner. The referee declared. Ichigo and Agatha recalled their respective Pokémon. That Metagross of his would have been able to fight another Pokémon after Sableye. Agatha thought. Thank you, Metagross. Ichigo thought. Both trainers took out a Pokeball and sent their next Pokémon. On Agatha's side was a Mismagius, while on Ichigo's side was his Gardevoir. Everyone stared at her, amazed by her unnatural beauty. The battle between Mismagius and Gardevoir will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Dark Pulse, Ichigo ordered. Gardevoir gathered dark energy around her hands before firing it at Mismagius. Dodge and use Shadow Ball, Agatha countered. Mismagius gathered a ball of ghostly energy and floated up, avoiding the attack. It then threw that ball towards Gardevoir. Slap it away, aim for its face. Use that time to teleport behind it and use Dark Pulse. Surprisingly, Gardevoir did not dodge the Shadow Ball. She slapped the Shadow Ball, sending it back towards Mismagius. Dodge it, Agatha ordered. Mismagius quickly moved to the side, avoiding the Shadow Ball. Mismagius looked and noticed Gardevoir was no longer there. Suddenly a ball of dark energy slammed behind it. Mismagius turned around to see nothing there. Suddenly another dark pulse hit it in the back, this time knocking it out of the air. Mismagius crashed into the ground. It looked up to see Gardevoir was in front of it with another dark pulse in her hands. She threw the dark pulse down at Mismagius. Use Shadow Sneak, Agatha ordered, in an attempt to rescue her Pokémon. Mismagius tried to slip into the shadows, but the dark pulse was too fast. The dark pulse slammed into Mismagius, knocking it out. The battle is over. The winner is Gardevoir, the referee declared. Agatha recalled her Mismagius. That Gardevoir's dark pulse is stronger than a regular Gardevoir's dark pulse. She thought. It might be a dark type in addition to being a psychic type. Go Dusknoir, she said. The match between Dusknoir and Gardevoir will begin. Agatha has the first move. Shadow Punch, she ordered. Dusknoir's fists glowed with ghostly energy as it flew towards Gardevoir. Teleport and use Dark Pulse, Ichigo ordered. Dusknoir swung its fist at Gardevoir. At the last moment, Gardevoir teleported behind Dusknoir. It's behind you, Agatha quickly ordered. Gardevoir fired her Dark Pulse as Dusknoir turned around. The Dark Pulse hit it directly in the face. The sudden attack pushed Dusknoir back. Continue with Shadow Balls and Dark Pulses, Ichigo ordered. Dusknoir regained it bearing just to see Gardevoir firing Shadow Balls and Dark Pulses towards Dusknoir. Dusknoir used Shadow Sneak to escape, Agatha ordered. Dusknoir quickly dove into the shadows, trying to escape the bombardment. Dusknoir was able to avoid the Dark Pulses, but the Shadow Balls followed behind it in the shadows. Dusknoir swerved side to side as it tried to dodge the Shadow Balls. Calm mind, Ichigo ordered. Gardevoir closed her eyes as she began to use this opportunity to, increasing the power of her special attacks and special defense. Dusknoir finally left the shadows. It was breathing heavily, showing how tired it was from Gardevoir's attack. Before Dusknoir realized it, Gardevoir fired another dark pulse. Dusknoir reacted too slow. The dark pulse slammed directly at its chest. Dusknoir let out one last groan before collapsing on the ground. The battle is over. The winner is Gardevoir, the referee declared. Agatha recalled her Dusknoir. That kid is something. No wonder he received its attention. Agatha thought as she sent out her Crobat. I will stick with Gardevoir, Ichigo said. The referee nodded his head. The match between Crobat and Gardevoir will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Restrain it with Psychic and Thunderbolt, Ichigo ordered. Dodge it and use U-turn, she ordered. Gardevoir's eyes glowed with psychic energy as she forced Crobat to the ground. Yellow electricity began to surround Gardevoir's hand as she pointed them at the restrained Crobat. Try and break free, Agatha ordered. A large bolt of electricity shot out of Gardevoir's hands. The thunderbolt struck the restrained Crobat. Gardevoir ended her attacks. Everyone could see Crobat was knocked unconscious from Gardevoir's attacks. The battle is over. The winner is Gardevoir, the referee declared. Agatha recalled her Crobat. Agatha sent out her Arbok, her final Pokémon. I will stick with Gardevoir, Ichigo said. The referee nodded his head. The match between Arbok and Gardevoir will begin. Agatha has the first move. Lunge towards and use Wrap, she ordered. Arbok coiled its tail before shooting itself towards Gardevoir. Dodge and restrain it with Psychic, Ichigo said. Gardevoir once again teleported away, dodging Arbok. Her eyes glowed with psychic energy as she forced Arbok to the ground. Slam it on the ground, Ichigo said. Arbok began to float up from the ground before being slammed back down to the ground. Arbok was powerless against Gardevoir's Psychic. Arbok was slammed down on the ground a few more times before Gardevoir freed it. Arbok collapsed on the ground. The challenge is over. The winner is Ace Trainer Ichigo, the referee announced. Ichigo and Agatha recalled their Pokémon before exiting the battlefield. Ichigo healed up his team before returning to the battlefield. Ichigo walked to the middle and met with Karen. You've used overpowering tactics against all of your opponents so far. Karen cracked a smile. Let's see if your overpowering tactics can defeat me, she said, as she walked towards her position. Ichigo walked back to his position. The fourth match of the Elite Four Challenge shall begin. The match is between Ace Trainer Ichigo and Elite Four member Karen. This will be a 6-on-6 match. Each trainer is allowed to substitute their Pokémon without any restrictions. On the count of 3, both trainers will send out their first Pokémon. Ace Trainer Ichigo will make the first move, the referee explained. Ichigo and Karen walked to their position. 1. Ichigo and Karen took out a Pokeball. 2. Both trainers raised their Pokeball, preparing to throw them. 3. Ichigo and Karen threw their Pokeball. Blaziken and Houndoom appeared on the battlefield. Damn! Houndoom doesn't have a chance against that Blaziken, she thought as she recalled her Houndoom and sent out her Honchkrow. The referee glanced at Ichigo. I will stick with Blaziken, Ichigo said. The battle between Blaziken and Honchkrow shall begin. Ichigo has the first move. Plasma Fists, Ichigo ordered. Blaziken's fists were engulfed in yellow electricity as she charged towards Honchkrow. Dodge it and use Brave Bird, Karen ordered. Honchkrow flapped its wings, flying higher in the air and avoiding Blaziken. Honchkrow was surrounded by golden energy as it dived towards Blaziken. Use Thunder Aura and then ground it, Ichigo said. Blaz! Blaziken yelled as her entire body was enveloped in yellow electricity, making her look like an electric type. Right, when Honchkrow was about to hit Blaziken, she wrapped her arms around Honchkrow's neck, performing a side headlock. Blaziken suddenly turned to the right and slammed Honchkrow to the ground, while still holding Honchcrow's neck. CAAW. Honchcrow cried in pain as it struggled to escape Blaziken. Honchcrow struggled for a few seconds before it blacked out due to the lack of air. Blaziken released the unconscious Honchcrow and took a few steps back, deactivating Thunder Aura. The battle is over. The winner is Blaziken. The referee said as Karen recalled her Honchcrow. That Thunder Aura is interesting. I didn't expect his Blaziken to know resting as well. Karen thought as she sent out her Sableye. I will stick with Blaziken, Ichigo said. The battle between Blaziken and Sableye shall begin. Karen has the first move. Zen Headbutt. She ordered. The top part of Sableye's head glows blue and its head becomes surrounded by a see-through reflective shield. Sableye shot towards Blaziken. Block it with Shadow Claw and then Blaze Kick, Ichigo ordered. Blaziken's hands glowed with ghostly energy as they caught the incoming Sableye. Before Sableye could react, Blaziken kicked Sableye like a ball. Sableye was sent flying in the air. Use bulk up until Sableye returns, Ichigo said. Blaziken nodded her head as she began to flex her arms. A magenta aura began to surround her body, temporarily increase her body's physic. Sableye finally landed on the ground, unconscious. The battle is over. The winner is Blaziken. The referee said as Karen recalled her Sableye. Looks like a need to take a risk. Karen thought as she sent out her Tyranitar. I will stick with Blaziken. Ichigo said. The battle between Blaziken and Tyranitar will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Close combat, Ichigo ordered. Blaziken ran towards Tyranitar. Rock slide, Karen ordered. White orbs of energy formed around itself. The orbs transformed into rocks as they flew towards the incoming Blaziken. Dodge them. Break them with close combat if needed. Ichigo ordered. Blaziken nodded her head. She easily dodged all the incoming rocks. She used the rocks as jumping platforms to get near Tyranitar's head. Blaziken quickly began to attack Tyranitar with close combat. The force of the attacks caused Tyranitar to lose balance. Keep it up, Ichigo said. Tyranitar Hyper Beam. Karen ordered, trying to end the Blaziken. Tyranitar opened its mouth, charging up a Hyper Beam. Blaziken sent a powerful punch in the gut, causing Tyranitar to lose focus and causing Hyper Beam to fail. Blaziken punched Tyranitar again. The attack finally knocked Tyranitar unconscious. The battle is over. The winner is Blaziken. The referee announced. Holy hell! Are all of his Pokemon monsters? Karen thought as she recalled her Tyranitar. I might be able to chip the rest of its health. Karen sent back out her Houndoom. I will stick with Blaziken, Ichigo said. The battle between Blaziken and Houndoom shall begin. Karen has the first move. Sludge Bomb. Karen ordered, hoping to poison Blaziken. Blaziken. Close combat, Ichigo ordered Blaziken shot out towards Houndoom. Began to pummel Houndoom with powerful punches and kicks. Houndoom tried its best to form the Sludge Bomb. Houndoom managed to spat out the Sludge Bomb at Blaziken. The Sludge Bomb hit Blaziken's face. Blaziken burned the sludge on her face. This did give Houndoom an opportunity. Sludge Bomb again. Karen ordered. Houndoom spat out more sludge bombs at Blaziken. Dodge them and then ended with close combat, Ichigo ordered. Blaziken charged towards Houndoom while dodging all the sludge bombs. Blaziken then uppercut Houndoom, sending it flying. Houndoom landed on its back, unconscious. The battle is over. The winner is Blaziken. The referee said as Karen recalled her Houndoom. His Blaziken is exhausted. We should be able to finish it off. Karen thought as she sent out her Weevil. She still has 2 Pokemon left. Blaziken, do you think you can continue? Ichigo asked. Blaz. She nodded her head. Okay. Ichigo turned to the referee. I will continue with Blaziken. The match between Blaziken and Weevil will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Close combat. Blaziken once again charged towards Weevil. Weevil used Psycho Cut. Weevil's claws glowed purple as she fired purple crescent-shaped energy blasts towards Blaziken. Dodge it, Ichigo ordered. Blaziken quickly dodged all the Psycho Cuts. Once she was within range, she began to attack Weevil with a barrage of punches and kicks. Blaziken, boosted by Bulk Up, easily knocked Weevil unconscious with only a few punches. The battle is over. The winner is Blaziken. The referee said as Karen recalled her Weevil. That Blaziken is a monster. She thought as she sent out her Umbreon, her second-to-last Pokemon. I will stick with Blaziken, Ichigo said. The battle between Blaziken and Umbreon will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Close combat, Ichigo said. Blaziken charged towards Umbreon. Karen waited till Blaziken was close to Umbreon before she ordered Umbreon to attack. Psychic. She ordered. Umbreon's eyes glowed with psychic energy. Suddenly Blaziken was frozen in place. Now slam it into the ground. Ghostly Aura. Ichigo ordered. What? A ghostly aura began to surround Blaziken. This ghostly aura was less pronounced compared to Thunder Aura, but it was enough for Blaziken to break free from Umbreon's psychic. Close combat. Ichigo ordered. Blaziken lost its ghostly aura as she kicked Umbreon in the stomach. Umbreon cried out in pain. Blaziken punched it in the stomach. Blaziken continued its assault until Umbreon was knocked out. Blaziken took a few steps away from Umbreon. The challenge is over. The winner is Ace Trainer Ichigo. The referee announced. Ichigo and Karen recalled their Pokemon before exiting the battlefield. Ichigo healed up his team before returning to the battlefield. The final battle of the Elite Four Challenge shall begin. The match is between Ace Trainer Ichigo and our champion Lance. The referee was interrupted by the crowd cheering. This will be a 6-on-6 match. Each trainer is allowed to substitute their Pokemon without any restrictions. On the count of 3, both trainers will send out their first Pokemon. Ace Trainer Ichigo will make the first move. The referee explained. Ichigo and Lance walked to their position. 1. Ichigo and Lance took out a Pokeball. 2. Both trainers raised their Pokeball, preparing to throw them. 3. Ichigo and Lance threw their Pokeball. A Dugong and Miyuki appeared on the battlefield. The battle between Dragonite and Ninetales shall begin. Ichigo has the first move. I should have expected to see an Alolan Ninetales from you, Lance commented. Moonblast. Miyuki opened her mouth as a powerful ball of fairy energy gathered in front of her mouth. Dodge it and use Iron Head. Lance countered. Miyuki fired her Moonblast. Dragonite took to the air, avoiding the attack. Dragonite's head glowed metallic silver as it dived towards Miyuki. At the last second, dodge it and use Blizzard, Ichigo ordered. Miyuki began to gather icy energy as Dragonite charged towards it. At the last second, Miyuki jumped back. Dragonite failed to react to the abrupt movement, causing it to slam into the ground. A gust of icy wind filled with small snowballs shot out of Miyuki's mouth. Ice began to form around Dragonite. Dragonite break free with Metal Claw. Lance ordered. Keep it down with Blizzard. Ichigo ordered. Dragonite's arms glowed metallic silver as Dragonite used them to break apart the forming ice. This became a battle of endurance. Will Dragonite or Miyuki tire out first? Dragonite's movements began to slow down. Good job, Miyuki. Ichigo cheered as Dragonite was finally frozen in ice. Champion Lance has the count of 10 to get a response from his Dragonite. If he fails to do so, then Dragonite I will determine that it is unable to battle. The referee announced as a 10-second timer started to go down. Dragonite. Lance yelled, trying to get a response from Dragonite. To his dismay, Dragonite stood there frozen solid. The 10-second timer ended. The battle is over. The winner is Ninetales, the referee said. Lance recalled his frozen Dragonite and sent out his Charizard. Lance's Charizard let out a loud, intimidating roar. Ichigo raised his Pokeball and recalled Miyuki. He pulled out another Pokeball and threw it. The ball opened to reveal Hatterene. The referee glanced at Lance. "I will stick with Charizard," Lance said. The referee nodded his head. The battle between Charizard and Hatterene will begin. Lance has the first move. Flare Blitz, Lance ordered. Psychic, Ichigo ordered. Fire erupted around Charizard as it shot out towards Hatterene. Hatterene's eyes glowed as her psychic energy began to pierce through Charizard's flames and slowed it down. Charizard let out a loud roar as it began to flap its wings, trying to resist Hatterene's psychic. Teleport. Hatterene's eyes glowed as she teleported away, freeing Charizard from her psychic. Charizard suddenly flew right past Hatterene's former location. Charizard landed on the ground. Hatterene appeared behind Charizard. Psychic. Hatterene's eyes glowed as she unleashed her psychic. Flamethrower behind you, Lance ordered. Charizard turned its neck back towards Hatterene and unleashed its flamethrower. The two attacks collided with each other, causing another explosion. Damn, this isn't going anywhere. Ichigo thought, as neither Pokemon was able to do serious damage to the other. Flare Blitz, make sure you hit that Hatterene, Lance ordered. Charizard let out a loud roar as it was engulfed in flames and shot out towards Hatterene. Hatterene, try to get Charizard to destroy some rocks while you dodge, Ichigo ordered. Hatterene nodded her head as she stood there and waited for Charizard to come closer. Right as the attack was about to hit her, she teleported away. Charizard slammed into the ground, fracturing the battlefield. Charizard slowly stood back up, regaining its surroundings, and began to look for Hatterene. Hatterene used Psychic on those rocks and slammed them into Charizard, Ichigo ordered. Hatterene's eyes glowed as she used Psychic. All the rocks around Charizard began to glow. Lance's eyes widened with realization. Get out of there, he ordered. Charizard quickly flew up in the air. Hatterene pointed her ponytail at Charizard. All the rocks shot up in the air, following Charizard. The rocks began to slam into Charizard. Charizard was able to dodge some of the rocks. The rocks continued to slam into Charizard. Charizard's claws glowed with draconic energy as it began to destroy the rocks. To its dismay, Hatterene continued her attack. Everyone could tell Charizard's movement was slowing down, fatigue setting in. Hatterene, end it, Ichigo said. All the rocks rose above Charizard and consolidated into a giant boulder. Hatterene lowered her ponytail, allowing the giant boulder to descend towards Charizard. Charizard tried to dodge the giant boulder, but it was too big and coming down too fast. Soon the giant boulder slammed into Charizard, and both crashed into the stadium. Hatterene released her psychic, allowing the giant boulder to crumble. Hatterene returned to Ichigo's side. The dust settled to reveal the unconscious Charizard. The battle is over. The winner is Hatterene, the referee declared. Lance recalled his Charizard. This isn't going well, Lance thought. Looks like I need to risk it, Lance concluded as he sent out his Aerodactyl. Ichigo recalled Hatterene and sent back out Miyuki. The battle between Aerodactyl and Ninetales will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Blizzard. Ichigo immediately ordered. Dodge and then Iron Head. Lance countered. Miyuki fired her Blizzard at Aerodactyl, but it quickly flew up in the air. Its head glowed metallic silver energy as it dove down towards Miyuki. Get on Aerodactyl's back before using Blizzard, Ichigo ordered. Miyuki stood her ground as Aerodactyl dove closer to it. At the last second, before Aerodactyl was able to hit her, Miyuki jumped up and landed on Aerodactyl's back. Get it off, Lance yelled. Miyuki opened her mouth and unleashed another Blizzard. She aimed them at Aerodactyl's wings. Ice covered Aerodactyl's wings, preventing her from flying. Aerodactyl cried out in pain from the cold. Use Fire Fong to melt the ice, Lance ordered. Fire appeared around Aerodactyl's mouth as it began to bite the ice, trying to make it melt. Keep using Blizzard, Ichigo ordered. The ice began to form faster than Aerodactyl could melt it. In a few moments, the fire was extinguished and Aerodactyl was frozen solid. 10-second counter. The referee announced as the 10-second counter appeared again. Aerodactyl. Lance yelled, trying to get a response from Aerodactyl. Just like before, Aerodactyl didn't respond. The battle is over. The winner is Ninetales, the referee declared. Lance let out a sigh as he recalled his Aerodactyl and sent out his Kingra. Ichigo recalled Miyuki and sent Hatterene back out. Neither trainer decided to switch their Pokemon again. The battle between Kingra and Hatterene will begin. Lance has the first move. Flash Cannon. Lance ordered. A ball of silver energy began to form in front of Kingra's mouth. Hatterene used Teleport to dodge and then use Moonblast, Ichigo ordered. A powerful ball of fairy energy gathered in Hatterene's ponytail. Kingra fired its flash cannon, sending a beam of light towards Hatterene. She stood there. At the last second, she teleported away. She appeared behind Kingra and fired her Moonblast. Dodge it, Lance ordered. Kingra dove to the side, avoiding the Moonblast. Use Psychic on the Moonblast, Ichigo ordered. Hatterene's eyes glowed as she used her psychic powers. The Moonblast glowed as it was wrapped in psychic energy before changing course, back to Kingra. Kingra dodged the attack. Use Flash Cannon when you have a chance, Lance ordered. Kingra began to charge Flash Cannon while dodging the psychic-controlled Moonblast. Hatterene, release your control of Moonblast and instead pin Kingra down, Ichigo ordered. Suddenly Kingra's body froze. The Moonblast continued on its course towards Kingra. Fire the Flash Cannon, Lance ordered, hoping the Flash Cannon would be able to fire and cancel out the Moonblast. Despite Kingra's struggles, it failed to break free from Hatterene's psychic. The Moonblast finally collided with Kingra. There was a large explosion. The dust settled reveal Kingra was surprisingly fine. Moonblast, Ichigo quickly ordered. Hatterene fired another Moonblast at Kingra. Dodge it, Lance ordered. Kingra was about to jump away when suddenly its body froze in place. Hatterene's eyes glowed as used her psychic to prevent Kingra from escaping. The Moonblast crashed into Kingra. The attack knocked Kingra unconscious. The battle is over. The winner is Hatterene. Lance recalled his Kingra, and he sent out his Salamence. I will stick with Hatterene, Ichigo said. The battle between Salamence and Hatterene will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Moonblast, Ichigo said. Damn this stupid move, Lance thought. Dodge it and use Iron Tail, he ordered. Salamence immediately flew up in the air as Hatterene fired her attack. Salamence easily avoided the attack as it dove down towards Hatterene. Salamence's tail glowed metallic silver before using it to attack Hatterene. Teleport and Moonblast, Ichigo ordered. Hatterene teleported away at the last second. Salamence's iron tail slammed into the battlefield. Hatterene appeared behind it and fired her Moonblast. The attack landed on Salamence's back, exploding on contact. Salamence let out a roar of pain as it turned towards Hatterene. Moonblast, Ichigo ordered. Dodge it, Lance ordered. Psychic, Ichigo said. Salamence was pinned down by Hatterene's psychic while she charged her Moonblast. Use Outrage to break free of her psychic, Lance ordered. Salamence's body began to glow red as it let out a loud roar. Salamence was slowly able to resist Hatterene's psychic, but it was too late. Hatterene fired her Moonblast at Salamence. Despite Salamence's efforts, it wasn't able to dodge Hatterene's attack. The explosion settled to reveal an unconscious Salamence. The battle is over. The winner is Hatterene. Lance recalled his salamence. It's been a while since I've been down to one Pokemon. Lance thought as he sent out his starter Pokemon, his other Dragonite. Ichigo recalled his Hatterene and sent back out Miyuki. The battle between Dragonite and Ninetales shall begin. Lance has the first move. Extreme speed in Iron Head. Lance ordered. Dragonite's head was surrounded by metallic silver energy before rushing towards Miyuki. Use Ice Beam to form a wall and to dodge, Ichigo said. Miyuki fired her Ice Beam in front of her. A wall of ice formed in front of her. Dragonite rammed through the ice wall but missed Miyuki. Keep an eye out on her. He ordered. Blizzard. Ichigo ordered. Miyuki leaped out and fired her blizzard. Ice quickly formed around Dragonite. The ice from the broken ice wall helped accelerate the process. Metal Claw. Lance ordered. Dragonite's arms glowed metallic silver as it began to destroy the growing ice. Just like the first round, it was a battle of endurance. To everyone's shock, Miyuki was the first one who ended her attack. Miyuki let out a tired breath as she glanced at Ichigo with a tired look. I understand, Ichigo said as he recalled Miyuki and sent out Hatterene. While the substitution happened, Dragonite broke free from all the ice. Moonblast. Ichigo ordered. Metal Claw then Iron Head. Lance ordered. Dragonite arms and head glowed metallic silver as it flew towards Hatterene. Once again Hatterene teleported away at the last second, causing Dragonite to miss its attack. Hatterene teleported where Dragonite started and fired her attack. Behind you! Lance yelled. Dragonite turned around and blocked the incoming attack with its Metal Claw. The Moonblast was destroyed. Psychic, lock it down, Ichigo ordered. Hatterene once again used her Psychic to lock Dragonite down. Ended with Moonblast. Dragonite use Outrage. Lance ordered. Dragonite let out a loud roar as it was surrounded by a red draconic aura. Dragonite began to resist Hatterene's Psychic. Hatterene fired her Moonblast. The attack raced towards Dragonite and slammed into the Dragonite. Dragonite finally collapsed. The challenge is over. The winner is Ace Trainer Ichigo. The referee announced. Ichigo and Lance recalled their Pokemon. Lance walked towards Ichigo. Ichigo followed suit. They both met in the middle of the destroyed battlefield. Congratulations Ace Trainer Ichigo, Lance said as he extended his hand. Ichigo accepted the handshake. The referee pushed a small cart towards them. As the winner of the Elite Four Challenge, I must ask you a question. Do you wish to ascend to the position of champion of the Indigo Plateau? I am sorry. I wish to continue my journey. Ichigo said. He was aware that the position of champion isn't just a title but also a position of power and authority. Lance let out a small sigh. Then as the winner of the Elite Four Challenge, I hereby award you with the title of Cardinal Trainer, Lance said as he presented Ichigo with a plaque. Ichigo accepted the plaque. He noticed that engraved at the bottom of the plaque was his 6 Pokemon. Ichigo and Lance stood there as everyone began to take photos of the newly crowned Cardinal Trainer. Chapter 67, Arc 13. It was late night when Ichigo returned to his hotel room. After he was awarded the Cardinal Trainer status, he had to endure an hour with reporters. After that, Ichigo had Gardevoir use teleport to get them out of there. Ichigo glanced over to see Sabrina sound asleep. Lucky you. Ichigo thought. He ordered room service for dinner. He sat alone and ate his dinner. As he ate, he sensed something entered his shadow. He looked at his shadow to see a familiar face. Hello Yami, or should I call you Giratina, Ichigo said. I'm not the Giratina you met from your world, Yami said. I assumed you met with your parent? Ichigo said. I did. Giratina explained to me why I was created. I assume it was to report to Giratina about my behavior in nature. Ichigo guessed. Indeed, Yami said. I also met with Lord Arceus, who explained to me why you're here in our universe. I assume you are staying with me? Ichigo asked. If you are willing to accept me, Yami said. Ichigo took out a pokeball and recalled Yami. Ichigo took a shower before going to bed. Time skip, next morning. Ichigo and Sabrina woke up. They took care of their usual morning business before ordering breakfast. They sat at the table and ate their breakfast. With the conference over, what are you planning to do? Sabrina asked. I'm planning to go to Sinnoh, Ichigo answered. I see. Sabrina replied. May I come with you? She asked after a few moments of silence. Sure, Ichigo said. When are you planning to leave? She asked. Do you need some unfinished business here? He asked. I do. How long will it take? Maybe a few days, Sabrina said. Ichigo walked over to the phone and called the front desk. Good morning, how can I help you? The receptionist answered. Good morning. I was wondering when's the next cruise to Sinnoh? Ichigo said. Give me one moment, may I put you on hold? Sure, Ichigo said. A few moments later, the receptionist reconnected. The next cruise from Fuchsia City to Sanjem Town, 1, is in a week from now. You can purchase tickets at Fuchsia City. The receptionist said. Thank you, Ichigo said as he hung up. He turned to Sabrina. Is a week long enough to handle your personal matters? It is. She said. They soon finished their breakfast and packed up their belongings. See you later, Ichigo said as he hugged her. Same. She replied. She pulled out a pokeball. Out came her alakazam. Saffron City. She said. Very well, Alakazam replied. They teleported out. Ichigo shook his head. Ichigo walked out of his hotel room. Ichigo ignored everyone as checked out of his hotel and went to the Pokemon Center. Good morning. How may I help you? She asked. Can you make sure all of my Pokemon are fully healed? Ichigo asked as he took out his 6 Pokemon. Sure. She replied as she accepted the Pokeballs. I also have a message from Professor Oak for you. She said. Thank you, Ichigo said as he walked to a nearby terminal. He logged into his account and began to read Professor Oak's message. Hello, Ichigo. Congratulations on winning. Before you continue your journey, can you come back to the lab? See you soon. Professor Oak. Ichigo logged out of his account and walked back to Nurse Joy. He picked up his Pokemon and sent out Gardevoir. Where are we going, Dad? Gardevoir asked. Back to Professor Oak's lab, Ichigo said. Very well. Gardevoir said before they teleported away. Scene change, Pallet Town. Ichigo and Gardevoir appeared outside Professor Oak's ranch. Thank you, Ichigo said as he recalled Gardevoir. Ichigo walked to the door and knocked. A few seconds later, Professor Oak opened the door. Good morning, Ichigo. I didn't expect you to get my message so quickly. Professor Oak said as he welcomed Ichigo inside. So what do you need from me? Ichigo asked. First off, allow me to give you a present. Dragonite walked over and placed a large box on the table. Ichigo opened them to see 15 large stones, each with a different color, and a small bracelet with a small green stone on it. All 16 stones had a similar S-shaped marking on them. Aren't these? Ichigo began to say. Yes, these are Mega Stones. Professor Oak said. As a Cardinal level trainer, you are allowed to use these Mega Stones. Let's move to the backyard and get these things on your Pokemon. Dragonite picked up the box as Ichigo and Professor Oak walked outside. Ichigo called out his Pokemon that can Mega Evolve and gave them their respective Mega Stone. Professor Oak helped them put the custom-made armor to properly mount the Mega Stone. Ichigo quickly recalled his Pokemon once all the pieces were secured. Ichigo and Professor Oak walked back inside. Anything else you need from me? Next, like the professor in charge of you, I want to know where are planning to go, Ichigo told Professor Oak their planned route. Professor Oak looked up the route they were going to take. Ichigo looked at the map and noticed that they'll be making a stop at Alto Mare, Slateport City, Lily Cove City, Moss Deep City before arriving at Sanjem Town. This is perfect. While you are at the Hoenn region, I need you to deliver some stuff to Professor Birch. Sure, Ichigo said. Great, just pick up the box before you leave. Professor Oak said as he began to run around his lab, gathering materials for Professor Birch. What should I do now? Ichigo thought as he left the lab. Mutuo might be at New Island, Kyoka said. Makes sense. Ichigo thought. Ichigo walked into the forest on Route 1. Once he was certain he was alone, he shunpaied to New Island. Scene change, south of Cinnabar Island/New Island. Ichigo arrived at New Island. He could see the secret laboratory was still destroyed. Did I guess wrong? Is he hiding in Cerulean Cave just like in the video game? Who goes there? Someone yelled. Ichigo looked to see Mutuo appeared. Hello, Mutuo. Ichigo greeted. Ah. It's you. Mutuo replied. What are you doing here? I'm just checking in on you. Fine, Mutuo replied. You're not planning to rebuild this lab, trick strong trainers here, use those Pokemon to create a clone army, and attack the world? Ichigo asked. What? Mutuo replied, shocked at the sentence. That's what your alternative angry self decided to do after being freed from Giovanni, Ichigo said. Mutuo facepalmed upon hearing what his alternative self did. That idiot essentially created more weapons. Mutuo criticized. I was also wondering if you wished to come with me. Ichigo offered. Come with you? Mutuo repeated. I will be leaving this region and going to a new one, Ichigo said. I see, then you need to show me your strength, Mutuo said. Strength? Ichigo questioned. Yes, in a Pokemon battle, Mutuo said as he moved a few feet away from Ichigo. Very well, Ichigo said. But you're not going against one of my Pokemon, Ichigo said as he took off his shirt and got into a fighting stance. Mutuo stared at Ichigo. Looks like he's serious about this. Mutuo thought. Ichigo picked up a small rock. The battle will start when this rock lands on the ground, Ichigo suggested. Very well, Mutuo said. Ichigo threw the rock up. Both of them watched as the rock fell. Soon the rock landed on the ground. Mutuo immediately raised its hand and used Psychic on Ichigo. Ichigo replied by let out a small blast of his Ryatsu, destroying the psychic energy that tried to trap him. Mutuo's eyes widened as Ichigo suddenly disappeared. Ichigo used Shunpad to appear behind Mutuo. Ichigo grabbed Mutuo's tail. He turned his heels before swinging Mutuo's tail. Mutuo flew over Ichigo's shoulder and slammed into the ground. Ichigo kept his grip on Mutuo's tail as he immediately turned his heel and swung Mutuo again. Mutuo gathered his psychic energy in an attempt to cushion the impact. Ichigo sensed this and broke the psychic cushion. How is he this strong? Mutuo thought as Ichigo continued to attack Mutuo. This continued for another few rounds. Ichigo finally let go of Mutuo and looked at it. Mutuo, do you admit defeat? Ichigo asked. How are you so strong? Mutuo asked. None of the humans I saw was anything close to your strength. That is my secret, Ichigo said. So, do you admit defeat? Mutuo sighed. I accept defeat, Mutuo answered. But, if you capture me, please use this Pokeball. A Pokeball floated towards them. It was a completely red Pokeball with a wide black band around the middle and a red button. Ichigo picked up the modified Pokeball. This is a Pokeball I modified. It can handle two different Pokemon data, one that is fake while the other one is real. If the Pokeball is scanned, the fake data will be shown unless I allow the real data to be shown. It also doesn't allow anyone except you to release me. This also prevents moves such as roar from affecting me. Mutuo explained. I call it the faker ball. That's fine, Ichigo admitted. I was thinking of ways to hide you while still using the Pokédex to help figure out how to make you stronger. Ichigo raised the faker ball in front of Mutuo. Mutuo raised its finger and tapped it. Mutuo was captured by the Pokeball. Ichigo picked up the faker ball and scanned it. This Alakazam is male psychic type. The Pokédex began to read. So, this is your fake data. Ichigo thought. Indeed, Mutuo said. Now try to scan it. Ichigo scanned the faker ball again. This Mutuo is male psychic type, 6 foot 7 inches tall. Ability is unknown. The current known moves are Psychic, Hyper Beam, Recover, Shadow Ball, and Psystrike. I didn't expect the Pokédex to read your data, Ichigo commented. I manually programmed the data into the Pokeball beforehand. I also named Psystrike, since no move like it existed in the Pokédex. Mutuo explained. I see. Ichigo said. Suddenly Ichigo heard a loud cry of pain. Ichigo turned in that direction. What was that? I'm not sure, Mutuo admitted as he released himself out of the Pokeball. Psychic energy gathered around them as they flew towards the source of the sound. As they flew, the weather turned bad. The clouds darkened as the rain began to pour. Suddenly they spotted a large airship. Ichigo's eyes widened as he recognized the airship. Mutuo, we need to go down and find a ship, Ichigo said. Why? Mutuo asked. I remember the scene, Ichigo said. Very well, Mutuo said as they flew down. Ichigo quickly found a boat. Ichigo and Mutuo landed on the ship. Ichigo recalled Mutuo as someone ran out. It was a young woman wearing a matching red top and pants with an orange life jacket on. Hey, what are you doing on my ship? She questioned. Legilimens. Ichigo mentally cast as he looked at her eyes. He began to alter her memories. Her name was Marin. He saw that she was parked at Vermilion Harbor, waiting to see if anyone wanted a ride to the Orange Archipelago when she suddenly received a call home from her younger sister, telling her to come home for the Legend Festival. She got on her ship and sailed home. Ichigo manipulated her memories, making it where Ichigo was someone who purchases a ticket to go to Sunburst Island. When she received the call to return home, she invited Ichigo with her. She ran out to call Ichigo back inside. Ichigo followed Marin inside the ship. Eventually, they arrived at another island. Sorry about the detour, Marin said. No problem, Ichigo said. Marin parked the ship and they both got out. A group of people dressed in ceremonial outfits moved towards them. Hello, Marin. One of them said before removing her helmet. Carol. Marin greeted. Marin and Carol caught up with each other. Carol turned to Ichigo. So is your boyfriend? She teases. Carol. Marin yelled in embarrassment. His name is Ichigo. He's my passenger going to Sunburst Island before I heard your call. He was fine with visiting Shamudi Island before going to Sunburst Island. Are you a Pokemon trainer? Carol asked. I am, Ichigo replied. Immediately everyone got excited. The ancient legend foretold your arrival. A man wearing a blue bird-like helmet said as he walked towards Ichigo. And with only you can the guardian of the sea vanquish the titan of fire, lightning, and ice. The man unmasked himself. In your hands, O chosen one. In your hands rest the world's fate. Very well, Ichigo said, being aware of what's about to happen. We have found our chosen one. The man declared. Everyone began to get excited. They all marched down to the village. Ichigo watched as the residents began to perform different tribal dances. Time goes on and it was dinner time. Ichigo joined the old man, whose name is Tobias, Marin, and Carol, for dinner. They were shocked when Ichigo revealed his status as a cardinal trainer. All the casual chatter was interrupted by a flute sound. Everyone turned to see Melody, Carol's younger sister, in a trial dress. She held an ocarina in her hand as she began to play a melody and dance. Everyone was entranced by her performance. Everyone began to clap at the end of the performance. Melody put her ocarina in her side pouch as she jumped off the stage. She walked over to Ichigo. "Hear ye all, from the trio of island, ancient sphere shall you take, for between life and death all the difference you'll make. Oh, chosen one, you must climb to the shrine to right what is wrong, and the world will be healed by the guardian's song," Melody said. "So, what must I do?" Ichigo asked. "I just told you, Ichigo," Melody said. "I heard your poem, but what does it mean?" Ichigo asked. "Allow me to explain," Carol interrupted. "You must travel to Fire Island, Lighting Island, and Ice Island, and bring the Orb of Fire, Orb of Lighting, and Orb of Ice back to the shrine at Shimudi Island. When that is done, Melody will celebrate the accomplishment by playing the Guardian's song," Carol said. "When does this start?" Ichigo asked. "You can start now," Tobias said. Ichigo looked at Marin. "Can you give us a ride?" Ichigo asked. "Sure," Marin replied. Ichigo and Marin ran down to the harbor and got on her boat. They soon drove out to sea. Suddenly it began to rain. "Looks like the weather is getting really bad," Ichigo said. "Should we head back?" Marin asked. "No. We must push through," Ichigo said. "Looks like he's serious about this," Marin thought as they continued. As time progressed, the sea began to get rougher. Suddenly a large wave launched them out of the water onto the shore of Fire Island. Ichigo spotted a set of stairs. Ichigo immediately jumped off the boat. "Ichigo, where are you going?" Marin asked. "To get the Orb of Fire," Ichigo said as he began to run up the stairs. 10 minutes of running later, Ichigo arrived at the top to see a small shrine. It has a picture of a bird surrounded by fire. In the bird's mouth is a red orb. Ichigo pulled the Orb of Fire out of the bird's mouth. As Ichigo walked towards the stairs, a sailboat suddenly shot up. Ichigo moved to the side as the sailboat landed. The mass landed, revealing Melody and Carol. "Melody, Carol. What are you two doing here?" Ichigo asked. Suddenly yellow lightning bolts shot out as Zapdos appeared. Everyone watched as Zapdos began to shoot lightning all over the place. Suddenly Electivire and Metagross released themselves from their Pokeball. Electivire began shooting lightning bolts at Zapdos. "What is your Pokemon doing?" Melody asked. Electivire is trying to talk with Zapdos. Metagross translated to them. Zapdos ignored Electivire as it released its electrical aura. Melody and Carol fell on their knees from Zapdos's aura. Electivire growled as she tried her best to resist Zapdos's aura and communicate with Zapdos. "Zapdos, why are you here at Fire Island? Where is Moltres?" Metagross translated. Electivire's electricity wrapped itself around Zapdos, finally getting its attention. Zapdos glared at Electivire before sending back its own bolt of electricity. "Moltres used to rule here. But now that Moltres is gone, lightning shall rule over fire, and I claim this island as my own from this day forward." Metagross translated. Suddenly Zapdos began to release more electricity around them. Suddenly the electricity began to curve upward as if something is pulling it away. From the clouds, a metal airship descended. Melody and Carol looked in shock at the airship. Zapdos, Ichigo, Electivire, and Metagross glared at the airship. Multiple panels opened up as 4 small drones descended towards Zapdos. Zapdos took flight as it began to attack the drones. Whenever 2 drones got near each other, they would shoot out light blue electricity towards each other, trying to form a cage. Suddenly 2 drones captured Zapdos while the other 2 captured Ichigo and everyone else. Ichigo quickly recalled his Pokemon before everyone was taken up into the airship. Scene change, airship trophy room. The drones carried everyone up to a room where they could see countless artifacts all displayed, like in a museum. In the middle of the room were 4 pillars. On one pillar was a sleeping Moltres. One pair of drones moved the captured Zapdos and landed at another pillar. The tired Zapdos let out a tired cry before going asleep. The other drones dropped everyone else there before disappearing. "Where are we?" Carol asked. "We're in some kind of trophy room," Ichigo said. Carol and Melody immediately spotted the trapped Moltres and Zapdos. They began to explore the trophy room. Melody stumbled on an ancient table. "The god of fire, god of lightning, and god of ice must not be touched. Else, heaven and earth will be angered, and the world will face destruction." Melody read. Her eyes widened with realization. "The prophecy. What are you talking about, Melody?" Carol asked, hearing her words. "I think the prophecy that our family spoke about is coming true," she said. "So, what is the rest of the prophecy?" Ichigo asked. "The god of fire, god of lightning, and god of ice must not be touched. Else, heaven and earth will be angered, and the world will face destruction. The god of the sea will appear to stop the destruction. But it will not prevent the world's destruction. Unless an exceptional trainer appears to calm the wrath of the gods." Melody read. "Looks like we still need to gather those orbs," Ichigo said. "But what about them?" Carol said. "Should we free them?" "We should," Melody said. Ichigo released his Electivire, Electros, Metagross, Charizard, Garchomp, and Rhyperior. Electivire and Electros try to drain the electricity from those drones. Garchomp and Charizard use Outrage, Rhyperior uses Rock Wrecker, and Metagross uses Meteor Smash. Ichigo ordered. Electivire and Electros grabbed the drones and began to absorb the electricity from the drones. Charizard's and Garchomp's bodies glowed with draconic energy as they began to attack the barrier with their claws. Rhyperior puts his hands together, and small chunks of gray stones come out of the holes on Rhyperior's hands and form together into a large gray rock. Rhyperior pushed the large gray rock towards the barrier. Metagross's arms glowed metallic silver as it began to punching the barrier. Suddenly there was a massive explosion, destroying a hole in the wall of the trophy room. The smoke quickly exited the trophy room, revealing Moltres and Zapdos free from the drones. Moltres and Zapdos flew out of the trophy room and began to destroy the airship. "We need to get out of here," Ichigo said as he recalled all his other Pokémon except for Metagross. "Use Psychic to get us out of here." Metagross's eyes glowed with psychic energy as the psychic energy carefully surrounded everyone in Carol's boat. They all landed safely in the water. Ichigo recalled his Metagross. "Quickly to Lightning Island," Ichigo said. "Got it," Carol said as she started up the boat. They quickly drove towards the frozen Lightning Island. They watched as Moltres and Zapdos destroyed the airship. They soon arrived at Lightning Island. The entire island is covered in ice. Ichigo quickly climbed up the stairs towards the shrine. Ichigo arrived at the shrine. The shrine has a statue of a bird, surrounded by lighting. In its beak is a yellow orb. Ichigo quickly grabbed the orb of lighting and ran down. The airship crash-landed at Lighting Island. One of the propellers broke the shrine. Ichigo returned to ship. "Ichigo, we have a small problem," Carol said. They looked to see the majority of the water towards Ice Island was frozen solid. "We can't sail to Ice Island. I will go on foot towards Ice Island. Both of you return to Shimudi Island," Ichigo said. "But," Melody said. "Be safe," Carol said as she pulled Melody back to the ship and sailed back to Shimudi Island. Ichigo sent out Charizard, Metagross, and Aegislash. "Metagross and Aegislash, cover my back," Ichigo said as he climbed on Charizard. "Let's go." Charizard nodded her head. With that, they began to fly towards Ice Island. "All three of them noticed us," Metagross said, after 10 minutes of traveling. "Metagross uses Psychic to direct their attack away from us. Aegislash uses King's Shield to block any attacks Metagross missed. Each of the legendary birds fired their own attack at them. Metagross used its Psychic to redirect Moltres' and Articuno's attacks away from Ichigo. while Aegislash was able to block Zapdos's attack with King's Shield. Seeing their initial attack fail, all three birds fired another attack. Metagross once again redirected two of the attacks while Aegislash blocked the other one. "We can't hold on much longer," Metagross said. "We're just barely halfway there." Ichigo thought, looking at Ice Island. "Do I need to reveal Yami?" Suddenly there was a massive explosion behind Ichigo's back. He glanced over to see Metagross and Aegislash falling towards the frozen ocean. Ichigo quickly pulled out his Pokeballs and recalled them. This action left Ichigo open for their attack. All three legendary birds fired another attack. "Brace for impact!" Ichigo yelled. Charizard flapped her wings harder as she tried to dodge the incoming attack. Despite her best efforts, Articuno's Ice Beam managed to hit one of Charizard's wings. Brace for impact, Charizard roared as they crashed into the frozen ocean. They turned to see the legendary birds all fired another wave of attacks at them. Ichigo stood up, ready to block those attacks. Suddenly a water tornado burst through the frozen ocean. The water tornado pushed all three legendary birds away. All three legendary birds cried out before circling it. The water tornado dissipated to reveal Lugia. Lugia looked at Ichigo. "Go get the final orb. I will hold them off." A feminine voice, too, echoed in Ichigo's mind. Ichigo looked to see Lugia dodging all the attacks from Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres. Ichigo looked at Charizard, who managed to thaw out her frozen wing. "Let's go," Ichigo said. Charizard flew back up in the air. Eventually, they arrived at Ice Island. Unlike the other two, the location of this shrine was deep in a cave. Ichigo arrived at the shrine to see it was a bird surrounded by snowflakes. Ichigo took the orb of ice and left the shrine. Ichigo and Charizard exited the shrine and quickly flew back to Shamuti Island. As they were flying back, Ichigo and Charizard continued to watch Moltres and Articuno attacking Lugia. Suddenly they were shocked by a blast of lightning. Ichigo was able to ignore the attack. Unfortunately for Charizard, her body was paralyzed by the attack. They both began to fall. Lugia saw this and quickly flew towards them. Ichigo recalled his Charizard and climbed on Lugia's neck. "Hold on tight," she said as she quickly flew towards Shamuti Island while dodging all the attacks from Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno. As they flew past Lighting Island, 4 drones from the fallen airship shot towards them. Before Lugia could respond, white lightning shot out and began to capture Lugia. Lugia let out a painful roar as she tried her best to resist being captured. Ichigo and Lugia crashed into the ocean. The icy water prevented the drones from forming the cage and allowed Lugia to form a clear barrier to protect herself from the drones. Lugia shot back out of the water. Lugia opened her mouth and fired a powerful destructive blast towards Lightning Island. The blast tore apart the grounded airship. Lugia, filled with absolute anger and still trapped by the drones, fired another destructive blast, destroying more of the frozen sea and scaring all the legendary birds. This attack also destroyed the drones trapping her, but it also exhausted all of Lugia's energy. She nosedived into the water, unconscious. Ichigo took out a Pokeball and sent out Milotic. Ichigo climbed on Milotic as she swam to the surface. "We need to go there," Ichigo said as he pointed to Shamuti Island. Milotic nodded her head as they swam towards Shamuti Island. Luckily, they were already close to the island. They arrived to see Melody and Carol holding a towel. She handed the towel to Ichigo. "Thanks," he said as he began to dry himself. "Follow me," she said. They walked up a set of old frozen stairs. They arrived at an old stone shrine. Standing in front of it was a Slowing. "Take the treasures and place them there," Slowking instructed as it pointed at the center of the shrine. Ichigo stood up and walked to the shrine. Ichigo looked inside the first compartment and noticed there was a clear view of Fire Island. Ichigo placed the Orb of Fire there. Ichigo continued the trend for the Orb of Lightning and Orb of Ice. Ichigo took a few steps away from the shrine as each orb began to glow, releasing beams of red, icy blue, and yellow elemental aura. All the elemental aura combines into a single green elemental aura.
Suddenly all the ice and snow on top of the shrine blew away, revealing ancient writing, which was also glowing green.
The green elemental aura poured out of the shrine onto the rest of the shrine. Slowly the shrine began to absorb the aura.
The song, Carol said.
Right. Melody took out her ocarina and walked in front of the shrine.
She began to play the Guardian song.
The peaceful melody began to calm the sea.
As she continued to play, the green water flowed off the cliff into the sea. The dark clouds began to part as all three legendary birds began to fly around each other, no longer angry with each other. Suddenly a water cyclone burst out of the ocean and parted the dark clouds. The water cyclone parted, revealing a healed Lugia.
Soon the green water stopped flowing, revealing the calm and sunny sea. Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno flew back to their respective islands. Ichigo, thank you for your help, Lugia said. No problem, Ichigo replied. At midnight, come back here, Lugia instructed before she dove back into the sea.
Suddenly Melody grabbed Ichigo's arm.
Come on, we need to celebrate our victory, Melody shouted.
They all returned to the village, where they were greeted by all the local residents. The village immediately cheered for their return and kicked off another festival.
Time skip, midnight.
Ichigo sneaked away from the celebration as he returned to the shrine. In the darkness, Ichigo could still see the three orbs remained at the shrine.
In the distance, Ichigo could see Lugia, Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno arrived. Lugia, why did you ask me to return here? Ichigo asked.
I must reward you for your efforts in rescuing all of us,
Lugia began. I've decided to reward you with an opportunity. An opportunity?
Yes, if you wish you may challenge all of us, one by one to a Pokemon battle.
If you win, you have the right to capture us.
Very well, Ichigo said, accepting the challenge.
Who will you fight first? Lugia asked.
Ichigo sent out his Charizard.
I will go against Articuno first. Lugia, Moltres, and Zapdos moved to the side. Begin, Lugia said.
Articuno's wings glow light blue as it flaps them, releasing a powerful gust of wind towards Charizard.
Charizard flew up in the air and avoided the attack. Charizard's body was engulfed in flames as she flew down and slammed into Articuno. Both Pokemon slammed into the ground.
Charizard had her foot on Articuno's body, preventing it from escaping.
Charizard opened her mouth and fired a large stream of fire at Articuno. Ra-ha-ha! Articuno cried out in pain from the attack.
Charizard, that is enough, Ichigo said. Charizard stopped her attack.
Articuno is unable to battle anymore, Lugia declared. Articuno's body was wrapped in psychic energy before being moved away.
Ichigo recalled his Charizard and sent out his Tyranitar. I will challenge Zapdos, Ichigo said.
Zapdos nodded its head as moved into position. Begin, Lugia said. Zapdos's body was surrounded by golden energy before flying towards Tyranitar.
Catch it, Ichigo said.
Zapdos slammed into Tyranitar.
Tyranitar stood her ground and prevented Zapdos from escaping.
Zapdos's beak glowed metallic silver before trying to peek at Tyranitar. Slam it on the ground and use Stone Edge.
Tyranitar threw Zapdos to the ground before she stomps the ground with one of its feet.
Multiple stones burst out of the ground and stabbed directly at Zapdos. Zah! Zapdos yelled in pain.
Tyranitar grabbed Zapdos and threw it back to the ground. Tyranitar raised her foot and began to stomp at it.
Enough, Lugia said.
Tyranitar stopped her attack.
Lugia levitated Zapdos out of the area.
Ichigo recalled his Tyranitar and sent out his Aerodactyl.
Moltres took its position. Begin. Moltres' wings glow light blue as it flaps them, releasing a powerful gust of wind towards Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl flew up in the air and dodged the attack. Thunder Fong, Ichigo ordered. Aerodactyl's mouth glowed with electricity as it dove towards Zapdos. Aerodactyl opened its mouth and bit Molters's wing. Mole! Molters cried out in pain. Both of them began to fall towards the ground. Molters fired a stream of fire at Aerodactyl. She ignored the flames as she continued to bite Molters with Thunderfong. At the last second, Aerodactyl moved her body, making Molters slam into the ground first. Ended with Stone Edge, Ichigo said. Multiple light blue rings surround them. The rings glow white and form into gray stones. The stones slammed into Molters's body. Enough! Lugia said. Ichigo recalled his Aerodactyl as Lugia moved Molters's body away. Lugia moved into position as Ichigo sent out his Gardevoir. Begin. Dark Pulse, Ichigo said. Gardevoir fired a ball of dark energy at Lugia. Lugia opened her mouth and gathered blue energy inside it before firing a massive beam of energy towards Gardevoir. The attack destroyed Gardevoir's Dark Pulse. Teleport! Ichigo quickly ordered. Gardevoir teleported away, dodging the attack. She teleported on Lugia's neck. Dark Pulse, Ichigo ordered. Lugia quickly took off into the air. Gardevoir held onto Lugia's neck with one hand while firing Dark Pulse with the other. Lugia tried her best to get rid of Gardevoir, but nothing worked. Eventually, Lugia landed on the ground. I surrender. Lugia said. At this time Molters, Articuno, and Zapdos finally recovered and walked over to Ichigo. Lugia glanced at the orbs in the shrine. Suddenly the orbs shot out and moved in front of Ichigo. The orbs transformed into a Pokeball, where the red part of the Pokeball was replaced with the color of the respective orb. On top of the Pokeball was an emblem resembling their respective legendary bird, 3. Ichigo picked up each Pokeball and presented it to the respective Pokémon. Each legendary bird tapped the Pokeball with their beak and accepted being captured. Ichigo turned to Lugia, who revealed her own Pokeball. The Pokeball had a silver white top with two dark blue plates on top with a light blue bottom. Ichigo picked up the Pokeball and captured Lugia. Ichigo sneaked back to the celebration. Time skip, 6 days later. Ichigo stood outside the Fuchsia City Pokemon Center as he waited for Sabrina. He already purchased 2 tickets to Sangem Town. Ichigo finally spotted Sabrina. She had on a tight-fitting spaghetti strap pink crop top, which shows her midriff, and white slim-fit pants attached with a black belt around her waist and pink slip-on shoes. She also wears green and black bracelets on her wrists. Ichigo noticed she also had a megastone attached to one of the green bracelets. Did I make you wait? She asked. Not at all, Ichigo said as he handed her the ticket. Ichigo and Sabrina boarded the ship. If you don't mind, what did you have to do at Saffron City? I had to see if they tampered with my trainer title. She said. Tampered? Yes, I am officially an assistant gym leader, Sabrina said. That title is the equivalent of a lower ace trainer. Lower ace trainer? Ichigo questioned. The ace trainer title has 3 subsections in it, lower, middle, and high. The lower ace trainers are usually winners of the Indigo Plateau and assistant gym leader. Middle ace trainers and high ace trainers are usually the gym leaders and experienced ace trainers. She explained. I see, Ichigo said. The titles also allow gym leaders to more flexibility with their team. What do you mean? Are you planning to enter the Sinnoh League? She asked. I am, Ichigo said. Then you have 2 options when you sign up for the Sinnoh League. The first option is to challenge the gym leaders under the Fresh Start policy. What is that? The Fresh Start policy allows experienced trainers to essentially restart their journey. They must use brand new Pokemon they caught while in the Sinnoh region. They can register certain Pokemon if that Pokemon is inexperienced. Over time they would be allowed to use their older Pokemon in official battles. What the other option? Ichigo asked. It's called the Legacy Policy. The Legacy Policy allows you to use any Pokemon against the gym leaders, but in return, they would be able to use their strongest team against you. I understand, Ichigo said. Scene change, Alto Mare, midnight. It was a quiet night around Alto Mare.
All the locals, tourists, and wild Pokemon were fast asleep. In the night sky, a pink jet flew towards Alto Mare.
The pink jet began to transform into a speedboat.
The speedboat landed in the water. Immediately the speedboat headed towards Alto Mare Harbor.
Seated in the speedboat were two adult women.
Both were wearing a fully black shirt with matching black slacks, black gloves, a long, black trench coat, and black combat boots. The driver of the boat had light blue hair. The back of her hair looked like a pair of wings. The other women had long blonde hair that was in large spirals.
So this is Alto Mare?
The blonde woman said.
Yes, Annie.
The girl with the light blue hair replied.
Remember the mission that boss sent us? Yeah, Oakley.
Steal the Soul Dew and capture Latios and Latias.
Annie replied. Do you remember the warning boss gave us? Oakley asked.
We have to use these special balls to capture Latios and Latias.
Annie pulled out a small, locked box from underneath her chair. Good, Oakley said. Let the hunt begin. Time skip, afternoon.
Ichigo watched as the cruise ship docked at Alto Mare.
Ichigo glanced at Sabrina. Are you sure you want to stay on the ship? Ichigo asked. I'm sure.
I need the time to figure out my team as well as potential new members to add while we're in Hoenn.
Sabrina replied. Ichigo left their room. Good thing Yuzu and Karen made me watch this movie.
Ichigo thought as he left the ship. He began to explore the town. Excuse me, young man, Ichigo turned to see an adult man wearing a t-shirt and shorts.
Yes? Ichigo replied. Do you happen to have a water-type Pokemon? He asked. I do. Great.
I was wondering if you're willing to participate in our annual tour de Alto Mare.
What do I need to do? Ichigo questioned.
You will be going a water chariot race through the canals of Alto Mare. We have water chariots available to borrow and we have markers to mark the route.
He said.
Sure, Ichigo said.
Great. Ichigo followed the man down to a large crowd of people. Ichigo quickly registered and sent out his Milotic. Ichigo and Milotic entered the water.
Ichigo could see there was a total of 10 other competitors.
Testing. Ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful sunny day for our annual tour de Alto Mare. Are you ready? The audience began to get nosy.
Trainers, listen carefully, the cue to start is from the Zatu. The Natu on top of Zatu's head began to chirp and open its wings. Soon the Zatu chirped and opened its wings. All the water Pokemon shot out of the starting line.
Everyone began to quickly cross the canal. Ichigo and Milotic quickly swam to the front of the line.
His main competition was someone using a Carvana and a Whalemare.
Looks like Latios and Latias are here.
Ichigo thought as he could feel them flying around the canal.
Ichigo sensed Latias near one of the turns.
Suddenly Ichigo did a sharp turn and lost control of the water chariot. He flew and landed on Latias before sliding into the water. A few competitors crossed by Ichigo as he slowly got back up. He picked up the reins as Milotic began to swim again. Suddenly Latias bit the reins in front of Ichigo and quickly pulled him forward.
Ichigo quickly moved into first place. At the last second, Ichigo was forced to turn left and then a sharp right. Looks like Latios caught his little sister.
Ichigo thought as Latias was forced to let go of the reins.
Milotic was quickly able to stop themselves from crashing. Milotic turned to Ichigo with a conflicted look on her face. Ichigo jumped back into the water. That's okay, Milotic. Accidents happen. Ichigo reassured as he petted Milotic's head.
Ichigo sensed Latios and Latias leaving the scene.
Ichigo returned the water chariot and began to explore the town. Ichigo arrived at the Alto Mare Museum. He paid the fee and entered the museum. He arrived to see the skeletal remains of a Kabutops and an Aerodactyl embedded in the tile floor. I wonder how this Aerodactyl grew this big. Ichigo thought. Ah. I didn't expect we would have visitors right now. Someone said. Ichigo turned to see an elderly man walking towards Ichigo. My bad, Ichigo said. Nonsense. The elderly man said. I assume you are a tourist? I am, Ichigo said. Though I am curious how an Aerodactyl became this big, Ichigo said. Honestly, I'm not sure. It could be genetic evolution that decided that Aerodactyl needed to be smaller. He said. Ah, forgive me. My name is Lorenzo. Ichigo. They both shook hands. Come have a look here, Lorenzo said as they walked to the middle of the museum. This is the DMA, defense mechanism of Alto Mare, which was built to protect Alto Mare. Why was this built? Ichigo asked. Long ago, the Kabutops and Aerodactyl were caught an evil trainer and used to terrorize the town. The original Latios and Latias came to the city and used their powers to kill the evil Pokemon. The resulting battle caused the city to be flooded. They used their power to push the excess water away and turning the streets into canals. The people of Alto Mare also built the DMA to protect the city. I see. Ichigo said. After the tour, Ichigo continued to explore the city. Ash spotted Latias when Pikachu wanted some water, Ichigo recalled as he let out Umbreon. Umbreon ran ahead of Ichigo, enjoying the weather. Umbreon stopped at a water fountain, watching the water drops. Suddenly someone turned the water fountain on. Umbreon nodded her head in thanks before drinking the water. Ichigo caught up with Umbreon. The girl is a fair-skinned, reddish-brown short-haired girl. She had on a white artist's hat on her head, a short green shirt with a white skirt, as well as black socks and pink shoes. She silently walked towards Ichigo and began to stare at him. She began to walk in a circle while staring at Ichigo. Ichigo kept eye contact till the end. After that, she ran away. According to the movie, that was Latias and Annie and Oakley, 2 members of Team Rocket, would discover her. Ichigo thought. Umbreon, who was enjoying the water, suddenly looked up and ran in the direction the girl went. Ichigo ran behind Umbreon. They arrived to see Latias trapped in webs and guarded by a Sylveon and a golden bee-looking Pokemon. Wait, according to the movie, it should be an Ariados and an Espeon. Ichigo thought. Hey, what are you doing? Ichigo asked. We're just trying to prevent a fashion disaster, Annie said. Who cares what people wear, Ichigo said as he tore apart the web. That makes sense since your clothes don't look good at all. Oakley criticized. I got a tip. Leave her alone. Ichigo said. Umbreon leaped on the bridge and growled at them. Looks like someone has a bodyguard, Annie said. You're not gonna hurt us. Are you? What would we do if he attacked us, Annie? Oakley said. Sylveon, show Oakley what you would do if someone attacked us. Sylveon leaped in front of Ichigo and fired a blast of fairy energy. Suddenly a shadow ball shot out of his shadow and collided with the Psybeam, causing a small explosion. Come on, let's go. Ichigo grabbed Latias's hand and pulled her away. Ichigo recalled Umbreon. Go get them, Sylveon. You too, Vespiquen. Ichigo used his senses to find how close Sylveon and Vespiquen were. Ichigo was able to lose them and got close to the secret garden. Ichigo turned to Latias. Are you okay? He asked. Latias nodded her head. She suddenly ran away. Hey, wait. Ichigo said as he ran behind her. Ichigo was surprised as Latias actually led Ichigo into the secret garden. Ichigo slowly walked, amazed by the beauty of the secret garden. The movie failed to do this justice. Ichigo thought. I agree. Yawatch chimed in. Ichigo spotted Latias again. She playfully ran away. Ichigo followed her and arrived to see Latias sitting at a wooden swing. Suddenly the wind began to blow as Latios, still invisible, shot out of the lake and soared right towards Ichigo.
Suddenly Latias jumped off her swing and stood in front of Ichigo, with her hands out. Latios quickly stopped his charge and accidentally revealed himself.
What are you doing? Latios asked his sister. What are you doing to Latios? Someone shouted.
Ichigo turned to see Bianca, the identity of the girl Latios was using.
Well, my name is Ichigo, a Pokemon trainer. Oh really?
Bianca said as she took a few steps back, getting closer to Latios. Okay Latios, get him.
Latios let out a cry, ready to attack. That's enough. Someone said. Ichigo turned to see Lorenzo. Bianca. Latios.
I'm sure this young man doesn't mean any trouble.
But Grandpa. Good to see you again, Lorenzo. Ichigo greeted. But Grandpa. Shush.
He turned to Latias.
Latias, do you want to play with your new friend? Latias nodded her head. Latias?
Ichigo faked his surprise. She grabbed Ichigo's hand and pulled him to the swing. She pushed him to the seat while she jumped behind him and stood on the swing, allowing both to use it.
Isn't Latias a name of a Pokemon?
Suddenly Latias revealed her true form. Ichigo faked his surprise as he leaped out of his seat and fell face-first on the ground.
Latias immediately moved to his side and picked him up.
She turned to Ichigo to see if he's okay.
I'm okay. Thanks. Ichigo said.
Latias let out a happy cry as she flew circles around him. She must have taken a liking to this young man, Lorenzo commented.
Latias, do you not know how to talk with telepathy? Ichigo asked. She shook her head. What about you Latios? Ichigo asked.
Both, Latios and Latias lost their parents long ago, Lorenzo said.
I see. Maybe I can help.
Ichigo said as he let out his Gardevoir and Metagross.
Can both of you help teach Latios and Latias telepathy? Ichigo asked. Sure.
Gardevoir said.
Okay, Metagross said. Ichigo dusted himself off and walked to Lorenzo and Bianca. Sorry for almost attacking you, Ichigo. My name is Bianca. Bianca said. That is okay, Bianca. I do have a few questions. I assume one of them is about why Latias looked like Bianca.
No, not really, Ichigo said.
I assume that is one of her abilities. Right you are, Bianca said.
They soon sat on a nearby bench, under some shade. Ichigo released his Miyuki, Mika, Hatterene, and Rapidash and allowed them to learn and play with Latios and Latias.
So how long have you known Latios and Latias? I've known them since I was a baby, Bianca said.
While I've known them since their parents helped protect our city during the War of Aura, Lorenzo said.
War of Aura? Ichigo questioned. Long ago, there used to be many people who could manipulate aura. Two major organizations came to existence, the Knights of Aura and Black Knights.
These two organizations are always at war with each other. 40 years ago, there was another major conflict between both organizations. The fighting spilled over to Alto Mare. Lorenzo paused as he glanced over to Latios and Latias, who was having fun playing with Ichigo's Pokemon.
Their parents entered the battle and forced both the Knights of Aura and the Black Knights out of the city. Both groups fought back against their efforts.
In the end, they used their might to forcibly teleported everyone away. This caused them to lose the majority of their energy. They used the last of their energy to create their children before allowing the Soul Dew to absorb their souls. They continued to talk about the hidden history of Alto Mare.
This is information about the Knights of Aura and Black Knights are interesting. Ichigo thought.
Considering we have little information on Aura Guardians besides Sir Aaron and Ash being his descendant, Kyoka said.
Speaking of hidden secrets. Ichigo projected the image of Oakley and Annie to everyone.
Be careful of these girls.
They may know about Latias' trick. What do you mean? Lorenzo asked.
Ichigo explained to Lorenzo and Bianca what happened. They must be Pokemon poachers.
Bianca guessed. Lorenzo nodded his head.
They must have specially designed equipment capable of detecting psychic energy.
Lorenzo theorized.
They're likely to attack tonight, Ichigo said.
How come? Bianca asked. They're likely able to follow Latia's psychic energy and find our location. Lorenzo theorized.
Or they try and find Bianca and interrogate her, Ichigo added.
So, what is the plan? Bianca asked.
I have a plan, but it's very risky, Ichigo said.
What is it? Lorenzo asked. Scene change, midnight. It was the middle of the night as Oakley and Annie stared at a government building. Go, Oakley said. Both ladies ran towards the government building. Oakley gave Annie a boost up to the second story. She pulled out a small laser and cut a small circle in the window. She pulled out a small suction cup and removed the glass.
She used her other hand to unlock the window and pushed it up.
Annie slipped inside the room. She bent down and pulled Oakley inside the room. She immediately walked to a nearby computer and began to hack into the computer. Annie walked around the room, keeping an eye out for any security guards.
Looks like we got 20 minutes before the guards come back, Annie warned.
I'm in, Oakley said.
She immediately to look through the government records, trying to find the girl that Latias impersonated.
Found her. Her name is Bianca. Oakley inserted a memory card into the computer and copied Bianca's information. She quickly shut down the computer while Annie made sure the room was the same as it was before. Both women slipped out of the office and entered their speedboat. Annie drove the speedboat away as Oakley took out her laptop and inserted the memory card. Interesting. What up? Annie asked. You remember all the drones we sent out looking for Latios and Latias? Yeah.
Well, I also had them scan the entire city, noting down where they detect any psychic energy. Oakley showed Annie her laptop screen.
Guess where our little Bianca lives? A small blinker points to the edge of a large concentration of psychic energy. Oh, what a coincidence. Good. I'm tired of this small city, Annie said as she parked the speedboat. They leaped out of the boat and sneaked towards Bianca's house. They looked inside to see both Bianca and Lorenzo are asleep. Who should we take? Use your Vivillon to make sure everyone's asleep, Oakley ordered. Fine, Annie said. She cut open the window. They entered the house. Annie sent out her Vivillon as it used sleep powder on Bianca and Lorenzo. After that, Annie recalled her Vivillon and grabbed Bianca. They all left the house. Oakley called out her crocodile and was handed the unconscious Bianca. They put their glasses on and began to scan the environment, looking for psychic illusions. Found it, Oakley said. They walked over to a nearby dead end and walked through the illusion. They arrived at the secret garden. They found a large concentration of psychic energy at a large fountain. They walked over and found the soul dew. Pretty, Annie complimented. Grab it, Oakley ordered as she continued to look around, trying to find Latios and Latias. Annie took off her glasses, quickly dove into the fountain, and pulled out the soul dew. This is so pretty, Annie said. Damn it, Oakley said as she took off her glasses. What? Annie asked. Latios and Latias aren't here. What should we do? Annie asked. Oakley noticed the stone carvings. These carvings are scrambled. Oakley pulled out her laptop and scanned the stone carvings. She began to move the images around. She quickly assembled the pieces and began to smile. I got a plan, Oakley said as she walked out of the secret garden. Hey, wait up! Annie shouted. They ran to the Alto Mare Museum. What's the plan? Simple, Oakley said as she inserted the soul dew into the DMA. The large cage-like portions descended to the ground. The DMA began to power up, each component began to spin. Soon the ball portion lowered itself and opened to reveal a control compartment. Oakley sat in the chair. The control compartment closed. Let's see what you can do, Oakley thought as she began to explore the functions. First, is to seal the entire town.
Outside the museum, all the water in the canals began to drain away as a large stone dome began to form. Suddenly a large blast of fire shot towards the DMA. A barrier quickly appeared in front of Annie and the DMA, blocking the attack. They turned to see Ichigo with his Charizard out.
"It's you from this morning," Annie said, recognizing Ichigo. "I am. Now I'm here to stop you. You take a step further, and Pangoro will break the girl's neck," Oakley threatened, revealing the sleeping Bianca. "Are you sure about that?" Ichigo questioned. "Huh?" They both looked at the sleeping Bianca. Suddenly Bianca opened her eyes. Her eyes began to glow light blue while her body becomes surrounded by a crimson aura. She raised her arms and slammed them into Pangoro's chest. The surprise attack sent Pangoro flying. Bianca landed on the ground, revealing herself to be Zoroark. A Zoroark! Annie cried out in shock. "Looks like we need reinforcements," Oakley said as she tapped the terminal. "Kabutops and Aerodactyl, rise." Blue sparkles began to gather around the fossil remains as they slowly were restored to life. She sent out her Sylveon. Annie also sent out her Vespiquen. "Attack the intruder," Oakley ordered. Ichigo recalled Zoroark and sent out his Aegislash, Electivire, and Blastoise. Charizard deal with the Vespiquen, Aegislash deal with the Sylveon, Electivire deal with the Kabutops, and Blastoise deal with Aerodactyl, Ichigo ordered as he charged towards Oakley and Annie. "Annie, deal with him," Oakley ordered as she continued to control the DMA. Annie charged towards Ichigo and began to attack him. Ichigo calmly dodged her attacks. Ichigo glanced to see his Pokémon defeated their opponent and began to attack the DMA's barrier. Ichigo punched Annie in the gut, sent her flying towards the DMA. Oakley opened the barrier, enough for Annie to slip through before sealing it back up. "He's too strong," she said as she regained her breath. "Damn it!" Oakley yelled, realizing their plan isn't going to work. "Should we try to steal two of his Pokémon?" Annie asked as she pulled two unique-looking Pokeball. They were completely black and has an eye-shaped object positioned directly in the center of the sphere. There is a gray outline around the eye embedded in the center, which travels around the circumference of the ball. Two crimson-red stripes are racing down the upper half of the Pokeball. "Shit!" she yelled. "What?" "The Soul Dew is almost out of energy," Oakley said. "Well?" Annie asked. "Recall all of our Pokémon and try to capture them," Oakley ordered as she used the remaining energy to protect themselves. Annie quickly recalled all of their Pokémon. Then she threw the two unique towards Charizard and Blastoise. Ichigo spotted the incoming Pokeball. Ichigo managed to intercept them before they could activate. "Run!" Oakley shouted as she jumped out of the DMA. Behind them, the DMA let out a bright light as it exploded. Annie and Oakley used the explosion to escape. The museum began to burn. Blastoise put out the fire, Ichigo ordered. "Allow me to figure out what these are," Kyoka said as she took the unique-looking Pokeballs into Ichigo's mindscape. Blastoise began fired jets of water from her cannons as he ran towards the remains of the DMA. Ichigo founded the Soul Dew, but now it was an auraless murky orb. Ichigo recalled his Pokémon as they ran out of the museum. He was greeted by Lorenzo, the real Bianca, Latios, and Latias moved towards Ichigo. "We still got trouble," Bianca said. "All the water in the canals has receded and formed into a massive tsunami that is going to crash into the city," Lorenzo pointed out. Ichigo could see an enormous tsunami moving towards the town. Ichigo summoned Kokogutsu and fired a nameless Getsuga Tensho. Everyone watched as Ichigo's attack obliterated the incoming tsunami. Everyone was shocked at Ichigo's action. He sent Kokogutsu back into his mindscape. "Come on, let's get back to the garden," Ichigo ordered. His words broke everyone out of astonishment. Everyone quickly ran back to the secret garden. Ichigo pulled out the auraless Soul Dew. Latios brought the Soul Dew towards him. Both Latios and Latias began to pour their aura into the Soul Dew.
The soul dew devoured the offered aura, but it remained the same.
Latios and Latias began to weaken from the lack of aura.
Enough, Ichigo said as he grabbed the soul dew from them. The sudden interruption started the Ian duo. They looked at Ichigo with a confused look.
Both of you are almost out of aura. If you two give any more, you will die. But what are we going to do? Latios asked.
Ichigo poured his Ryatsu into the soul dew.
Once again, the soul dew devoured the offered aura.
Unlike before, the soul dew's color began to return.
It's working, Latias said.
In a few minutes, the soul dew was fully restored. Ichigo handed the soul dew back to Latios, who placed it back into the fountain.
Water began to flow out of the dried fountain down into the canals.
Looks like everything ended well, Ichigo said.
No, Latios said. There is one thing left to do.
Latios turned to Ichigo.
You are very strong. Allow me to become one of your Pokemon.
Latios, Lorenzo said, surprised at Latios's words.
I am supposed to be one of the guardians of the Alto Mare and the Soul Dew.
My weakness put the entire Alto Mare, the Soul Dew, and most importantly Latias in danger.
Latias floated to her brother and slapped him in the face. If anyone is at fault, it's me, Latias said.
I'm the one usually flying around the city, and I was the one who got caught and exposed Bianca and Lorenzo to danger.
If anyone should feel responsible, then it's me. Ichigo glanced at Lorenzo and Bianca. Lorenzo sighed.
Latios, Latias, Lorenzo said.
If both of you leave, who will guard Alto Mare and the Soul Dew? Maybe we should protect it, someone said. Everyone turned to see the fountain glowed as something appeared.
The light died down to reveal an older Latios and Latias.
Mom? Dad? Latios and Latias said.
The older Latios and Latias nodded their heads.
The four dragons hugged each other, enjoying the reunion.
The older Latios and Latias turned to Ichigo.
Thank you, young man, for rescuing Alto Mare and restoring the Soul Dew, the older Latias said. No problem, Ichigo replied.
We've heard what both of you said earlier,
the older Latios said. About being too weak. Latios and Latias looked nervous. We give both of you our blessing. Go and leave Alto Mare and learn how to be strong, the older Latias said. But what about the Soul Dew? Latios asked. Don't worry, the older Latios said. He turned to Ichigo. Due to this hero's action, the Soul Dew has enough aura for us manifest if we sense someone approaching the Soul Dew. Thank you, Mom, Dad, Latios and Latias said.
The older Latios and Latias nodded their heads before returning to the Soul Dew.
I guess this is goodbye, Bianca said. Tears began to form. Latias and Latios floated over to her. It is for now, Latios said. Don't worry. We'll be back soon, Latias reassured. Lorenzo looked at Ichigo. Take good care of them, he said.
I will, Ichigo reassured as he went into his backpack, looking for 2 Pokeballs. He noticed that there were 4 unique-looking Faker balls.
2 of them were white on top with a sky blue bottom and a red triangle. The other 2 also had a white top but with a red bottom and a blue triangle. All 4 of them retained the wide black band around the middle and the red button. I made 4 more Faker balls, but I made each pair interconnected. It allows Bianca and Lorenzo or you to call for them.
Thank you, Ichigo said as he pulled out the 4 Faker balls.
Ichigo explained to Bianca and Lorenzo what these Faker balls could do. Bianca took the Latias Faker ball while Lorenzo took the Latios Faker ball.
Ichigo caught Latios and Latias with his.
Bianca and Lorenzo were able to send out Latias and Latios with their copy of the Faker ball.
Ichigo expanded his copy of the Faker ball.
Suddenly the red triangle on Bianca's and Lorenzo's Ian Pokeball began to blink.
They recalled their respective Pokemon. The red triangle on Bianca's and Lorenzo's Faker ball stopped blinking and turned off. While Ichigo's faker balls, the red triangle lit up. Ichigo released Latios and Latias, reaffirming that the faker ball's unique function worked.
Latios, Latias, Ichigo called out. Do you wish to join me now or later?
Later, Latios replied. Latias nodded her head in agreement.
Okay. Ichigo accepted. See all of you later.
Wait, Bianca said, pulled out her sketchbook. She tore out few pages and handed them to Ichigo.
Here's some sketches I did with you, your Pokemon, Latios, and Latios.
Ichigo took the sketches.
One depicts Latios and Latios learning English with Gardevoir and Metagross.
Another one was with Ichigo's psychic Pokemon playing with Latios and Latias. The last one was where Ichigo was having a nap with his Pokemon and Latias and Latios. Thank you, Ichigo said as he hugged her. After that, Ichigo left the secret garden. It took Ichigo 20 minutes before he arrived back on the cruise ship.
He walked into his room to see Sabrina writing something in her notebook. You didn't return to the ship last night, Sabrina pointed out. Sorry. I made some friends and they invited me for dinner, Ichigo explained. I see, Sabrina said. Call me next time that happened. I ordered dinner for you.
Thank you for the thought, Ichigo said. Soon the ship left Alto Mare.
Time skip, 3 days. Ichigo and Sabrina watched as their cruise ship arrived at Slateport City. Do you have any plans while we're at Slateport City? Ichigo asked.
I'm going to try and catch a Ralts and a Meditite, Sabrina said. I'll be back before the cruise ship leaves.
Okay, Ichigo said as Sabrina quickly left the city. Ichigo began to explore the city.
He spotted a large group of people. Some of them were dressed in red and black clothing while the other group is dressed like sailors with blue and white clothing.
Isn't that Team Magma and Team Aqua? Ichigo thought. You're correct, Kyoka said. How's investigating those weird pokeballs? Ichigo thought. I think I figured it out. You might need to talk with those legendary Pokemon about it, Kyoka said. Okay. Ichigo walked over to the large gathering of Team Magma and Team Aqua.
He spotted two men arguing with each other.
That should be Maxie, leader of Team Magma, and Archie, leader of Team Aqua, Kyoka said. Ichigo could hear both men arguing about their team's ideology.
Excuse me, Ichigo said.
What kid? Archie, a buff-looking man, questioned. Yes, young man? Maxie, a scrawny scientist-looking man asked. Are both of you still trying to awaken Groudon and Kyogre? Ichigo blatantly asked. Huh? How did you know?
They shouted in shock.
Doesn't matter how I know. I just know it's not going to work, Ichigo said. Groudon would use its power to create more land by evaporating the ocean, right? Maxie nodded his head. But where does that evaporated water go? Maxie stared at him.
It goes back up to the sky and forms rain clouds before raining back down.
Ha! My plan still works, Archie shouted. Ichigo turned to him. But once the sky is out of moisture, what happens? Ichigo asked.
That's right, the rain stops, the clouds go away, and the sun evaporates the water. Ichigo paused as both leaders began to understand the faults in their goals.
You can't expand the land or the sea anymore. It has reached equilibrium. But what can we do then? Maxie asked.
Why don't both of your organizations focus on taking care of the environment, Ichigo suggested.
Huh? Maxie and Archie asked. Ichigo looked at Maxie.
Team Magma should focus on managing the land and doing things such as planting trees, picking up trash, promoting the uses of established roads, and working with the Pokemon Rangers.
Ichigo turned to Archie.
As for Team Aqua, you should focus on managing the ocean and doing things such as helping water types, picking up trash, form blockades to protect migrating Pokemon, and also working with the Pokemon Rangers.
Archie and Maxie said, thinking about Ichigo's suggestion. We would appreciate the help.
Everyone turned to see a fit young man walking towards them. He had a badge with the Pokemon Rangers logo on it.
The name's Jack Walker. He introduced. I can help if both of you are interested in turning a new leaf. He offered.
Sure. Archie accepted after some thought.
I accept, Maxie said.
Ichigo sneaked away and returned to his room in the hotel.
Looks like the main issue with Hoenn region is settled. Ichigo thought.
Indeed, Kyoka said as she appeared in his room with the two unusual Pokeballs. Ichigo cast various privacy magic around the room.
It took a while to figure out what these are. And these are?
They're similar to Dark Balls, Kyoka said as she played a clip of Shalebi, the voice of the Forest movie, where Iron Masked Marauder first demonstrated the Dark Ball. It's a good thing that I made a copy of each Pokemon movie before we left. Unlike the movies, it's never explained how the Dark Balls were created, Ichigo said.
Indeed, Kyoka said.
But these Pokeballs are radiating some sort of energy.
It's similar to Hollow Ryatsu.
I see, let me ask Lugia if she knows anything, Ichigo said as he took the Dark Balls and entered the trainer. Scene change, trainer. Ichigo appeared to see all his legendary Pokemon were practicing Divine Domain, 4.
Hello Ichigo.
Lugia said, noticing his presence. All his legendary Pokemon stopped their practice and moved to Ichigo.
Hello everyone, Ichigo greeted.
I stumbled upon something strange, and I wanted to ask if any of you know what this is.
Ichigo brought out the Dark Ball.
Immediately all the legendary Pokemon moved away from Ichigo.
Where did you get that? Lugia asked.
2 trainers tried to capture my Pokemon with them, Ichigo answered. To think the Black Knights remain.
Lugia said. Black Knights? Ichigo questioned. I didn't expect them to come back. Kyoka chimed in. Allow me to explain. Lugia said. Long ago, there were many humans that were able to manipulate aura.
These people were known as Aura Guardians. They venture out in the world protecting everyone and finding new people with the potential to become an Aura Guardian. As more people with the potential to become Aura Guardians were discovered, they decided to form an organization called the Knights of Aura. Normally, Aura Guardians passively absorb the aura around them. However, someone discovered that it is possible to directly absorb the aura from the target. This Aura Guardian continued to experiment with this ability, not aware of the side effects of this ability.
What side effects?
The side effect is that the emotions attached to the victim are transmitted to the user. All the negative emotions began to corrupt this Aura Guardian.
This person began to teach this technique.
The leaders of the Knights of Aura discovered this and ordered all of them to be killed.
But they escaped and formed the Black Knights and waged war against the Knights of Aura.
By the end, everyone was killed.
Lugia paused and glanced at the Dark Ball.
But it appears that they survived.
I see.
Ichigo summoned Kokugutsu and slashed the Dark Ball in half.
All the legendary Pokemon moved further away from Ichigo.
It looks like there is a small crystal filled with this corrupted aura, Ichigo observed. It's likely that the crystal unleashed the corrupted aura on the captured Pokemon and forcing them to obey the target.
Kyoka hypothesized. Do you think Longinus would be able to purge the corrupted aura from the captured Pokemon? Ichigo asked. It might be possible. I'll ask Azrael for help.
Kyoka said as Ichigo sent the Dark Balls and Kokugutsu back to his mindscape.
Thank you for the information. No problem. Lugia replied as Ichigo left. Lugia turned to her fellow legendary Pokemon. We need to train hard. We'll likely encounter these Black Knights in the future, Latios said. If they sent 2 agents to find us, do you think they're trying to capture other legendary Pokemon? Latias asked. Possible, Mutwo said. Either way, we must become stronger. Lugia said.
Everyone nodded their heads as they resumed training.
Time skip, 2 days.
Ichigo spent those days in the trainer, training his Pokemon. He introduced his regular Pokemon to all the legendary Pokemon. At first, they were intimidated by them.
But quickly everyone got used to each other and unified into one large team of Pokemon.
Ichigo took a look at all the Sinnoh Gym leader's strongest team members.
The door opened. Ichigo looked to see Sabrina walked into the room. "Do you want me to order you dinner?" he asked.
"Yes," she replied as she entered the bathroom. Ichigo chuckled at her action. She soon exited the bathroom and joined Ichigo for dinner.
"So how did your little trip go?" Ichigo asked. "Okay," Sabrina replied. "I founded a male Ralts and a Metatite."
"That's good. They should be able to deal against dark types,"
Ichigo commented. The cruise ship began to pull out of Slateport City and continued its journey.
As they sat in their room, they looked over pamphlets about the Sinnoh region.
Sabrina looked at a pamphlet talking about different Pokemon that could be founded in Sinnoh. "This region lacks new psychic types," she complained.
Ichigo shrugged his shoulders as he looked at his copy of the pamphlet. For the rest of the trip, Sabrina would train her newly caught Ralts and Metatite. Ichigo had his physical body laid down on a beach chair, relaxing the entire time. Ichigo, in his soul form, entered the trainer and continued to instruct all his Pokemon to perform different drills.
It was late in the evening when they arrived at Moss Deep City.
There was a meteor shower scheduled to happen tonight, so the captain ordered the ship to stop at Moss Deep City.
Ichigo stood on the ship deck, staring at the sky. Sabrina found the event boring and went to sleep.
Ichigo shook his head as the meteor shower started.
"This is nice," Ichigo thought.
"I agree," Yawatch commented as he appeared beside Ichigo. Ichigo and Yawatch noticed one of the meteors was larger than the others. The larger meteor crashed in front of them, causing a large amount of seawater to surge around them.
Suddenly something burst out of the sea.
It was a bipedal creature. Most of its body was red, but it has a light blue face, a purple stripe running down the center of its face, and a purple, crystalline organ in its chest. It has white, circular eyes set inside rectangular, black eye sockets. In its arms was a fragment of a meteor with a green crystal embedded in it.
"It's a Deoxys," Kyoka identified as she showed the beginning of the 7th Pokemon movie. "Luckily, we don't sense anyone coming towards us," Ichigo thought. He turned to Deoxys.
"Hello," Ichigo said, trying to not scare Deoxys.
Deoxys looked at Ichigo with a slightly confused look.
Ichigo summoned Mutwo's Pokeball from the trainer and released Mutwo.
"What can I do for you?" Mutwo asked as he stretched his back as if he just woke up from a nap. "Can you help teach Deoxys how to communicate in English?" Ichigo asked. "Sure," Mutwo said. Mutwo and Deoxys silently stared at each other.
A few moments later, Ichigo heard a new voice. "Thank you, Mutwo, for teaching me your language," Deoxys said. Ichigo could hear a slight feminine tone from the telepathic message.
"No problem," Mutwo replied.
"Thanks, Mutwo," Ichigo said.
Mutwo nodded his head before returning to his Pokeball.
Ichigo sent the Pokeball back to his trainer.
"So Deoxys, what are you and your brethren doing here?" Ichigo asked.
"Both of us were from a faraway planet when a strange wormhole opened.
A massive black and yellow monster fell out of the wormhole. The monster began to devour everything around it. My people attacked the monster, but our attacks didn't do much damage to it.
Some of us were selected on a suicidal mission, to force the monster back into the wormhole. We all formed teams of 2, one would push the monster back while the other one protected the team. Slowly we were able to force the monster back, but we couldn't escape the wormhole." Deoxys paused as she caressed the green crystal. "She was able to project a barrier to protect us from the monster's attack and the turbulence in the wormhole. But it caused her to run out of energy. If you trust me, I think I can help with that," Ichigo said as he forced his Ryatsu into the green crystal. It began to let out a green glow as it began to absorb the Ryatsu. The entire meteor fragment glowed white as there was a small explosion of energy. The energy began to form a shape. The light died down to reveal another Deoxys but with a green crystal in its chest. Both Deoxys stared at each other for a few seconds before the Deoxys with the green crystal turned to Ichigo.
Thank you for helping my sister and I, Deoxys said. No problem, Ichigo replied. If I may ask, what are you two planning to do now?
Both Deoxys looked at each other.
We were wondering if we could stay with you, for the time being.
Deoxys with the purple crystal replied. That is fine, Ichigo replied. As two more faker balls appeared in Ichigo's hands.
Do you two have names? We do have names, but we're not sure how to translate them into your language.
The Deoxys with the green crystal said. Then I will call you Emerald, Ichigo pointed at Deoxys with the green crystal, and will call you Amethyst, Ichigo said.
Okay. They said, accepting their new names.
Ichigo captured Emerald and Amethyst. Ichigo looked around, making sure no one witnessed what happened before returning to bed.
Scene change, unknown location. Annie and Oakley entered a well-decorated office.
They stared at their boss sitting at her desk. Her face is covered white mask with a red gamma symbol on her left eye. She was dressed in a full black combat suit with a hood, matching black gloves, and black boots. The suit allowed them to tell she was a woman but nothing else.
Report. She ordered. Commander Gamma, we failed the mission. Oakley began.
We were able to find the home of Latias and Latios, but someone strong interfered with our mission.
Oh? Do you have a description of this person? Commander Gamma asked. We do, Oakley said as she presented a report to Commander Gamma. She took it and began to read it.
The report had Ichigo's picture and listed the Pokemon Ichigo used against them.
Commander Gamma began to type something on her computer. No wonder you two lost to him. What do you mean, Commander Gamma? Annie asked. He's a Cardinal level trainer. She revealed. A Cardinal level trainer.
Annie and Oakley repeated in shock. Your failure is rather understandable since both of your strength is around the low end of an ace trainer.
Commander Gamma continued. Do you still have your dark balls?
It was my fault, Oakley said.
We tried to capture his Pokemon with them, but he intercepted them before they could activate. I see. Commander Gamma said. The loss of the dark balls is something I have to punish you for. Commander Gamma paused as she thought of punishment.
She turned to Oakley.
Squire Oakley, Commander Gamma began, emphasizing her rank.
Your punishment is to kill Squire Annie and devour her essence.
Annie's and Oakley's eyes widened.
Before Annie could move, the shadows around her shot out and bound her hands and feet in place.
Sorry, sister, Oakley said as she walked over to Annie.
Just make it quick, Annie said, accepting her fate.
Oakley took out a dagger. The blade and handle were completely black with a small black gem at the hilt of the dagger. She stabbed the dagger into Annie's heart.
The red veins appeared on the dagger's blade in Annie's chest.
The red veins began to move, absorbing Annie's aura. The black gemstone on the hilt began to grow longer as it continued to devour Annie's aura.
A few minutes later, the gemstone grew about 7 inches, 17.78 cms, while Annie's corpse looked like a dried prune.
Squire Oakley, dispose of the corpse and then devour the aura crystal in your room. Don't do any funny business. Commander Gamma ordered.
Yes, Commander Gamma, Oakley said as she picked up Annie's dead body and left the office.
Commander Gamma let out a sigh as she turned her laptop on. She could see 3 other people in the call. Welcome Gamma, someone said. The speaker had a white mask with a red alpha on the left eye and a black omega on the right eye.
Their voice was synthesized, to prevent anyone from figuring out if the speaker was male or female.
Thank you, Grand Commander, Gamma replied. Report your mission status. Grand Commander ordered.
We failed to capture Latios and Latias.
We might have also revealed that we still exist. Gamma reported. Stupid girl. A man shouted. He didn't have a mask on, revealing his face.
He has crimson red wavy hair, thick black eyebrows, and red eyes.
His left eye has the epsilon tattooed in black around it. Silence Epsilon. Grand Commander ordered. Yes, Grand Commander, Epsilon growled, obeying Grand Commander's orders. Continue Gamma. Grand Commander said.
The enemy was able to steal 2 of our dark balls, which may lead to the reveal of our existence.
I assume the fool has been punished? Grand Commander asked.
She has been, Gamma confirmed.
Grand Commander nodded. How close are you to discovering Groudon and Kyogre?
According to my spies, Team Magma and Team Aqua stopped looking for Groudon and Kyogre and decided to work with the Pokemon Rangers.
Why the sudden change? Grand Commander asked.
According to my spies, a young man with long orange hair blatantly told them how unrealistic their idea was and convinced them to change their goals, Gamma reported.
I see.
I also have reason to believe that this man was also the person who foiled our plans at Alto Mare, Gamma said as she sent over the information Oakley provided.
I see. Grand Commander said.
Show our slaves, squires, knights, and warlocks his image and report in as soon as he is spotted.
Grand Commander ordered. Yes, Grand Commander.
All the commanders in the call said.
Epsilon, how is it in Unova? Grand Commander asked. Great. Team Plasma has been hard at work finding the Dark Stone and Light Stone. Epsilon reported, purposely showing off his success to Gamma. How close are they to finding it? Grand Commander asked.
They narrowed the search down to somewhere in the Relic Castle, Epsilon reported.
What about the other legendary Pokemon? Team Plasma failed to find any other legendary Pokemon, Epsilon answered. What about your team, Behemoth? Grand Commander asked. Epsilon flinched. We also failed to find any other legendary Pokemon, Epsilon admitted. I see. Grand Commander said. What about you, Delta? We've managed to fully take over the Ether Foundation, Delta reported.
Luzaman, the president of the Ether Foundation, was already mentally unstable, so it was easy to turn her into a slave.
Is there any chance of her resisting? Grand Commander asked.
She was already addicted to the toxins from UB01, so a mixture of that and our aura should be enough to keep her a slave.
What about the other senior members? Grand Commander asked.
All their senior members have also been turned into slaves, Delta reported.
How is the research into the Ultra Beasts?
They've already been able to capture 2 UB01, Delta reported.
Good. What about the legendary Pokemon? The island Kahunas are the only ones who are aware of the exact location of each legendary Pokemon. According to rumors, these island Kahunas received a blessing from their legendary Pokemon.
Just capture the island Kahunas and interrogate them, Epsilon commented. The issue is that if we capture the island Kahunas, it may reveal our intent to capture them, and they go hide.
Delta calmly replied. See what you can do. Grand Commander said. Yes, Grand Commander, Delta said.
All of you continue your respective missions.
Grand Commander said to all the commanders before ending the call. Chapter 68, Arc 13. This is your captain speaking. We've arrived at our final stop, Sanjem Town. The intercom broadcasted. Ichigo and Sabrina packed up their belongings. After Moss Deep City, the cruise ship sailed for a week straight. Ichigo and Sabrina continued to use this time to train their Pokemon. Some of his Pokemon managed to master Elemental Aura and a weaker form of Divine Domain called Pseudo Domain. Ichigo and Sabrina stepped off of the cruise ship.
They walked into town and founded the nearby Pokemon Center.
I have the first few episodes of the anime loaded, Kyoka said.
Thank you, Ichigo said as they entered the Pokemon Center.
Hello. What can I do for you? Nurse Joy asked.
We want to register for the Sinnoh League, Ichigo said.
I see. Can I get your trainer IDs, please? She asked. Sabrina handed Nurse Joy her trainer card while Ichigo handed over his Pokédex.
She took them and scanned them on her computer.
I see that both of you have a series of accomplishments. Do you plan to participate under the Fresh Start policy or the Legacy policy?
I wish to participate under the legacy policy, Ichigo answered. So will I, Sabrina said.
Very well.
Nurse Joy said as she typed something on her computer.
Looks like everything is in order. She returned Ichigo's Pokédex and Sabrina's trainer card. Good luck, she said. Ichigo and Sabrina left the Pokemon Center.
They walked out of Sangem Town and walked past a sign that read Route 102. As they continued, they noticed a few bird Pokemon sitting on a branch.
A Starly. Ichigo identified. Are you planning to capture one? She asked.
It might be good to have a few low-level Pokemon just in case I get into a battle.
Ichigo thought as he pulled out a Pokeball. One of the Starly noticed Ichigo.
It jumped off the branch and flew towards him, its wings glowed silver.
Ichigo stood his ground and waited.
At the last second, he punched the incoming Starly, sending it crashing into the ground. Ichigo caught the Starly and scanned it with his Pokédex. This Starly is female, 1 foot 8 inches, with the Keen Eye ability. It knows Tackle, Quick Attack, Wing Attack, Double Team, and Steel Wing.
The Pokédex read. Nice catch, Sabrina said. Where did you find that? Someone asked.
Ichigo turned to see a trainer walked out of the woods. It was a young man with mid-length purple hair that has one big strand hanging over the middle of his face, small dark eyes. He had a dark blue jacket with gray pants.
That's Paul, Ichigo thought.
I just walked in and spotted a group of Starly. This one flew down and challenged me,
Ichigo said. Let's have a battle. If you win you get one of my Pokemon, Paul said. No thanks. It wouldn't be fair. All of my other Pokemon are too strong for a beginner like you, Ichigo replied. Paul glared at Ichigo. Does he think he's stronger than me since he was lucky to catch a Starly that already knows a good move? Paul thought. How would you like to balance this out? Paul asked.
2 versus 1, Ichigo said as he pulled out a Pokeball.
And I will send out my first Pokemon and have the first move.
Sure, Paul said. Ichigo sent out his Sizer.
This is going to be easy,
Paul thought as he sent out his Chimchar and Elekid. Ichigo scanned Chimchar and Elekid with his Pokédex before pocketing it.
This guy is definingly arrogant.
He didn't recognize Chimchar and Elekid. Knowing Paul's personality, if Chimchar failed this battle against a Pokemon that is 4 times weaker than it, he might release it. The battle between Ichigo and Sabrina paused as she glanced at Paul.
Paul, he answered. The battle between Ichigo and Paul will begin.
Ichigo has the first move. Sandstorm, Ichigo said. Sizer waved her hands, causing a sandstorm to form.
Sizer entered the sandstorm. Enter the sandstorm.
When you see the Sizer, Elekid use Brick Break and Chimchar use Ember,
Paul ordered. Chimchar and Elekid nodded their heads as they entered the sandstorm.
Chimchar and Elekid covered their face to protect their face from the sandstorm, unaware of Sizer silently approaching them.
Ichigo ordered.
Sizer raised its right claw, which was glowing white, and attacked Elekid. The surprise attack sent Elekid flying out of the sandstorm. Chimchar turned around and opened its mouth, ready to attack, when suddenly it stopped. Sizer used the opening and attacked Chimchar, sending it flying out of the sandstorm. Chimchar and Elekid struggled to stand back up.
The sandstorm dissipated, revealing Sizer. Chimchar used Flame Wheel and Elekid used Brick Break. Paul quickly ordered. Chimchar engulfed itself in fire while Elekid's arms glowed white.
They charged towards Sizer. Dodge with agility and swords dance, Ichigo said.
Sizer suddenly vanished, causing Chimchar and Elekid to miss. Sizer appeared behind them, a few feet away.
Sizer crosses her claws, and they glow blue and grew slightly thicker.
Dodge! Paul quickly ordered. Sizer dashed towards Chimchar and swung its glow claws at it.
Chimchar got hit in the chest, sending it flying towards Paul's feet. Sizer turned to Elekid.
Protect! Ellicott raised its arms up and projected a barrier around it.
Sizer pounded the barrier, trying to break it. Paul glared at the fallen Chimchar.
"Get up!" he yelled.
Ichigo and Sabrina frowned at Paul's attitude towards the fallen Chimchar. Soon Ellicott's barrier broke and Sizer was able to attack it.
Sizer's claws hit Ellicott in the chest and knocking it out. "The battle is over. The winner is Sizer," Sabrina declared. Ichigo walked over to Sizer.
"Good job," Ichigo said as he recalled Sizer. Ichigo turned to see Paul recalled his Ellicott.
"That was a horrible battle,"
he said as glared at Chimchar before pressing the button on the Pokeball 4 times. Suddenly Chimchar glowed blue for a moment.
"Looks like he released his Chimchar,"
Sabrina telepathically said.
"Get lost, trash. I don't need weak trash like you," Paul said as he walked away. 1.
Chimchar looked down, saddened by the loss of his trainer.
Ichigo walked over to Chimchar.
"Hey," Ichigo said. Chimchar looked at Ichigo with a slightly confused look.
"Are you going to let his words get to you, Char?"
Chimchar replied, accepting Paul's words. "You remind me of one of my Pokemon," Ichigo said as he took out a Pokeball. Her previous trainer thought she was weak as well, so he abandoned her in the rain. "I found her, took care of her injuries, and raised her right.
Now she's one of my strongest Pokemon."
Ichigo released his Charizard.
Ichigo quickly explained to Charizard what happened to Chimchar.
Charizard picked up Chimchar and she began to talk with it, likely retelling the same story Ichigo said.
Ichigo could see the hope and joy return to Chimchar.
"So Chimchar," Ichigo pulled out a Pokeball.
"Do you want to join my team and show Paul how wrong he was and show his team how strong you truly are?"
Chimchar stood there for a few seconds before nodded its head, accepting Ichigo's offer.
Ichigo caught Chimchar and scanned it with his Pokédex. This Chimchar is female, 2 feet tall with the Blaze ability. Its current known moves are Scratch, Ember, and Flame Wheel.
Ichigo sent out his Pidgeot and Corviknight to help mentor Starly as they continued to cross the rest of Route 202. He could see Starly's attacks were slightly stronger than before.
They soon arrived at Jubilife City. They checked in at the Pokemon Center.
Ichigo handed Nurse Joy his Sizer, Chimchar, and Starly for her to take care of. They spent the night there before heading to Route 218. Ichigo had Blaziken and Pidgeot train Chimchar and Starly.
They soon arrived at Canalave City.
"Time for our first gym badge," Ichigo said.
Sabrina nodded her head. They checked in at the local Pokemon Center before entering the gym. Ichigo could see a few trainers waiting in the lobby.
Ichigo spotted a male miner behind the receptionist counter.
"Good afternoon. How can I help you?" the receptionist asked.
"We are here to challenge the gym leader," Ichigo said.
"I see. May I have your trainer IDs?" he asked. Ichigo and Sabrina handed their trainer IDs to the receptionist.
He took them and scanned them on his computer.
"Okay.
Both of you will be next to fight gym leader Brian," the receptionist announced.
"Hey!" one of the trainers in the lobby shouted. "I was here first." "Same. Why do they get to go in front of us?"
"Unlike you basic trainers," the receptionist said as he stood up. "These two are higher-ranking trainers and they are challenging gym leader Byron against his full power team, not his league-sanctioned team." The door in front of them opened as someone stepped into the lobby. It was a tall and very muscular man. He has burgundy hair and shaved beard.
He wears a tight white tank top, white gloves, gray shredded work pants, boots, brown cape, and carries a shovel. "Ace trainer Sabrina? Carinal trainer Ichigo?" he said.
"That is us," Ichigo replied, ignoring the shock from the 3 trainers.
"Excellent. I'm Byron, the gym leader," he introduced. "Who wants to go first?" Rourke asked. "He can go first," Sabrina said. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders as he followed Byron. "Follow me," he said as he walked back to the battlefield. Ichigo followed behind him.
The receptionist turned to Sabrina and 3 trainers.
"Follow me to the audience stand," he said. Everyone arrived to see a rocky battlefield.
Ichigo and Byron took their position on the battlefield, with a referee in the middle. The match between gym leader Byron and Carinal trainer Ichigo will begin.
The match will be a 3-on-3. Both trainers can substitute their Pokemon.
Trainer Ichigo has the first attack.
The referee announced the rules.
Trainers, on the count of 3 both of you will release your Pokemon.
Ichigo and Byron nodded their heads. 1.
They pulled out a Pokeball each.
2.
They prepared to throw their respective Pokeball.
3. Ichigo and Byron threw their Pokeballs. Ichigo sent out his Magmortar.
Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the Pokemon, revealing it to be an Excadrill, a ground steel type.
The battle between Magmortar and Excadrill will begin.
Ichigo has the first move.
Magmortar use Lava Plume. Ichigo ordered.
Magmortar aims her bazooka-like arms at Excadrill and fires a massive blast of fire and smoke.
Excadrill dive underground. Byron ordered.
Excadrill arms came together to form a large drill.
Excadrill's drill began to spin as it quickly dove underground. The lathe plume landed on the ground, scattering lava all over Byron's side of the battlefield. Ichigo smiled. Earthquake. Ichigo ordered. Get out. Byron yelled.
Magmortar stomped on the ground, sending powerful vibration across the ground.
Excadrill shot out of the ground. Flamethrower. Ichigo ordered.
Magmortar fired 2 large streams of flames from her arms.
Excadrill yelled out in pain as it was hit by the flames. Excadrill collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The battle is over. The winner is Magmortar. The referee declared. Smart move. Excadrill's only way to dodge an attack is diving underground. Byron commented as he recalled his Excadrill. But will that strategy work against this? Byron sent out his second Pokemon.
Ichigo scanned the Pokemon, revealing it to be a Skarmory, a steel flying type.
Thank you for your assistance. Ichigo thanked Magmortar before recalling her and sent out Electivire.
The referee glanced back at Byron, seeing his response.
Damn it. His Electivire would be able to catch my Skarmory. He thought. He recalled his Skarmory and sent out another Pokemon. It was a Magnezone.
Ichigo recalled his Electivire and sent out his Salazzle.
What is that? Byron thought, not recognizing the Pokemon. I will stay in for now, Byron said. The battle between Salazzle and Magnezone will begin. Byron has the first move. Magnezone use Thunderbolt. Byron ordered. Dodge it and use Sludge Bomb, Ichigo ordered. Salazzle leaped to the side and fired a few balls of sludge. The sludge landed on Magnezone, interrupting Magnezone's attack. So that Salazzle is a poison type. Byron thought. Worst Pokemon to bring against me. Magnezone use Thunderbolt. Byron ordered. Magnezone began to charge up the electricity.
Suddenly it stopped as a purple spot began to form on its face.
Zone. Magnezone cried out in pain. Byron's eyes widened with realization. How did Magnezone get poisoned? 2. Byron thought. Flamethrower. Ichigo ordered. Salazzle opened her mouth and fired a blast of flames at Magnezone. Dodge it. Byron ordered. Magnezone barely managed to dodge the flamethrower in time as it struggled against the poison. Keep using flamethrower, Ichigo ordered. Salazzle continued to attack Magnezone. Magnezone's stamina finally ran out as it failed to react in time as it was engulfed in Salazzle's flamethrower. Magnezone crashed into the ground. The battle is over. The winner is Salazzle. The referee said. Byron recalled his Magnezone and sent out his Skarmory. Ichigo switched his Salazzle for his Electivire. The battle between Electivire and Skarmory will begin.
Ichigo has the first move.
Plasma Fist.
Blue lighting wrapped around Electivire as she leaped towards Skarmory.
Get in the air, Byron ordered. Skarmory flew up in the air, dodging Electivire's fists. Ichigo smirked. Magnet rise, Ichigo ordered. 2 yellow discs of electricity formed around Electivire's feet as she floated off the ground. She soared towards the Skarmory, ready to punch it with Plasma Fist. Skarmory, try to tire it out, Byron ordered. Skarmory flapped its wings, trying to stay away from Electivire.
Electivire refused to give up, continuing to pursue Skarmory.
Ichigo glanced at Electivire. Her stamina running low. Ichigo noticed. Electivire use Wild Charge, Ichigo ordered.
Electivire used Magnet Rise to create a platform for her to leap from. She surrounded herself in electricity as she soared in the air, using the momentum to catch Skarmory off guard. Skarmory dove down, due to the extra weight.
Plasma Fist, Ichigo ordered. Vire.
She yelled. She wrapped her left arm around Skarmory's neck and began to punch Skarmory in the chest with her right fist.
Break free, Byron yelled. Skarmory shook its entire body, trying to break free. At the last second, Electivire turned Skarmory around, having its back towards the ground. Electivire let go of Skarmory and used Skarmory as a platform to jump up. The increased force sent Skarmory crashing to the ground while Electivire looked fine. The battle is over. The winner is Electivire, the referee announced. Byron recalled his Skarmory and sent out his final Pokémon.
Ichigo scanned the Pokémon, revealing it to be a Bastiodon.
Ichigo, I assume you have one? Byron asked as pulled out a necklace with a Megastone embedded in it.
I do, Ichigo said as he recalled Electivire and sent his Swampert.
Ichigo pulled out a bracelet with a Megastone on. Mega, Shinka, 3. Both Bastiodon and Swampert were engulfed in a ball of energy. Rampardos and Swampert let out a loud roar as the ball of energy dissipated. Bastiodon's body grew slightly bigger and bulkier. Bastiodon's face shield elongated and expanded, resembling a Triceratops, 4. Swampert's upper body and arms become more muscular, compared to his squat lower body. The orange padding on Swampert's thighs vanished, but he gains 2 additional patches of orange padding on each wrist and another patch on each shoulder. This padding and his gills become a darker, redder shade of orange, while the gills are now larger and bulbous, with filaments extending past his mouth. The black fins on his head are thicker and now extend down past his shoulders. Ichigo quickly scanned Mega Bastiodon, making sure to hear the new information from the Pokédex. Mega Bastiodon is a rock steel type. This Pokémon is owned by Gym Leader Byron. No other information is available. It's still weak to fighting, ground, and water, Ichigo thought. The battle between Mega Bastiodon and Mega Swampert will begin. Byron has the first move. Bastiodon use Iron Defense. Mega Bastiodon was covered in a silver aura. Charge in with Liquidation, Ichigo ordered. Mega Swampert was engulfed in water as he charged towards Mega Bastiodon. Use Iron Head, Byron ordered. Mega Bastiodon's head glowed metallic silver as it met Mega Swampert's head on. The impact from the 2 attacks sent both Megas flying away.
Mega Swampert and Mega Bastiodon quickly recovered.
Are you okay? Ichigo asked. He replied with a thumbs up. Go in with the hammer arm, Ichigo said. Mega Swampert's forearms glowed white as he charged towards Mega Bastiodon. Use Stone Edge, Byron ordered. Mega Bastiodon glows a faint orange as a ring of light forms above it. The light then becomes a ring of multiple sharp stones that spun toward Mega Swampert. Use Liquidation, Ichigo ordered. Mega Swampert engulfed himself water again as he continued to charge towards Mega Bastiodon. The liquidation destroyed all the incoming rocks. Don't stop, Byron ordered.
Mega Bastiodon continued to send more rocks at Mega Swampert, who destroyed them all with liquidation. Mega Swampert collided with Mega Bastiodon, stunning it. "End it," Ichigo said. Mega Swampert raised his forearms, which began to glow white, and began to punch Mega Bastiodon.
"Endure it!" Byron yelled. Mega Bastiodon stood its ground against Mega Swampert. It took a few hits before Mega Swampert's fists finally knocked Mega Bastiodon unconscious.
Surprisingly, Mega Bastiodon remained in place despite being knocked unconscious.
The battle is over. The winner is Mega Swampert. The winner of the match is Cardinal Ichigo, the referee declared. Ichigo and Byron recalled their Pokémon. The second match will begin a half an hour. Sabrina nodded her head as Ichigo and Byron went to the Pokémon Center. Ichigo and Sabrina switched spots as Sabrina challenged Byron.
Sabrina used her Slowking, Executor, Golduck, and Mega Metatite against Byron's Aegislash, Bisharp, Escavalier, and Mega Agron. Unlike Ichigo, Sabrina had a hard time since Byron had the type advantage. In the end, Sabrina won with her Mega Metatite as the last one conscious. Ichigo and Sabrina stood at the center of the battlefield. "Congratulations on winning," Byron said. The referee walked towards them with a case. Byron opened the case and presented Ichigo and Sabrina the Mind Badge. It was a golden badge with 3 brown medals shaped like 3 stones, with the remaining golden medal resembling 3 pickaxes. This looks slightly different compared to the regular Mind Badge, Ichigo thought. Byron noticed Ichigo staring at the badge. "Is this your first time doing the Legacy Challenge?" he asked. "It is," Ichigo replied. "When you defeat the gym leader, you are presented a different gym badge compared to beginning trainers or those participating under the Fresh Start policy." Byron pulled out another Mind Badge. The gold was replaced with a gray medal. These golden badges are also known as Legacy Gym Badges. By getting all 8 of these Legacy Badges, you can slip straight into the quarter-finals. Byron explained. "I see," Ichigo said. Ichigo and Sabrina accepted their Legacy Gym Badge and left the gym. They returned to the Pokémon Center for Sabrina's Pokémon to recover. They stayed the night at the Pokémon Center before they left Canalave City. Scene change, Orberg City. Ichigo and Sabrina had to walk through Route 218, Jubilife City, Route 202, Route 203, and a small cave before they arrived at Orberg City. During that time, Ichigo continued to train Starly and Chimchar. He could tell they were both close to evolving. Meanwhile, Sabrina's Ralts evolved into a Curlia. "Time for our second gym badge," Ichigo said. Sabrina nodded her head. They checked in at the local Pokémon Center before entering the gym. Ichigo spotted a male miner behind the receptionist counter. "Good afternoon. How can I help you?" the receptionist asked. "We are here to challenge the gym leader," Ichigo said. "I see. May I have your trainer IDs?" he asked. Ichigo and Sabrina handed their trainer IDs to the receptionist. He took them and scanned them on his computer. "Okay. He should be out in a bit." "Thank you," Ichigo and Sabrina said as they took their trainer IDs back. They sat in the receptionist area until someone stepped into the lobby. It was a young man with red hair and a pair of glasses. He wears a mining outfit, similar to the receptionist. "Ace Trainer Sabrina? Carinal Trainer Ichigo?" he said. "That is us," Ichigo replied, ignoring the shock from the 3 trainers. "Excellent. I'm Rourke, the gym leader," he introduced. "Who wants to go first?" Rourke asked. "He can go first," Sabrina said. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders as he followed Rourke. "Follow me." Ichigo and Rourke took their position on the battlefield, with a referee in the middle. Sabrina sat in the audience area. The match between gym leader Rourke and Carinal Trainer Ichigo will begin. The match will be a 3-on-3. Both trainers can substitute their Pokémon. Trainer Ichigo has the first attack. The referee announced the rules. Trainers, on the count of 3 both of you will release your Pokemon.
Ichigo and Rourke nodded their heads. 1.
They pulled out a Pokeball each.
2.
They prepared to throw their respective Pokeball.
3. Ichigo and Rourke threw their Pokeballs.
Ichigo sent out his Blastoise while Rourke sent out his Pokemon.
The Pokédex quickly identified that Pokemon is Gigolith, a rock type from Unova. Suddenly a sandstorm surrounded them. Blastoise use Rain Dance, Ichigo said. Gigolith use Stealth Rocks, Rourke ordered. Blastoise's body began to shine brightly as clouds appear in the sky, making it rain. Multiple glowing rocks rose in front of Gigolith.
The rocks soared towards Ichigo's side of the battlefield and implanted themselves into the ground.
Smart counter, but that's not going to work with me, Ichigo thought. Blastoise use Rapid Spin and Hydro Pump, Ichigo ordered. Gigolith use Protect, Rourke ordered.
A green barrier appeared around Gigolith. Blastoise tucked all her limbs into her shell and began to spin and spray water, creating a tornadic waterspout. It moved through the battlefield, destroying Gigolith's stealth rocks, towards the protected Gigolith.
The tornadic waterspout slammed into Gigolith's Protect. Stand strong, Gigolith, Rourke yelled. The tornadic waterspout began to slow down. Thank Arceus, Rourke thought as he looked at Gigolith. Gigolith couldn't hold on much longer. Hydro Pump reverse, Ichigo ordered. Blastoise stopped spinning.
Her large cannons popped out and fired 2 powerful jets of water.
The attack sent Blastoise back to Ichigo's side as well as destroyed Gigolith's Protect. Gigolith, Rourke yelled as Gigolith crashed into the wall behind Rourke.
Blastoise stopped her attack as she stood back up, resuming a fighting stance.
Gigolith is unable to battle. The winner is Ichigo, the referee declared. Good job, Gigolith,
he said as he recalled his Gigolith.
Go Probopass. Smart. Probopass knows some electric type attacks, making it a good counter to Blastoise,
Ichigo thought as he recalled his Blastoise and sent out Metagross.
Shit, Rourke thought. The referee glanced at Rourke.
Rourke recalled his Probopass and sent out his Rampardos.
Ichigo, I assume you have one? Rourke pulled out a necklace with a Mega Stone embedded in it.
I do, Ichigo said as he put a bracelet with a Mega Stone on.
Mega Shinka, Ichigo and Rourke shouted. Rampardos and Metagross were engulfed in a ball of energy. Rampardos and Metagross let out a loud roar as the ball of energy dissipated. Rampardos grew larger.
The horns around the body drew even larger and gained a slight metallic shine to them.
The crest on its back grew longer as well. 5.
Metagross is levitating in the air, and its 4 legs are now converted into arm claws, which are longer, and the X on its face is cobalt blue.
4 smaller legs are moved backward as well.
Ichigo scanned the Mega Rampardos.
Mega Rampardos is a rock steel type. This Pokemon is owned by Gym Leader Rourke. No other information is available. HM. It's still weak to fighting, ground, and water, Ichigo thought. The battle between Mega Rampardos and Mega Metagross will begin. Rourke has the first move. Rampardos use Head Smash. Mega Rampardos was covered in a bluish-white aura and then charges into its opponent headfirst. Psychic, Ichigo ordered. Mega Metagross's eyes glowed as it tried to stop Mega Rampardos.
To Ichigo's shock, Mega Rampardos resisted the effects of Psychic.
Swerve to the side, Ichigo ordered.
Mega Metagross took a step to the side, causing Rampardos to miss its attack.
Hammer Arm. All 4 of Mega Metagross's arms glowed white before attacking Mega Rampardos' exposed back.
The unexpected attack knocked Mega Rampardos to the ground.
Get out of there, Rourke yelled. Don't let it recover, Ichigo ordered.
Mega Metagross moved on top of Mega Rampardos and continued to use Hammer Arm enough, Ichigo said after a minute of attacks.
Mega Metagross took a few steps away from Mega Rampardos. Mega Rampardos is unable to battle. The winner is Mega Metagross. The referee declared. Good job Rampardos, Rourke said as he recalled his Pokémon. You're my last chance, Probopass. He said as he sent back out Probopass. Ichigo glanced at Mega Metagross. Are you good to continue? Ichigo asked. Mega Metagross nodded its head. The battle between Probopass and Mega Metagross will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Hammer Arm. Ichigo ordered. Mega Metagross's arms glowed white as they charged towards Probopass. Dodge with Magnet Rise. Rourke ordered. A disc of yellow electricity appeared below Probopass as it rose in the air, avoiding Mega Metagross. Now Heavy Slam. The yellow disc of electricity disappeared as Probopass's body was surrounded by a silver aura. Dodge it! Ichigo ordered. Mega Metagross floated back, avoiding the attack. The entire stadium shook from the impact. The dust settled to see Probopass stuck in the ground. Hammer Arm. Ichigo ordered. Mega Metagross lunged towards Probopass before it could recover. Power Gem. Rourke ordered. Small objects around Probopass turned towards the incoming Mega Swampert and began to fire white beams of energy. Mega Metagross let out a loud roar as it ignored the Power Gem. Mega Metagross began to attack with Hammer Arm as soon as Probopass got within hitting range while ignoring the Power Gem. The small objects around Probopass stopped firing Power Gem and they fell on the ground. Enough, Ichigo said. Mega Metagross floated away from Probopass. Probopass is unable to continue. The winner is Mega Metagross. The winner of the match is Cardinal Ichigo. The referee announced. Ichigo and Rourke recalled their Pokémon. The referee turned to Sabrina. We will commence your match in an hour. The referee said. Sabrina nodded her head as she stood up. Ichigo and Rourke went to the Pokémon Center and had Nurse Joy look over their Pokémon. She informed them Ichigo's Pokémon would be ready in a few minutes, while Rourke's Pokémon required a few hours. Ichigo apologized for how aggressive the battle was. Rourke told Ichigo that the apology was unnecessary. Ichigo took his spot in the gym as it was Sabrina's turn against Rourke. She used her Slowking, Jinx, and Mega Meditite against Rourke's Mega Tyranitar, Lycanroc Duskform, and Armaldo. Sabrina's battle against Rourke was much harder compared to Ichigo's, with his entire team immune to Sandstorm, which put Sabrina on a timer and his Mega Tyranitar and Lycanroc Duskform knowing Crunch while his Armaldo knew X-Scissor. It was a close call before Sabrina won. Ichigo and Sabrina stood at the center of the battlefield. Congratulations on winning, Rourke said. The referee walked towards them with a case. Rourke opened the case and presented Ichigo and Sabrina the Coal Badge. It was a golden badge with brown metal shaped like a boulder and a pokeball combined on top. Ichigo and Sabrina accepted their Legacy Gym badge and left the gym. They returned to the Pokémon Center for Sabrina's Pokémon to recover. They stayed the night at the Pokémon Center. Scene change, Eterna City. Ichigo and Sabrina crossed through Route 207 and Route 206 before they arrived at Eterna City. During that time Starly evolved into a Staravia and Chimchar evolved into Monferno, who also learned Mach Punch. It was late in the evening when they arrived at Eterna City. They spent the night at the Pokémon Center before they challenged the gym leader. When Ichigo and Sabrina entered the gym, they were greeted by Gardenia. Good morning, challengers. She greeted. Good morning, Ichigo replied. We're here for a gym battle. Good. Best way to get the day started with a gym battle. She said. Let me help you two sign in. She walked over to the empty receptionist's desk. Ichigo and Sabrina handed their trainer ID to her. Excellent. She said as she scanned their trainer IDs. Rourke and Byron told me about you too. They did? Ichigo asked. It's very rare for people to do the Legacy Challenge. She admitted. Most would participate in their region's conference until their badges expire and then find an alternative job after that. 5. she said. I see. Ichigo replied.
She handed Ichigo and Sabrina their trainer IDs.
Are both of you fine with a 4-on-4? She asked. Sure, Ichigo replied. I'm fine, Sabrina replied. She speaks. Gardenia joked. Anyways, who wants to go first?
He can, Sabrina said. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders as Gardenia escorted them down to the battlefield.
They soon arrived at a fork. Walk upstairs to the stands, Gardenia said.
Sabrina nodded her head and began to walk upstairs.
Wait, Ichigo said as he sent out his Staravia and Monferno. Go with Sabrina and watch my battle, Ichigo said. Staravia and Monferno nodded their heads and followed Sabrina up the stairs.
Ichigo and Gardenia arrived at the battlefield. They took their respective place on the battlefield.
A female referee entered the battlefield.
This match is between gym leader Gardenia and Cardinal Ichigo. This will be a 4-on-4 with substitutions.
The first battle will begin at the count of 3. She said.
Ichigo and Gardenia pulled out their own Pokeball.
1, 2, 3. Ichigo and Gardenia sent out their first Pokemon. Out came a Ludicolo and a Corviknight.
The first battle is between Ludicolo and Corviknight. Gardenia recalled her Ludicolo and sent out her Alolan Exeggutor.
Exeggutor's large neck lightly swayed side to side.
I will stay with Corviknight, Ichigo said. The referee nodded her head.
The first matches between Exeggutor and Corviknight will begin.
Ichigo has the first move.
Corviknight used Brave Bird.
Corviknight's body was surrounded in blue aura as he charged towards Alolan Exeggutor.
Flamethrower, Gardenia ordered.
Alolan Exeggutor opened its mouth and spewed fire at Corviknight.
Dodge it, Ichigo ordered.
Corviknight swerved to the side, barely avoiding flames.
Don't let it escape, Gardenia ordered. Alolan Exeggutor continued to follow Corviknight. It twisted its neck before adjusting its feet. Wait a minute,
Ichigo thought, noticing Alolan Exeggutor's movement.
Corviknight fly faster, Ichigo ordered. Corviknight increased his speed. Is he trying to wait out my Exeggutor? She thought. Don't lose that bird, Gardenia yelled.
Ichigo cracked a smile as the Alolan Exeggutor suddenly stopped its attack as it was disoriented. Gardenia's eyes widened as she realized what Ichigo did. He was able to make Exeggutor confused.
End it with Brave Bird, Ichigo said.
Corviknight was once again surrounded by blue energy as he slammed directly into Alolan Exeggutor's head. The impact knocked the Alolan Exeggutor off its feet and slammed into the ground.
The dust settled to reveal the Alolan Exeggutor was unconscious. The battle is over. Winner is Corviknight, the referee declared.
I didn't think you would use Exeggutor's own height and reflexes against me, Gardenia commented as she recalled her Alolan Exeggutor and sent out her Ludicolo. Thank you for your effort, Ichigo said as he recalled his Corviknight.
HM?
He still would have the type advantage against Ludicolo with his Corviknight.
Gardenia thought.
Ichigo sent out his Pidgeot.
The referee glanced at Gardenia. I will remain with Ludicolo. The battle between Ludicolo and Pidgeot will begin. Gardenia has the first move. Ludicolo use Rain Dance, she said. Ludicolo began to dance.
Pidgeot use Brave Bird, Ichigo ordered. Dark rain clouds began to form as Pidgeot was surrounded in a blue aura.
Pidgeot dove towards Ludicolo, who was still dancing. Heavy rain began to pour down. Gardenia smiled. Ice Beam, she ordered. Ludicolo opened its mouth as a light blue formed.
Light blue beams shot out towards Pidgeot.
Dodge it, Ichigo ordered. Pidgeot swerved to the side.
One of Pidgeot's wings failed to dodge in time, becoming frozen. The sudden weight increase caused Pidgeot to crash into the ground, but the impact also broke the frozen wing free.
Ice Beam again. Don't let it escape, Gardenia ordered. Ludicolo fired another ice beam from its mouth. Get in the air, Ichigo ordered. Pidgeot quickly flew up in the air, barely avoiding the ice beam. This is going to be risky. Pidgeot hasn't mastered his technique yet, Ichigo thought as Pidgeot continued to dodge the ice beam. Pidgeot, elemental aura, Ichigo ordered. Pidgeot! He shrieked. Gardenia and Ludicolo paused to see what was happening. Pidgeot's entire body was engulfed in a metallic silver aura. Brave bird, Ichigo ordered. The metallic Pidgeot dove toward Ludicolo. Ice beam, Gardenia ordered. Ludicolo opened its mouth as a light blue formed. Light blue beams shot out towards the metallic Pidgeot. To Gardenia's and Ludicolo's shock, the ice beam was immediately shattered by Pidgeot. The shock allowed Pidgeot to slam directly in Ludicolo's chest. The impact knocked Ludicolo on its back. Use drill peck. Don't let Ludicolo recover, Ichigo ordered. Ludicolo, get up, Gardenia ordered. Pidgeot's peak glowed as he began to peck all over Ludicolo's body, preventing Ludicolo from responding. Soon Ludicolo collapsed, unconscious. Pidgeot deactivated elemental aura and fell on his knees. The battle is over. The winner is Pidgeot. Ichigo and Gardenia recalled their respective Pokémon. The referee glanced at Ichigo. Cardinal Ichigo, due to your substitution, you have to send out your Pokémon first. Ichigo nodded his head and sent out his Milotic. Strange. Why did he send out a Milotic? Gardenia thought. She sent out her Breloom. The battle between Milotic and Breloom will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Milotic, use Ice Beam, Ichigo shouted. Breloom, dodge it and use Seed Bomb. Breloom leaped up in the air, avoiding the ice beam. Breloom opens its mouth and fires multiple glowing green seeds towards Milotic. Milotic stood there and took the hit. Breloom landed as it stared at Milotic. Why didn't he order his Milotic to dodge? She thought. The dust settled to reveal Milotic was surrounded by a green aura. Ice Beam, Ichigo ordered. Milotic opened her mouth and fired another ice beam. This was much larger than before. Dodge it, Gardenia ordered. Breloom jumped up, dodging the attack. Milotic raised her head up, causing the ice beam to follow Breloom. Quickly Breloom was frozen by the ice beam. The frozen Breloom fell to the ground. Unfortunately for Breloom, the impact failed to break the ice. Breloom, Gardenia ordered. Gym leader Gardenia has 10 seconds before Breloom is declared unable to battle. The referee announced as a 10-second timer started to go down. Breloom, break free, she shouted. To her display, Breloom remained trapped in the ice. The time is up, the referee announced. The winner is Milotic. Gardenia recalled her frozen Breloom and sent out her Roserade. Rourke mentioned that you're able to Mega Evolve. Gardenia revealed a bracelet with a Mega Stone. I do, Ichigo said as he recalled his Milotic and sent out his Charizard. He revealed his necklace. Mega Shinka. They shouted as both Charizard and Roserade were engulfed in energy. The light died down to reveal Mega Charizard and Mega Roserade. Mega Roserade's white hair now looks like a top hat with two flower bulbs, one red and the other blue. The green cape Roserade is now a darker shade of green with the addition of a sash in front of its body. The red and blue bouquet has blossomed into roses. It has an even darker dark green mask over its white-lidded eyes. 7. The battle between Mega Roserade and Mega Charizard will begin. Gym leader Gardenia has the first move. The referee declared. Roserade, use Sludge Bomb, she ordered. Mega Roserade pointed her bouquets at Mega Charizard before firing balls of sludge. Mega Charizard opened her mouth and fired a stream of fire. The sludge bombs were incinerated by the flames. Flamethrower, Ichigo ordered.
Mega Charizard took a deep breath before unleashing a powerful stream of fire towards Mega Roserade.
Dodge it! Gardenia shouted.
Mega Roserade jumped away, dodging the attack. Mega Charizard continued to attack, trying to hit Mega Roserade. It continued to jump around, trying to dodge Mega Charizard's flames.
Mega Charizard finally stopped her attack. All the surrounding grass has been burned away. Hyper Beam! Gardenia ordered. Mega Roserade pointed her right bouquet at Mega Charizard before firing a large orange beam at Mega Charizard. Blast Burn, Ichigo said. Mega Charizard's body becomes engulfed in light blue flames.
She opened her mouth before firing a large blast of blue flames. The two attacks collided with each other, trying to assert dominance over each other. Charizard's Blast Burn overpowered Mega Roserade's Hyper Beam and hit Mega Roserade, engulfing her in the blue flames.
Gardenia quickly recalled her Pokémon. I forfeit. Gardenia declared. The battle is over. The winner is Mega Charizard. The winner of the match is Cardinal Ichigo. The referee announced. Mega Charizard let out a loud powerful roar, instantly extinguishing all the leftover flames. Ichigo recalled their Pokémon. That was an excellent battle, Gardenia said. Thank you. Ichigo and Gardenia went to the Pokémon Center and dropped off their Pokémon. Ichigo took Sabrina's place in the stand while she went down. Ichigo could tell that both Starly and Chimchar were amazed by Blaziken's, Pidgeot's, and Corviknight's performance. Don't worry, we'll make sure both of you train hard, Ichigo reassured as he glanced over to Sabrina's match with Gardenia. Sabrina used her Mega Metacam, both male and female Alakazam, and Espeon. While Gardenia used a Tangrowth, Shiftry, Trevenant, and Mega Torterra, 8. After the intense battle, Ichigo and Sabrina received their Legacy Forest badge, which is in the image of 3 trees of a forest, with the trunks removed, on a gold medal back. Ichigo, Sabrina, and Gardenia entered the Pokémon Center. Sabrina and Gardenia handed their Pokémon to Nurse Joy while Ichigo received his fully healed Pokémon. Help! Someone shouted. Ichigo, Sabrina, and Gardenia ran outside to see 5 people were injured. What happened? Gardenia asked. Some men in black and silver clothes tackled us down and stole our Pokémon. One of them said. Where did they go? Ichigo asked. This is likely Team Galactic. They ran into the nearby forest, 9. Someone else said. Gardenia, get the police to meet us there, Ichigo ordered. Okay, Gardenia said as she ran towards the local police. Ichigo and Sabrina ran into the forest. They quickly found the secret hideout. Ichigo sent out his Blaziken. Blaziken, see if you can knock down that door, Ichigo instructed. Fire erupted around her fists as she began to punch the door. After 10 punches, the door remained the same. Let me try, Ichigo said. Blaziken nodded her head as she stepped aside. Is he really trying to punch the door open? Sabrina thought. Ichigo pulled his right fist back and punched the door. Ichigo's first punch managed to put a big dent in the door. How did he do that? Looks like a regular punch isn't going to do it. Ichigo thought as he pulled his right fist back and punched the door again. This time the door was sent flying down the hallway. Ichigo glanced at Sabrina. Make sure no one tries to teleport out, Ichigo ordered. Okay. She replied as she sent out her Slowking, Golduck, and Jinx. Ichigo and Blaziken charged inside. Ichigo encountered a few Team Galactic grunts. Before they could react, Ichigo and Blaziken knocked them out with a punch. This continued until they met Saturn, one of the commander of Team Galactic. Ichigo knocked him out before he could react. Ichigo found a storage room full of caged Pokémon. He walked over to a nearby computer and tried to log in. Handprint required. The computer screen displayed. Ichigo grabbed the unconscious commander and placed his hand in the scanner. Handprint accepted. Welcome Commander Saturn. The computer screen displayed. Ichigo freed all the Pokémon in the cages.
Blaziken, can you help lead them out? Ichigo said.
Blaziken nodded her head. Blaz! 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 She yelled at all the Pokemon. All the Pokemon left the cage and followed Blaziken out.
Ichigo noticed two Pokemon remained standing there. The first one was a small round Pokemon with a spherical orange body with a long, spike-shaped, antenna-like feature atop its head, and a small, round orb on its underside. It has two ovular, blue eyes and a small, grinning mouth on its face. It is enveloped in a glowing aura of cyan-bluish plasma, with lightning bolt-shaped appendages on either side of its lower body. The second one resembles an oversized, pale red scorpion with its claws and tail have been swapped. The miniature jaws, claws, and tail claws are white. Its arms are attached directly to its head, close to its teal eyes. A pointed marking joins its eyes. The head, arms, two tail segments, and all four legs are light blue, while the body, tail end, and other two tail segments are a darker shade of red.
Can I help you? Ichigo asked. The small orange Pokemon dived into the computer.
The computer gained the orange color and eyes that looked exactly like the Pokemon.
We wish to join you.
The computer screen displayed.
Why? Ichigo asked. We both saw you break into the hideout.
You and your Pokemon are powerful. We wish to become stronger. The computer screen displayed. The other Pokemon nodded its head, in agreement.
The other Pokemon is Skorupi.
She is a poison bug type. While my species name is Rotom, and I am an electric ghost type.
As you can see, I can possess electrical equipment.
Team Galactic injected me with pre-programmed nanobots that transform into the desired electrical equipment, increasing my diversity.
It also allows them better control over me. Since you are capable of possessing electrical equipment, couldn't you override Team Galactic's control? Ichigo asked. I can, Rotom admitted.
But doing so without any possibility of escaping is pointless.
It replied.
I accept, Ichigo said.
Good.
Please plug in your Pokédex and the Pokeball that you intend to use to capture me.
Rotom asked as two wires shot out of the computer.
Ichigo took his Pokédex and a Pokeball and connected them. I am downloading all the information that Team Galactic had on me. I am also pre-programming a censored version of my information on the Pokeball in case it gets scanned by someone else.
Rotom explained as the download was finished.
Ichigo unplugged his Pokédex and the Pokeball.
Rotom began to delete any remaining records of it and Skorupi's existence. Do you want me to call you Rotom or do you have a name you want to go by? Ichigo asked. I want to get revenge for what Team Galactic did to me. Rotom thought. Malware. Rotom decided.
Very well, Malware, Ichigo said as the newly christened Malware exited Team Galactic's computer.
Ichigo caught Malware and Skorupi before he walked out of the hideout. Gardenia arrived with the police.
All of them are unconscious, Ichigo said as the police rushed inside the hideout.
Thank you,
she said as the officers rushed inside the hideout. They began to drag out unconscious members of Team Galactic. Ichigo and Sabrina returned to the Pokemon Center.
Sabrina went out to do some additional planning before they left Eterna City. Makes sense since Fantina specializes in ghost types. Ichigo thought as he scanned Malware and his Skorupi.
This Rotom, nicknamed Malware, is genderless electric ghost type with the Levitate ability. The current known moves are Discharge, Thunderbolt, Shadow Ball, Thunder Wave, Hex, Dark Pulse, Will-O-Wisp, and Shadow Sneak.
This Rotom has additional forms. The Pokédex read.
Ichigo clicked the Additional Forms option. Rotom's supposed to have only 5 additional forms. But Malware has a total of 9. Ichigo thought as he scanned the Skorupi.
Skorupi is female poison bug type with the Battle Armor ability.
The current known moves are Hone Claws, Fell Stinger, Poison Fawn, Bite, Toxic Spikes, and Slash.
Notice, this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. The Pokédex read. It was dinner time when Sabrina returned.
They ate dinner before going asleep, getting ready for the next few days of traveling.
Scene change, Heart Home City. It took Ichigo and Sabrina 4 days to get to Heart Home City. While they were at Route 206, a mother was looking for someone to help find her daughter, that accidentally wandered inside a nearby cave. So Ichigo and Sabrina volunteered to find the daughter. During their trip in the cave, Sabrina found a bronzer while Ichigo finds an Aaron. They eventually found the lost girl and took her back to her mother. They both cried tears of joy. The mother turns out to be a breeder form from the Galar region. She handed Ichigo and Sabrina an egg each. Ichigo and Sabrina continued through the rest of Route 206, Route 207, and through a small portion of Mtn Coronet. After that, they arrived at Heart Home City. They checked in at the local Pokemon Center before going to the gym. They entered the lobby for the gym. "Good morning," the receptionist said. "Both of you are here to challenge Lady Fantina?" the receptionist asked. "We are," Ichigo replied as he took out his Pokédex. Sabrina quietly followed, taking out her trainer ID. The receptionist checked them in before returning the trainer IDs. "Follow me," the receptionist said. Ichigo was escorted to the battlefield while Sabrina was escorted to the audience stand. Ichigo arrived to see Fantina and the referee standing there, waiting for them. "Good morning, Cardinal," Fantina said. "Good morning," Ichigo replied. Everyone took their position on the battlefield. The battle between Cardinal Ichigo and gym leader Fantina will begin. The referee announced. This will be a 3-on-3 match. Trainers, at the count of 3, release your first Pokemon. Ichigo and Fantina nodded their heads. 1. They took out a Pokeball. 2, 3. Ichigo and Fantina released their first Pokemon. Ichigo sent out his Hydreigon while Fantina sent out an Aegislash. The first battle between Hydreigon and Aegislash will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Triple Flamethrower. Ichigo ordered. All 3 of Hydreigon's heads opened their mouths and fired Flamethrower at Aegislash. King's Shield. Fantina ordered. A transparent barrier appeared around Aegislash, protecting it from Hydreigon's flames. Dark Pulse Triple Rapid Fire, Ichigo ordered. Hydreigon stopped its flamethrower. 2 of Hydreigon's heads began to rapid-fire small dark pulses at Aegislash. Aegislash continued to protect itself from Hydreigon's attacks. Excellent. She's too reliant on King's Shield, forgetting the downside to the attack. Ichigo glanced as Aegislash struggled to keep King's Shield up. Cracks began to form around King's Shield. Aim at those cracks, Ichigo ordered. Hydreigon adjusted her aim, making sure her attacks hit the cracks. Suddenly King's Shield broke apart. Triple Flamethrower. Ichigo ordered. 3 flamethrowers shot out at Aegislash. Get away, she ordered. Aegislash was unable to react in time and was devoured by the flames. Stop, Ichigo said. Hydreigon stopped her attack. The flames dissipated to reveal an unconscious Aegislash. The battle is over. The winner is Hydreigon, the referee declared. Fantina recalled her Aegislash and sent out her next Pokemon. Ichigo scanned the new Pokemon. Jellicent is a Water Ghost type. This Pokemon is owned by gym leader Fantina. No other information allowed. The Pokédex identified. She might have an Ice-type move on that Jellicent. Ichigo thought as he recalled his Hydreigon and sent out his Alolan Golem. Looks like he realized my plan for his Hydreigon. Fantina thought as she nodded her head. The match between Golem and Jellicent will begin. Fantina has the first move. Will-O-Wisp. She ordered. Dodge it with Magnet Rise. Ichigo ordered. Small discs made out of electricity formed underneath Alolan Golem's feet. He rose up in the air, avoiding the Will-O-Wisp. Shadow Ball. Fantina ordered. Dodge it and use Wild Charge. Ichigo ordered. Alolan Golem flew to the side, avoiding the Shadow Ball. Alolan Golem released Magnet Rise, beginning to fall towards Jellicent. Yellow electricity wrapped around him. "Get away!" Fantina ordered.
Jellicent jumped back, barely avoiding the attack.
Alolan Golem got out of the small crater. "Are you okay?" Ichigo asked. Alolan Golem replied with a thumbs up. "Wild rollout!" Ichigo ordered.
Alolan Golem was surrounded by electricity as he curled into a ball and rolled towards Jellicent.
"Will-O-Wisp!" she ordered.
Jellicent fired her Will-O-Wisp at the incoming Alolan Golem.
The flames hit their target. Alolan Golem appeared to ignore the Will-O-Wisp as it continued to charge towards Jellicent. "Dodge it!" she ordered.
Jellicent moved to the side, avoiding the incoming Pokémon, causing it to slam into a nearby rock. Alolan Golem stopped spinning and turned around, looking at Jellicent.
"Hex!" Jellicent's eyes start to glow purple and light red.
The energy surrounded Alolan Golem, beginning to damage it.
"Wild rollout!" Ichigo yelled. Alolan Golem resisted the effects of Hex as he wrapped himself in electricity and rolled towards Jellicent. "Dodge it!" Fantina ordered.
To her dismay, Jellicent failed to react in time, her face smashed by the rolling Alolan Golem.
"Keep it up with Thunderbolt!" Alolan Golem held Jellicent tightly as he began to shock Jellicent. "Destiny Bond!" Fantina ordered. "Stop Golem!" Ichigo ordered, but it was too late. Alolan Golem knocked Jellicent unconscious.
Jellicent's eyes glow purple as two swirling purple lights come out of them and hit Alolan Golem.
Alolan Golem groaned as he fell unconscious. The battle is over. Neither Pokémon can continue. The referee announced. Ichigo and Fantina recalled their Pokémon. "It was a good thing that I got the first win," Ichigo thought. "If she decides to do that again, I still win. At the count of 3, send in your next Pokémon," the referee announced. 1. Fantina pulled off one of her gloves and placed a bracelet on it. Ichigo could see it contained a Megastone. Ichigo revealed his necklace. 2. Both trainers pulled out their Pokémon. 3. Ichigo and Fantina released their Pokémon.
Ichigo sent out his Tyranitar. Ichigo scanned the new Pokémon.
Mismagius is a ghost-type Pokémon. This Pokémon is owned by gym leader Fantina. No other information allowed. The Pokédex identified. Tyranitar let out a roar as a sandstorm covered the entire battlefield. "Mega Shinka!" they shouted. Both Pokémon were engulfed in a white orb. Both Pokémon broke out of the orb.
Mismagius's hat grew slightly larger. Mismagius's body grew larger, looking like a dress with long sleeves and a scarf.
The center gem is now blue. 11.
Mega Tyranitar has 4 new triangular holes along the sides of her neck and 1 on her throat. The 4 on its chest are now larger, with the top 2 containing red ovals. While the spikes along the back of her neck grow shorter, the ones on her head elongate to form prominent ridges along her brows. The center spike on her head becomes a long, upright horn. Her chestplate expands, curving over her shoulders and along her back to form 3 long, irregular spikes on each side of her body. The scales on Mega Tyranitar's belly have now become red instead of blue. She gained 2 sharp spikes on her knees, as well as more prominent leg joints. Her tail lengthens, with the 3 spikes surrounding her tip growing upward and outward. The battle between Mega Tyranitar and Mega Mismagius will begin. Ichigo has the first move.
"Crunch!" Ichigo ordered.
Mega Tyranitar's mouth glowed with dark energy as she charged towards Mega Mismagius.
"Dodge it and use Dazzling Gleam," she ordered.
Mega Mismagius soared up in the sandy air, avoiding Mega Tyranitar. Mega Mismagius began to release a bright light full of fairy energy. "Use the sandstorm to protect yourself,"
Ichigo ordered.
She let out a loud roar as the sandstorm picked up strength, being able to protect Mega Tyranitar from Mega Mismagius's Dazzling Gleam.
"Where is it?" Fantina thought. "Rock slide to distract it," Ichigo ordered.
Large rocks began to fall towards Mega Mismagius's location.
Dodge the rocks, she ordered. Mega Mismagius floated to the side, avoiding all the rocks. Mega Mismagius looked around, trying to find Mega Tyranitar. Crunch! Ichigo yelled.
Suddenly Mega Tyranitar burst out of the ground and bit down at Mega Mismagius.
Dazing gleam, Fantina ordered. Mega Mismagius began to concentrate, trying to gather its fairy energy. Don't let it focus, Ichigo ordered. Mega Tyranitar violently shook Mega Mismagius in her mouth. The violent shaking and the dark energy from Crunch caused Mega Mismagius too much damage. Its body went limp.
Let it go, Ichigo said. Mega Tyranitar let go of Mega Mismagius. It fell to the ground, unconscious.
The battle is over. The winner is Mega Tyranitar. The winner of this match is Ichigo, the referee declared. Mega Tyranitar let out a loud victorious roar.
Ichigo let her finish her declaration before recalling her.
Fantina followed suit. After a short 30-minute break, Fantina was ready to battle Sabrina. Sabrina used her Mega Alakazam, Jinx, and Espeon against Fantina's Dragapult, Mimikyu, and Mega Gengar. Due to Fantina having the type advantage, Sabrina almost lost. It came down to Fantina's Mega Gengar against Sabrina's Mega Alakazam.
In the end, Mega Alakazam remained standing for a few seconds after Mega Gengar before he fell unconscious as well. Ichigo joined Sabrina down at the battlefield was presented the Legacy Relic Badge, which appeared to be 3 Will-O-The-Wisp in the shape of a rotating triangle on a golden back. They headed to the Pokemon Center for a night of rest before heading out.
Scene change, Veilstone City. Ichigo and Sabrina walked down Route 209.
Ichigo had his Staravia, Monferno, and Aron out while Sabrina had her Kirlia and Bronzer. Ichigo kept Malware and Scarupia secret from Sabrina, allowing them to train inside the trainer. They soon arrived at Solation Town. They're immediately confronted by a dense ghostly aura around the town. Sabrina rushed to the Pokemon Center, where a few local priests placed cleansing tags around it. She stayed in there the entire time, while Ichigo ventured into the Lost Tower. Ichigo caught a red Duskull, Misdreavus, and Murkrow. After that, they left the town. While they crossed through Route 215, Ichigo founded a Bagon. Near the end of Route 215, Ichigo's and Sabrina's Pokeeggs hatched. Ichigo hatched a Kubfu while Sabrina hatched an Inkay. After that, they arrived at Veilstone City. They took a day of rest at the Pokemon Center before challenging the gym. Ichigo had his new Kubfu and Monferno out to see the impending battle. They entered the gym. They were greeted by people practicing martial arts. Greetings, one of them said, pausing his training. What can I do for you two? We are here to challenge the gym leader, Ichigo said. Before you do challenge Black Belt Maylene, you must beat all of us, he declared. Immediately all the other martial artists stopped their training and joined the speaker. Wait. Sabrina tried to interject. Well, it's been a while since I had a good fight, Ichigo said as he calmly cracked his neck and knuckles. Kubfu and Monferno watched as Ichigo easily knocked out the incoming martial artists. What is going on? Someone shouted. Ichigo turned to see a young girl with pink hair walked towards them. Black Belt Maylene, one of the martial artists said. His man came here challenging you to a battle. Oh? He meant a gym battle, Sabrina corrected. Oh. Another martial artist said. He turned to the martial artist that started the entire mess. You idiot. It's fine, Ichigo said. I need that light warm-up. She looked and noticed Kubfu. Sorry, disciple of the Isles of Armor, for my student's improper action, she said as she bowed her head. All the other martial artists immediately followed behind Maylene. What? Ichigo questioned. Maylene looked up with a slightly confused face. You're not a disciple of the Isles of Armor? She asked. No, I'm not.
Then how do you have a Kubfu? Master Mustard only presents Kubfu to his chosen disciple. Maylene said. A breeder gave me Kubfu's egg when I rescued her daughter from a cave. Oh. That's strange. She said. I believe that Pokemon egg you were given was stolen from Master Mustard. I see. Do you know if I could contact him and let him know the situation? Sure. After our battle. She said. Sure, Ichigo said. Ichigo and Sabrina followed Maylene to the back, where the battlefield was located. Sabrina, Kubfu, and Monferno sat down at a nearby set of bleachers. Ichigo, Maylene, and the referee took their respective spots. The match between Cardinal Ichigo and gym leader Maylene will begin. At the count of 3, release your first Pokemon. The referee instructed. 1, 2, 3. Ichigo and Maylene released their first Pokemon. Maylene sent out her Infernape while Ichigo sent out his Hatterene. The first battle between Hatterene and Infernape will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Psychic, Ichigo said. Hatterene's eyes glowed as she wrapped her psychic energy around Infernape and threw him towards the wall. Flare Blitz, Maylene said. Infernape let out a loud roar as it was engulfed in fire, breaking free from Hatterene's psychic, and charged towards her. Teleport in Psychic, Ichigo said. Right when Infernape was going to hit her, she teleported away, causing Infernape to miss and falling on the ground. Hatterene appeared a few feet away from Infernape. Her eyes glowed as she wrapped Infernape in Psychic again and began to repeatedly slam Infernape into the ground. Infernape break free. Maylene ordered. Don't let it break free, Ichigo ordered. Infernape was engulfed in flames as it tried to break free from Hatterene's Psychic. Hatterene poured more energy into her Psychic, preventing Infernape from breaking free. This struggle continued until the flames around Infernape were extinguished by Hatterene's psychic energy. Hatterene raised Infernape one more time and threw him towards Maylene. Infernape crashed on the battlefield, unconscious. The battle is over. The winner is Hatterene. The referee declared. Maylene recalled her Infernape and sent out her Lucario. She showed the back of her hand, revealing a Megastone. Ichigo recalled his Hatterene and sent out his Blaziken. Mega Shinka. Ichigo and Maylene declared as their Pokemon were engulfed in energy. The light died down to reveal Mega Blaziken and Mega Lucario. The battle between Mega Blaziken and Mega Lucario will begin. Maylene will have the first move. Earthquake. Maylene ordered. Mega Lucario raised its right leg and stomped the ground, sending powerful shockwaves towards Mega Blaziken. Jump and use Blaze Kick, Ichigo said. Mega Blaziken leaped up in the air, avoiding the earthquake. Blaziken's right leg erupted in flames as she began to fall towards Mega Lucario. Dodge it! Maylene ordered. Mega Lucario jumped back, causing Mega Blaziken to miss and crash into the ground. Mega Blaziken quickly recovered, shaking the right leg. Are you okay? Ichigo asked. Mega Blaziken glanced over to Ichigo and nodded her head. Good. Flaming Aura Close Combat. Ichigo ordered. I can understand close combat. What is Flaming Aura? Maylene thought as she tried to understand Ichigo's unusual command. Mega Blaziken was engulfed in fire as she charged towards Mega Lucario. Is that Flare Blitz? She thought. Dodge it! She ordered. Mega Lucario jumped back towards the left side as Mega Blaziken came close. Suddenly Mega Blaziken's right hand, which was covered in flames, punched Mega Lucario in the face. The unexpected attack knocked Mega Lucario off its feet. It used the momentum to quickly recover. Mega Blaziken followed Mega Lucario, sending a fast combination of punches and kicks. Mega Lucario raised its hands up and began to block Mega Blaziken's attacks. Close combat. Maylene ordered. Mega Lucario ducked its head below Mega Blaziken's punch before ramming its head up into Mega Blaziken's face. The random move disrupted Mega Blaziken and allowed Mega Lucario an opportunity to counterattack. Mega Blaziken quickly recovered and resumed her attack.
This Pokemon battle evolved into mixed martial arts fight between them. Ichigo and Maylene stayed silent, allowing them to fight for themselves.
In the end, there could only be one winner.
Mega Blaziken delivered a flaming uppercut at Mega Lucario's chin, knocking it out.
The battle is over. The winner is Mega Blaziken, the referee declared.
Maylene recalled her Mega Lucario.
I forfeit, she declared. The referee nodded his head. Gym leader Maylene forfeited. The winner is Cardinal Ichigo, the referee declared.
Ichigo recalled his Mega Blaziken. She turned to Sabrina.
We will have our match later.
Let me call Master Mustard about the Kubfu situation,
she said.
Very well, Sabrina said. Ichigo recalled Monferno and carried Kubfu with him.
They arrived at Maylene's office.
She turned her computer on and called Master Mustard.
A few minutes later, the call connected.
Ichigo could see an elder man dressed in a green jacket with a blue paw print and yellow undershirt as well as white pants. Ichigo could also see a bowler hat with green highlights.
Hello, Maylene, Mustard greeted. Hello, Master Mustard, she replied.
What can I do for you? He asked.
Are you missing a Kubfu? Maylene asked. How did you know that? He asked.
Maylene stepped to the side, allowing Ichigo and Kubfu to come on screen. Ichigo explained to Mustard how he rescued a breeder's daughter, and she gave Ichigo the egg, which contained Kubfu, as a reward.
Thank you for taking care of Kubfu, Mustard said. But you should return Kubfu. Why?
Well, because Kubfu and its evolutionary line are held high in our sect. Only the master or special disciples are allowed to take care of a Kubfu,
Mustard explained.
I am not giving him away, Ichigo said. Mustard's eyebrows, which were flapped downwards and relaxed, now point upwards as he gave Ichigo a stern look. Ichigo replied with his own glare.
Maylene and Kubfu see the tension rising. Fine then, Mustard said. I want to see how you can evolve Kubfu, Mustard said. Evolve? Ichigo asked. Yes, Mustard said.
In our sect, Kubfu can evolve after learning either mastering Darkness-style Single Strike or Water-style Rapid Strike. And you want me to teach one of these styles to Kubfu for him to evolve, Ichigo said.
Correct, Mustard confidently said.
I accept your challenge, Ichigo replied.
Mustard opened his mouth. But Ichigo quickly interjected. You must show how the technique is done, Ichigo replied. They stared at each other before Mustard sighed. I emailed Maylene the videos. She will share them with you, Mustard said. Got it, Maylene said. So how much time do I have? Ichigo asked. Since you are a Pokemon trainer, I assume you are trying to participate in the Lily of the Valley conference. I am, Ichigo replied. Then, before the start of the conference, we shall meet, and I will take back my Kubfu, Mustard said before he ended the call. 12. Ichigo glanced at Maylene. She shared the video with Ichigo. Ichigo took Kubfu and left the room. Maylene sighed. Ichigo and Kubfu sat down in the audience stand. Ichigo watched the video Maylene sent him as the match between Sabrina and Maylene commenced. HM. Darkness style is simply concentrating all your power into one strike to instantly destroy the target. While water style is concentrating all your power into quickly sending fast strikes towards your target's weak points. Ichigo thought. The darkness style single strike may have been based on a mixture of tiger style and leopard style, while water style rapid strike may have been based on a mixture of crane style and 7-star mantis style. Kyoka commented. The match is over. The winner is Sabrina. Ichigo glanced over to the scoreboard. So, Maylene used a Mega Heracross, Scrafty, Pangoro against Sabrina's Mega Metacam, both her male and female Alakazam, Ichigo said as he walked down to the battlefield and Maylene presented them the Cobble badge,
which looks like 4 orange bricks or 4 orange tatami mat on a golden plate. "I'm sorry for what happened with Master Mustard," Maylene said. "It's not your fault," Ichigo said as he accepted the badge.
Sabrina quietly followed suit.
They returned to the Pokemon Center for the night.
The next morning, they left Veilstone City.
Chapter 69, Arc 13.
Ichigo and Sabrina continued their journey towards Pastoria City, where their next gym battle would be at.
They crossed through Route 214, Lake Valor, which was full of camera crews, and Route 213.
Ichigo and Sabrina spent that time training up all of their Pokemon. Staravia, Monferno finally evolved into Staraptor and Infernape,
while the newly caught Duskull, Misdreavus, Murkrow, and Bagon also evolved into Dusclops, Mismagius, Honchkrow, and Sherelden. Ichigo began to teach Kubfu basic martial arts katas.
Kubfu eagerly devoured Ichigo's teaching.
While in the trainer, Skorupi evolved into a Drapion. Sabrina's Curlia evolved into a Galate, her Bronzor evolved into a Bronzong, and her Inkey evolved into a Malamar.
They finally arrived at Pastoria City.
They spent a day in the local Pokemon Center before going to the gym.
"We've been expecting you,"
the receptionist said as she accepted Ichigo's Pokédex and Sabrina's trainer ID. She scanned them on her computer and escorted them to the battlefield. The battlefield was a large pool with a few floating platforms.
"Greetings," Crasher Wake said, in a loud voice. The referee took his position on the battlefield.
The match between gym leader Crasher Wake and Cardinal Ichigo will begin.
This will be a 3-on-3 match with substitutions. On the count of 3, both of you will send out your first Pokemon, the referee announced. 1.
Ichigo and Crasher Wake took out a Pokeball each.
2, 3. Ichigo and Crasher Wake sent out their first Pokemon.
Ichigo sent out his Roserade while Crasher Wake sent out his Gastrodon.
The first match is between Gastrodon and Roserade. The referee paused and glanced at Crasher Wake.
"I will stay with Gastrodon,"
he said.
"Ichigo has the first move."
"Roserade use Sunny Day," Ichigo said. "Gastrodon use Ice Beams," Crasher Wake ordered. Roserade's eyes began to glow as a white ball from in front of her bouquet arms. Magmortar fired the ball up in the air.
Suddenly the sunlight began to shine brighter.
Gastrodon opened its mouth and fired Ice Beam at Roserade. Shadow Sneak. Roserade suddenly disappeared into the shadows. "What?"
Crasher Wake said, shocked at what just happened.
"Keep your guard up, Gastrodon." Gastrodon stayed on the move, looking at the surrounding area. "Energy Ball," Ichigo ordered.
Suddenly Roserade leaped out of the shadow behind Gastrodon and fired a green ball of energy.
"Ice Beam behind you." Gastrodon quickly turned its head to the left and fired an Ice Beam.
The two attacks collided with each other, causing an explosion.
"Solar Beam," Ichigo shouted. Suddenly a beam of energy slammed into Gastrodon's right side. Gastrodon wasn't prepared for the surprise attack as it was sent flying.
It crashed on the ground beside Crasher Wake.
The dust settled to reveal Roserade standing there.
She used one of her bouquets to cover her mouth, like a noblewoman covering a chuckle.
"Gastrodon, are you okay?" Crasher Wake asked. "Gas." Gastrodon groaned as it stood up. "Good." "Ice Beam," Crasher Wake ordered. Gastrodon opened its mouth and charged up its attack.
"End it with Solar Beam," Ichigo said. Energy began to gather toward her bouquet before she fired her attack.
Gastrodon failed to react in time, receiving the full force of the Solar Beam. Gastrodon crashed beside Crasher Wake's foot. The battle is over. The winner is Roserade, the referee declared. Crasher Wake recalled his Gastrodon and sent out his Ludicolo.
Ichigo recalled his Roserade and sent out his Gengar.
The referee glanced at Crasher Wake, who nodded his head. The battle between Ludicolo and Gengar will begin. Crasher Wake has the first move. "Ludicolo, use Rain Dance." Ludicolo began to dance. "Gengar use Sludge Wave," Ichigo ordered. A big wave of dark purple sludge forms around Jengar. Rain clouds began to form above them. Jengar hurled the sludge at Ludicolo, who was still dancing. "Dodge it!" Crasher Wake ordered. Ludicolo leaped up in the air, avoiding the wave of sludge. The sludge fell into the pool, which began to contaminate the pool water. "That's going to be a pain to clean up," he thought. "Sludge bomb!" Ichigo quickly ordered as Ludicolo was still up in the air. Jengar fired balls of sludge from her mouth. "Ludicolo, use hydro pump to dodge." Crasher Wake ordered. Ludicolo fired a large jet of water from its mouth, soaring away from the sludge bombs. "Don't let up," Ichigo ordered. Jengar continued to fire more sludge bombs at Ludicolo. "Keep dodging." Crasher Wake ordered. Ludicolo continued to move side to side with the help of hydro pump. What is he planning? Crasher Wake thought. "Enough," Ichigo said. Jengar stopped her attack. Crasher Wake's eyes widened as he realized the trap Ichigo set up. Ludicolo, get back on the platform. With another jet of water, Ludicolo landed on the platform, avoiding all the toxic water around it. To think he would turn all the water against me. Crasher Wake thought. Shadow Sneak, Ichigo ordered. Jengar quickly disappeared. Damn it. This again. Crasher Wake thought as Ludicolo kept moving around the platform. Suddenly Jengar shot out from underneath Ludicolo and knocked it into the water. Ended with sludge wave, Ichigo ordered. A big wave of dark purple sludge forms around Jengar as it was sent towards the Ludicolo, who struggled to swim in the toxic water. I forfeit Ludicolo. Crasher Wake suddenly said as he recalled his drowning Ludicolo. The sludge wave slammed into the water, increasing the toxicity of the water. Who should I send out? Crasher Wake thought. Empoleon would be able to resist the poison attacks but would be stuck on the platform. On the other hand, Gyarados would be able to fly in the air in addition to using the platform. Crasher Wake concluded his thought as he sent out his Gyarados and revealed his Megastone. Ichigo recalled his Jengar and sent out his Sceptile. Mega Shinka! They yelled. Gyarados and Sceptile were engulfed in spheres of energy. The sphere of energy broke apart, revealing Mega Gyarados and Mega Sceptile. The battle between Mega Gyarados and Mega Sceptile will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Sunny Day. Ichigo ordered. Mega Sceptile's eyes glowed as he let out a loud roar. The rain clouds began to disappear, revealing the hot sun. Flamethrower. Crasher Wake ordered. Mega Gyarados unleashed a large stream of flames towards Mega Sceptile. Dodge it with double team, Ichigo said. Clones of Mega Sceptile appeared. Mega Gyarados' flamethrower destroyed one of the clones. Use flamethrower to destroy all the clones. Crasher Wake ordered. Extreme speed in Solar Blade, Ichigo said. The side appendages on Mega Sceptile's arms glowed white and elongated as Mega Sceptile and his clones rushed towards Mega Gyarados, who unleashed a large flamethrower as it tried to hit Mega Sceptile. Mega Sceptile managed to get 1 or 2 hits in before having to leap away from Mega Gyarados' flames. This game continued for a minute. Mega Gyarados and Mega Sceptile stood on their respective floating platforms. Both Pokémon were out of breath but kept their guard up. The harsh sun continued to shine down. Sceptile, end its Solar Blade. Ichigo ordered. Gyarados, FLAMETHROWER. Crasher Wake ordered. Mega Sceptile's arm blade shot out once again as he leaped towards Mega Gyarados. Mega Gyarados opened its mouth and prepared to unleash one final flamethrower. Now! Ichigo ordered. Mega Sceptile suddenly used extreme speed again, appearing on Mega Gyarados' right side. It's on your right side. Crasher Wake warned, but it was too late. Mega Sceptile swung his Solar Blade at Mega Gyarados. The force from the attack knocked Mega Gyarados off the floating platform and it crashed into the pool of poison. Mega Gyarados yelled out in agony as it tried to get up. Mega Sceptile guarded the floating platform, preventing Mega Gyarados from escaping the water.
A few moments later, Mega Gyarados floated on the poison water, unconscious. Crasher Wake quickly recalled his Mega Gyarados.
The battle is over. The winner is Mega Sceptile. Cardinal Ichigo is the winner of the match. The referee announced.
We will continue with the other match in a few hours.
Crasher Wake said as he glared at Ichigo.
Ichigo shrugged his shoulders.
Crasher Wake sighed as he walked to the Pokemon Center. Ichigo followed behind him.
Crasher Wake left his injured Pokemon in Nurse Joy's care while Ichigo remained in the Pokemon Center to wait for his Pokemon.
Once his Pokemon were fully healed, Ichigo returned to the gym. Ichigo sat down and watched Sabrina go against Crasher Wake.
Sabrina used her Galate, Exeggutor, and Mega Metacam versus Mega Empoleon, Ludicolo, and Gastrodon. Sabrina was able to win with her slight type advantage.
Ichigo and Sabrina stood at the edge of the pool as Crasher Wake presented the Legacy Fan badge, which was shaped like a lake with gray reeds around it all on a golden plate. Ichigo and Sabrina accepted their badge.
Suddenly the entire gym rumbled as they heard a loud explosion outside.
They all ran outside.
They looked to see a large cloud of smoke.
It's coming from Lake Valor,
Crasher Wake said. They all ran out of the city towards Lake Valor. As they approached Lake Valor, they could see uprooted trees and tipped vans around them. Some of these people are still alive, Sabrina said.
Crasher Wake turned to her. Help me rescue them, he requested. Sabrina nodded her head as she sent one of her alakazams.
They began to find the survivors while Ichigo walked closer to Lake Valor.
He arrived at Lake Valor to see a giant crater. All the water has disappeared.
Around the edge of the crater were unconscious water types.
In the middle of the crater was a cave. Someone walked out of the cave.
It was a young woman with red hair and in a modified Team Galactic uniform. In her hand was a statue of Azelf, one of the Lake Guardians.
Are you the ones who did this? Ichigo asked.
She ignored Ichigo as she released her Bronzong and teleported away. She's likely teleported to the Team Galactic headquarters in Veilstone City. Ichigo thought as Sabrina and Crasher Wake arrived at the scene. It was Team Galactic, Ichigo said. I arrived just in time to see them disappearing.
I see.
Crasher Wake said as he pulled out his phone and called Byron and Candace, asking them if there was any Team Galactic activity near their location.
Byron confirmed that Team Galactic attacked Lake Verity, while Candace isn't able to investigate due to a large avalanche descending towards the town.
Ichigo and Sabrina helped Crasher Wake collect all the injured water types and placed them in water tanks. After a few long hours, they finished rescuing the injured Pokemon. Ichigo, Sabrina, and Crasher Wake were at the Pokemon Center, waiting for their Pokemon to be fully healed as well as to hear about all the injured wild Pokemon.
Cardinal Ichigo and Ace Trainer Sabrina,
Crasher Wake said, using their formal titles. Please head to Lake Acuity and help us investigate the situation there.
Sure. What's the fastest way to get there? Ichigo asked. You have to go on foot, he replied. Can't we fly or teleport over there? Crasher Wake shook his head. You can't teleport across Mount Coronet because the entire mountain is covered in strange energy, which interferes with teleportation.
Flying is dangerous due to the harsh icy winds around the mountain.
It also doesn't help that the majority of Mount Coronet is complete wilderness, Crasher Wake explained. I see, Ichigo said. I do recommend you fly to Eterna City and rest there before heading inside, Crasher Wake said. Ichigo and Sabrina nodded their head in understanding before going to rest for the night. The next day, they flew to Eterna City before they started their long trek through Mount Coronet to Snowpoint City. Scene change, Snowpoint City. It took Ichigo and Sabrina a week to cross through Mount Coronet, Route 216, and Route 217 before they arrived at Snowpoint City. During their journey, Ichigo captured a male Sneasel and a female Snorant. Surprisingly, Kupfu enjoyed the snow and practiced breaking the ice with her attacks. They arrived at the city and met up with Candace. She told them that Team Galactic's explosion also caused an avalanche to distract her from their operation at Lake Acuity.
When she arrived, the entire lake was devoid of water and all the nearby water types were scattered all over the lake. All of those Pokemon were injured from the explosion. They laid there in the snow and slowly died either due to their injuries, from the lack of water, from the cold, or a combination of the three. Candace and the local residents buried those Pokemon near the lake. After morning, Candace accepted Ichigo's and Sabrina's challenge. Sabrina took her place at the audience stands while Ichigo stood at the frozen battlefield. The referee, dressed in a fur coat, took her place in the middle of the battlefield. The match between gym leader Candace and Cardinal Ichigo will begin. This will be a 3-on-3. She announced. Ichigo and Candace nodded their heads. At the count of 3, send out your first Pokemon. 1. Ichigo and Candace pulled out their first Pokeball. 2, 3. Ichigo and Candace sent out their first Pokemon. Ichigo sent out Mika while Candace sent out a large white bipedal bear. Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the Pokemon.
This bear tick is Ice-type.
This Pokemon is owned by gym leader Candace.
No other information allowed. The Pokédex identified. Candace recalled her bear tick and sent out her Walrein. The referee glanced at Ichigo.
I will remain with Mika, Ichigo said. The referee nodded her head.
The first battle between Ninetales and Walrein will begin.
Ichigo has the first move.
Sunny day. Ichigo ordered. Hydro pump.
A ball of energy appeared in front of Mika before she fired it up. The cold morning suddenly turned warm.
Walrein opened its mouth and fired a large blast of water towards Mika. Dodge it and use Solar Beam. Ichigo ordered.
Mika leaped to the side, avoiding the hydro pump. She opened her mouth and fired her Solar Beam at Walrein.
Ice Beam. She ordered. Walrein opened its mouth and fired its Ice Beam.
The two attacks collided with each other, canceling each other out.
Confused with Double Team and then Solar Beam. Ichigo ordered. Mika created clones of herself and began to charge Solar Beam. Walrein used Protect. She quickly ordered, not bothering to try and find the real Mika. A barrier appeared around Walrein as Mika unleashed her Solar Beam. Mika's clones vanished as she concentrated on attacking Walrein with Solar Beam. Keep it up, Walrein, Candace ordered. Stop it, Mika, Ichigo ordered.
Mika stopped her attack but continued to glare at Walrein.
Walrein finally lowered its Protect. Double Team and Scatter. Ichigo ordered, changing tactics.
Once again Mika created more clones and they all scattered. Walrein looked around, trying to figure out which one was the real one.
Energy Ball. Ichigo ordered.
All the Mika charged up a green ball of energy and fired them at Walrein.
Protect. She ordered.
The energy balls slammed into the barrier. Walrein stood its ground, fueling the barrier.
Continue with the energy balls, Ichigo ordered. Mika continued her assault on Walrein's Protect.
Aim at the ground in front of the barrier, Ichigo ordered.
Mika adjusted her aim.
The energy balls hit the ground in front of the barrier, kicking up ice and snow. The debris covered portions of Walrein's barrier.
Damn it! Candace thought. Walrein has to lower the Protect to remove the debris, but that would leave Walrein open to his Ninetales' attacks.
Walrein, quickly release and reforms your Protect.
Candace ordered. Solar Beam. Ichigo ordered. Mika opened her mouth and gathered sunlight. Walrein lowered its Protect, allowing the snow and debris to fall on the ground. Mika fired her attack at Walrein.
Walrein began to raise its Protect again.
Mika's Solar Beam hit Walrein before Protect finished forming. Walrein was knocked off its feet and landed on its back. Mika aimed her Solar Beam back on Walrein. Walrein was sent rolling to Candace's side. Mika stopped her attack as she let out a tired breath. The battle is over. The winner is Ninetales. the referee declared. Candace recalled her Walrein and sent back out her Beartick.
Ichigo recalled Ninetales and sent out his Chandelure.
The battle between Beartick and Chandelure will begin. Candace has the first move. Beartick use Hail. Beartick's body glows light blue as it let out a roar. The clouds began to darken and cover the sky. Chandelure use Flamethrower. Chandelure fired a stream of flames at Beartick. Dodge it! Candace ordered. Beartick leaped to the side, avoiding the flames. Hail began to fall. Beartick quickly disappeared, hiding among the ice and snow.
Chandelure, find Beartick's aura, Ichigo said.
Chandelure closed her eyes as she focused on finding Beartick. Beartick used Shadow Claw. Candace ordered. Beartick's claws glowed with ghostly energy as it lunged towards Chandelure. Flamethrower. Ichigo ordered. Chandelure turned around 180 degrees and spewed a jet of flames. The flames hit the approaching Beartick. Rah! Beartick roared in pain as it was forced a few steps away. Beartick, get out of there! Candace ordered. Beartick turned around and ran away from Chandelure. Don't let up, Ichigo ordered. Chandelure followed behind Beartick and continued to spray her flames at Beartick. Beartick struggled to escape Chandelure's pursuit before it fainted from exhaustion and the damage from Chandelure's flamethrower. The battle is over. The winner is Chandelure. The referee announced. Candace recalled her Beartick and sent out her final Pokémon.
Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the Pokémon.
Abomasnow is a grass ice type.
This Pokémon is owned by gym leader Candace.
No other information allowed. The Pokédex reported. Candace pulled out a necklace with a megastone on it. She put it on her neck.
Ichigo recalled Chandelure and sent out his Blaziken.
Mega Shinka. Ichigo and Candace yelled. Abomasnow and Blaziken were engulfed in a sphere of white energy. The sphere shattered, revealing Mega Abomasnow and Mega Blaziken. The hail became much harsher. The battle between Mega Abomasnow and Mega Blaziken will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Get rid of the hail with Sunny Day. Ichigo ordered. Mega Blaziken began to glow red. Abomasnow use Earthquake. Candace ordered. Mega Abomasnow stomped on the ground, shaking the entire icy battlefield. Jump! Ichigo ordered. Mega Blaziken leaped up in the air, dodging the earthquake. While in the air, Mega Blaziken let out a loud roar. The hailstorm began to weaken. Blaze Kick! Ichigo ordered, taking advantage of Mega Blaziken already in the air. Mega Blaziken's right foot erupted in flames as she flew down towards Mega Abomasnow. Hyper Beam! She ordered. Mega Abomasnow opened its mouth and began to gather energy in its mouth, forming a ball of orange energy. Elemental Aura Fire! Ichigo ordered. Mega Blaziken's body erupted in blush flames. Fire! Candace ordered. The orange ball of energy turned into an orange beam as it was fired towards the incoming Mega Blaziken. The two collided, causing a massive explosion. The force from the destruction shattered most of the ice on the battlefield and ended the last of the hail. The dust settled to see Mega Blaziken wasn't badly injured from the attack but no longer surrounded by the blue flames. How? Candace questioned. Flare Blitz! Ichigo quickly ordered. Mega Blaziken was engulfed in red flames as she slammed her flaming body into Mega Abomasnow's body. The force from the attack sent Mega Abomasnow flying. It crashed behind Candace. Mega Abomasnow collapsed on the ground, too tired to move. The battle is over. The winner is Mega Blaziken. The winner of the match is Cardinal Ichigo. The referee announced. Ichigo and Candace recalled their Pokémon and went to the Pokémon Center. They returned to see a Glacian, Piloswine, and a Lapras using Ice Beam to fix the battlefield. Ichigo took his spot on the audience stand and watched the battle between Sabrina and Candace. Sabrina's team consisted of her Jinx, Galate, and Mega Metacam, while Candace's team consisted of her Weevil, Frostless, and Mega Glalie.
Sabrina's match with Candace was once again a long one due to her team having the overall type advantage, but, in the end, Sabrina managed to win. Ichigo and Sabrina stood on the destroyed battlefield as Candace presented the Legacy Icicle badge, which looked like either an iceberg or two icy mountains on a golden plate.
Suddenly Candace's phone began to ring. She pulled it out and answers it. "Hi, Maylene." "Hi, Candace. Earlier, you sent a text asking us to keep an eye out for anything strange in our areas, right?" "I did," she replied. "I noticed we have a sudden large jump in guests in the city. All of them go walk towards a privately owned multi-story building in northern Veilstone City. Thanks for the info." She hung on. She turned to Ichigo and Sabrina. "Can both of you look into this? Why can't Maylene look into it?" Sabrina asked.
"Two reasons," Candace said as she raised her first finger. "The first is that it is considered illegal since the building is private property. Our reputation as gym leader and the Sinnoh Pokemon League would suffer." Candace raised her second finger. "The second is that all of us are well-known public figures. They will immediately suspect something if they see us gathering there." "I see," Sabrina said. "We'll do it," Ichigo said. "Great," Candace said. "Will we have to trek through Mount Coronet again?" she asked. Candace nodded her head. "It would be more suspicious if they spotted you flying towards Veilstone City." Ichigo and Sabrina accepted Candace's mission and returned to the Pokemon Center for a day of rest. The next morning, they were off. Scene change, Veilstone City. It took 2 weeks before they finally arrived at Veilstone City. They crossed Route 217, and Mount Coronet, before arriving at Celestic Town. They took a break there before crossing through Route 210 and Route 215. During that time, Dusclops, Shelgon, Sneasel, and Snorunt evolved into Dusknoir, Salamence, Weevil, and Frostless. Kupfu's training continued smoothly. Ichigo began to teach Kupfu Tiger Style, Leopard Style, Crane Style, and 7-Star Mantis Style. Ichigo and Sabrina checked in at the Pokemon Center. A few minutes later, they heard a knock on their door. Ichigo opened the door. Maylene stood outside their door. "May I come in?" she asked. "Sure," Ichigo said. Maylene entered their room. "I had a few of my men observe the suspicious location," she began. "They noticed a few of them would walk towards the old warehouses in town." "Were you able to pinpoint which one?" Ichigo asked. "We were," Maylene said as she pulled out a picture. "It's the one on the far right. Here's the plan." Ichigo started. Maylene and Sabrina turned to Ichigo. "Sabrina will invade the warehouse while I invade the main building," Ichigo said. "When?" Sabrina asked. "For in the morning," he said. "That early?" Sabrina asked. "Yes," Ichigo said. "Most of the people would still be sleeping in the property, while the guards would be tired from their night shift," Ichigo reasoned. "I see," Sabrina said, understanding Ichigo's reasoning. "I will have my men and the police on standby," Maylene said. "Very well," Ichigo said. Maylene stood up and left the room. Ichigo and Sabrina went to bed early. Time skip, next morning, 4 a.m. Ichigo stood in front of the Team Galactic headquarters. Ichigo had Gardevoir, Metagross, Gengar, Zoroark, Mismagius, and Honchkrow survey the perimeter and knock out anyone that walked of the Team Galactic headquarters. Ichigo released malware. "Can you go in and hack their security camera, causing them to loop?" "Easy," malware replied as it dove into the shadows towards the hideout. It shot out of the shadow towards a nearby security terminal. It took a few seconds before malware dove out. It waved its electrical hands at Ichigo. Ichigo walked over to malware. "I got good and bad news," malware said.
What's the bad news? Ichigo asked. Everyone is already awake. Malware reported. Did they discover our plans? Ichigo asked. It doesn't look like that. Malware said. It appears that their leader, Cyrus, is addressing them right now. I see. Ichigo said. Looks like we arrived right when Cyrus is giving his motivational speech, Kyoka said. Unlock the door and guide me down there, Ichigo said. Got it. Malware replied as the doors opened. Ichigo rushed down the hallway. Any grunt in his way was quickly knocked out before they could respond. Warning! Intruder alert! The intercom announced. Dang it! Malware said. Ignore it, Ichigo said as he knocked out another grunt. A few grunts released their Pokemon, revealing a few Toxicroak, Weevils, and a Skuntank. Want me to take them out? Malware asked. No thanks. I got it. Ichigo said as the Pokemon charged at Ichigo. Ichigo easily defeated them with a few powerful punches. He's a monster. One of the grunts yelled out in fear. Some of the other grunts recalled their Pokemon and tried to run away. Ichigo knocked them out and arrived at the packed auditorium. Ichigo could see Cyrus, Mars, and Saturn standing on stage. You must be Ichigo, Cyrus said. I know why you're here. I can sense it in you. It's about Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, correct? You want to save them. I no longer have any need for them. I am finished with them. If your heart aches to save them, go right ahead. I couldn't care less. It will save me the trouble of disposing of them. Cyrus said as he walked away, followed behind by Mars and Saturn. None of the grunts stopped Ichigo as he ran downstairs. He arrived to see Uxie, Mesprit, and his elf trapped in 3 large test tubes filled with a strange liquid. Standing in front of those test tubes was a young man with well-kept blonde hair which he keeps brushed over one side of his face. He was dressed in a white shirt with long black sleeves and neck with a silver vest with a golden G on the left breast area. It seems Alexei was right to be careful with you. He said. You know Alexei? Are you a spy from Team Rocket? Ichigo asked. The name is Arthur and I'm not a spy from Team Rocket. He said as he pulled out a Pokeball. Something bigger. Is he talking about the Dark Knights? Ichigo thought as he ran towards him. Go Salamence. He said. Ichigo sent out Drapion. Deal with the Salamence, Ichigo said. He glanced at Rotom. Free those legendaries. Got it. Malware replied as it dove into a nearby computer. Salamence let out a roar as Drapion approached it. Both Pokemon began to fight against each other while Ichigo charged at Arthur. Shit, Arthur said as he grabbed another Pokeball. Before he could release it, Ichigo smacked it out of Arthur's hand and punched him in the face. It took a few punches before Arthur was knocked unconscious. Ichigo glanced over to see Drapion standing on top of an unconscious Salamence. Good job. Ichigo complimented as he recalled her back to her Pokeball. How is it going, Malware? Another minute before I finish. Malware said. Ichigo walked over to Arthur and lifted his eyelids. Legilimens. Ichigo mentally cast as he looked through all of Arthur's memories. I can't find any traces of these men, Kyoka said as she looked through the Pokemon anime, movies, and games. It seems Alexei joined with this Ryan after the fall of Team Rocket. Ichigo thought as he saw Arthur's video conference with them. Ichigo delved deeper as he tried to find more information on Ryan. From the looks of it, this Ryan is a member of Teamiverse, located in Kalos. He promised Arthur a high position on Teamiverse if he assists Teamiverse as spies, whose mission is to steal any legendary Pokemon Team Galactic captured. Kyoka said. Do you think Teamiverse is connected with the Dark Knights? Ichigo asked. It's possible. Kyoka admitted. Got it. Malware announced as the liquid in the test tube began to drain. Ichigo pulled himself out of Arthur's mind and walked over to the test tubes.
As the liquid drained out, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf floated down to the bottom of the test tube.
Ichigo gently picked them up. It seems whatever they did to them drained them of their aura.
Ichigo thought as he forced some of his Ryatsu into Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf. The Ryatsu flowed into the red gem on their foreheads, causing it to glow.
Whatever you are doing is working, Malware said.
A few moments later, they opened their eyes, staring at Ichigo.
Are you okay? Ichigo asked.
Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf nodded their heads and floated out of Ichigo's arms.
You three should go hide somewhere else.
Your home in the 3 lakes had been destroyed,
Ichigo warned. They nodded their heads in understanding before teleporting away. You know, most trainers would never encounter a single legendary Pokemon in their lifetime, someone said.
Ichigo turned to see Sabrina, Maylene, and one other person with them. But not only met 3 legendary Pokemon, but you also allowed them to escape.
It's nice to meet you, Champion Cynthia, Ichigo said, ignoring her words. Same as well, Cardinal Ichigo, she replied. Sabrina called us as soon as she discovered that the warehouse was empty, Maylene said. Did your men grab all the unconscious grunts? Ichigo asked.
They did, Maylene said.
Now we need to think where they went, Sabrina said. There is only one place they would go, Cynthia said as she turned around and walked away.
Ichigo recalled Malware as everyone else followed behind her.
Where? Maylene asked.
Long ago, when the Sinnoh was still called the Hisui, the local residents built a large temple on top of Mount Coronet. It was dedicated to Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina,
Cynthia said.
That would make sense since Cyrus planned to harness the powers of Dialga and Palkia to create a whole new world, Ichigo said.
They exited the headquarters and were surrounded by police officers, quarantining the area. They were allowed to leave.
Cynthia took out a Pokeball and released her signature Pokemon, Garchomp, and flew away. Both of you should go with her, Maylene said. I'll stay here to help deal with this.
Thanks, Ichigo said. Ichigo glanced at Sabrina. Can you teleport us to Orberg City? Okay. Sabrina sent out her Alakazam and teleported them to Orberg City.
They appeared in front of the Pokemon Center.
Does your Pokemon need to recover? He asked. No, she said.
Then let's go, Ichigo said as they ran towards Mount Coronet. Scene change, Spear Pillar.
Cyrus stood in the middle of an ancient stone temple.
Next to his feet were 2 large metallic suitcases with locks on top. Most of the stone around the ancient stone temple has eroded through the passage of time, except for a mural on the wall. The mural depicts Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf in a downward triangle while Dialga and Palkia were a part of an upwards triangle, while the top of the upward triangle was destroyed. These 2 triangles overlapped, forming a hexagram with a glowing golden cross-like wheel in the center. A few feet away from Cyrus, Commander Mars, and Commander Jupiter were standing guard of the entrance of Spear Pillar. They had their remaining grunts standing guard along the path towards Spear Pillar.
It's time,
Cyrus thought as he grabbed one of the suitcases and opened it, revealing 2 large orbs, one appeared metallic silver and was formed from hexagons, while the other one appeared ocean blue and was completely round. Cyrus took each orb and placed them in front of him.
The orbs began to glow and float. Mount Coronet began to rumble.
In the distance, Commander Mars and Commander Jupiter watched.
It's happening, Commander Jupiter said. Indeed,
Commander Mars replied. In the distance, they could hear footsteps.
Our guests have arrived.
They turned to see Ichigo, and Sabrina arrived in front of Spear Pillar.
It's too late, Commander Jupiter yelled.
Master Cyrus has already begun the process to summon the legendary Dialga and Palkia.
Mount Coronet shook even harder as the orbs began to release more energy.
We can still stop him, Ichigo said.
Not with us here,
Commander Jupiter said as she sent out her Pokemon.
Commander Mars followed suit. Sabrina turned to Ichigo.
I'll take care of them.
You go stop that madman,
Sabrina said as she sent out her Metatite and Galate.
Okay, Ichigo said.
Sabrina surrounded Ichigo and her psychic energy before throwing him over their heads.
Ichigo quickly did an over-the-shoulder roll before standing up and running towards Cyrus. Two large portals opened as Dialga and Palkia began to appear. Cyrus opened his second suitcase, revealing it to be full to the brim with small red gems. The gems began to glow and shot out towards Dialga and Palkia. The red gems united to form two long chains of red gems and wrapped themselves around Dialga and Palkia. Cyrus placed two bracelets with two large red gems on his wrists. Dialga! Palkia! He yelled. The red gems glowed brighter. Dialga and Palkia landed in front of Cyrus. Kill these fools! Dialga and Palkia charged up their attacks. Ichigo smirked as he sensed his shadow move. Suddenly Yami shot out of Dialga and Palkia's shadow. Everyone paused at the unexpected guest. Before anyone could react, Yami forced Dialga, Palkia, Cyrus, and Ichigo into the shadows, disappearing from the spear pillar. The two orbs fell to the ground, powerless once again. Master Cyrus! Commander Jupiter yelled. She abandoned the battle and ran towards the spot Cyrus was standing at. Master Cyrus! Sabrina stared in confusion, unsure what happened. I didn't expect Giratina to show up. Sabrina turned to see Cynthia, who just arrived. About time you got here, Sabrina commented. Sorry. Team Galactic attacked my hometown for the Adamant Orb and Lustrous Orb. I had to check up on them before I showed up. Cynthia said. I'm sorry. She said. It's nothing. She said as she walked towards the center of Spear Pillar. Commander Mars quickly ran away from them. Sabrina turned to her, ready to stop her. Leave her be. My agents are on their way up. They will intercept her. Cynthia said. We have much more important things to do. Cynthia took out a bag and took back the Adamant Orb and Lustrous Orb. She pulled out a pair of handcuffs and handcuffed Commander Jupiter, who was still trying to comprehend the loss of Cyrus. What did you mean? Didn't Cyrus summon Giratina? Sabrina asked. Not necessarily, Cynthia said. According to ancient Hisui legends, the Adamant Orb is used to summon Dialga while the Lustrous Orb is used to summon Palkia. It's uncertain why Giratina showed up and rescued its siblings, especially considering Giratina was banished to another dimension due to its aggressive nature towards Dialga and Palkia, once again according to ancient Hisui legends. Cynthia said. So what can we do now? She asked. There is nothing we can do. Cynthia sighed. Their fate lies with the legends. 1. Sabrina took out a sheet of paper and a pen. Are you planning to write a note in case Ichigo comes back? I am. Then write that you'll be waiting for him at Celestic Town. She said. Celestic Town? She asked. It's my hometown and it holds a lot of ancient history regarding Hisui legend, Cynthia explained. Sabrina nodded her head and wrote the note. She found a large rock and placed it in front of the stairs. With that, they walked away from Spear Pillar. Scene change, Distortion World. Ichigo, Cyrus, Dialga, and Palkia were thrown out of the shadows. Ichigo, Dialga, and Palkia were able to land on the ground while Cyrus slammed his head into the ground, knocking him unconscious. Yami fired 2 shadow balls at the red chains around Dialga and Palkia. The attack destroyed the red chains. Both Dialga and Palkia let out a loud roar as they charged up their attacks. Enough, Yami yelled as she floated in front of the unconscious Cyrus. They stopped charging their attack. Young one, Dialga said. Why are you protecting him? Do you understand what he did? Palkia added. That man abused one of the failsafes Lord Arceus created in an attempt to abuse our power. We must punish him for his crimes and let his punishment serve as a reminder to humanity that we are not to be trifled with, Dialga added. How? Ichigo asked. How? Palkia repeated. Do you plan to broadcast Cyrus's execution throughout the entire region? Ichigo asked. Surprisingly, Dialga and Palkia nodded their heads. Then both of you are idiots. How dare you? Palkia yelled. Yami quickly stood in front of Ichigo, protecting him from Palkia if it decided to attack him. Calm yourself, Dialga said to Palkia. It turned to Ichigo. Clarify what you mean. Your action may inversely cause everyone to go into a panic and try to capture both of you, for the safety of Sinnoh, Ichigo said. Dialga's eyes glowed as it tried to see alternative timelines. Why can I only see alternative timelines where his human is not there? Dialga thought. It decided to look into other alternative timelines without this human. Eventually, Dialga saw what it wanted and let out a sigh as its eyes stopped glowing. Well? Palkia asked. He's speaking the truth, Dialga said. So how do we remind humanity that we legends should not be trifled with? Palkia asked. I got a plan, Ichigo said as he told Dialga and Palkia his plan. Palkia turned to Dialga. Dialga's eyes glowed again as it traveled through the alternative timelines, seeing the effects of Ichigo's plan. Why can't I see the plan in action? Dialga thought. Suddenly Dialga could sense Arceus's presence in its mind. Dialga, Arceus said. Father. Dialga greeted its creator. Follow Ichigo's suggestion, Arceus ordered before leaving Dialga's mind. It will work. Dialga lied. Great, Ichigo said. Dialga turned to Yami. We are in your debt for saving us from the red chains and preventing us from making a horrible mistake, Dialga said. No. I was simply following Ichigo's orders. Yami replied. Nonetheless, we still owe you a debt, Dialga said. Dialga began to glow. A small ball of energy formed from Dialga's chest gem. The ball of energy floated towards Yami and entered her body. Yami let out a roar as her entire body glowed blue as her body began to transform. The light died down to reveal Yami's new form. The 6 black ghostly tendrils combined to form 2 large black ghostly wings with 3 red tips. The 6 golden-tipped spikes grew into large and thick legs with golden claws. 2 golden half-circles, similar to those on its neck, appear on each side of each leg. The other golden-tipped spikes disappeared from her tail. What is this? She asked. I gave you my blessing, Dialga said. It allows your body to gain the steel type and it increases your defense capabilities at the cost of your speed. I see. Yami said. Am I able to shift back to my regular form? You can, Dialga said. Just imagine your regular form. Yami transformed back to her regular form. Now it's my turn, Palkia said as it began to glow. A small ball of energy formed from one of Palkia's shoulder gems. The ball of energy floated towards Yami and entered her body. Yami let out a roar as her entire body glowed pink as her body began to transform. The light died down to reveal Yami's new form. Yami's head and neck are slightly longer. The golden half-circles that were on her neck are now at her chest where there were now a pair of hands and feet. The feet looked the same as her other form. As for her hand, she has 5 fingers on each hand and at her wrists were a set of golden half-circles, similar to those on its neck. Her tail lost all of its golden-tipped spikes again and grew shorter. She retained her black ghostly tendril. With my blessing, you gained the water type and an increase to your physical attacks and speed at the cost of your defenses. Palkia explained. I see. Giratina said as she reverted back to her regular form. Thank you. No problem, Palkia said. Dialga nodded its head. Soon they left the distortion world. So what are you planning to do with him? Yami asked. I'll let the police deal with him, Ichigo said as he grabbed the unconscious man. With that, they left the distortion world. Scene change, Spear Pillar. Ichigo stepped out of the shadow to see no one there. Strange, wasn't we just in the distortion world for like 10 minutes? Ichigo thought as he pulled out his Pokédex and looked at the time. It's been 3 days? Ichigo walked towards the stairs to Spear Pillar and spotted Sabrina's note. Celestic Town, here I come. Ichigo thought as he carried Cyrus down. On his way down, he spotted a shiny Absol and caught her. He exited the tunnel and continued to walk down. Eventually, he arrived at Celestic Town. Ichigo walked to the Pokemon Center. "Good morning," Ichigo said. "Good morning," Nurse Joy said. She glanced and noticed the unconscious Cyrus. "Ah. Can you call a police officer to take care of him?" Ichigo asked. "Sure," Nurse Joy said as she picked up her phone and called the police station. A few minutes later, 2 police officers arrived at the Pokemon Center and took Cyrus away. Immediately after, Ichigo spotted Sabrina running towards him. Sabrina grabbed him and hugged him tightly. Ichigo glanced over to see Cynthia. "She was worried about you when you were devoured by the shadows," Cynthia said. Ichigo mentally sighed as he gently placed his hands on her back and began to draw circles. "It's all right." Ichigo tried to calm her down. "I'm back. Once Sabrina calms down, come find me. I'll be here for a few more days." "What for?" Ichigo asked. "To answer any questions that you have about the Hisui legends." Hisui legends? Shouldn't it be Sinnoh legends? The region used to be called the Hisui region before changing its name to the Sinnoh region after a major civil war broke the region apart, Cynthia explained. "I see. Thank you for the offer," Ichigo said. Cynthia nodded her head and left the Pokemon Center. Ichigo looked at Sabrina, who calmed down. "Did you book a room, yet?" "No. Cynthia allowed me to stay at her place," Sabrina replied. Ichigo glanced over to Nurse Joy. "Can I book a room?" Ichigo asked. "Certainly," Nurse Joy said. Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex and handed it to Nurse Joy. She scanned the Pokédex and booked a room for Ichigo. "Here you go." She handed Ichigo his Pokédex back. "You're in room 3. Ichigo and Sabrina walked into their room. "Ichigo, we need to talk," Sabrina said. "Okay," Ichigo said. "I spent the past 3 days thinking." She began. "Did Sabrina develop feelings for me?" Ichigo mentally thought. Thinking, "Why did you disappearing like that hurt so much?" She continued. Tears began to form in her eyes. "I realized that it hurts because I love you. Sabrina. I care for you as well." Ichigo began. "But we can't be together." "Why?" she asked. Her psychic powers began to levitate everything around the room. Ichigo cast a set of privacy spells around them. Sabrina sensed some sort of energy formed a dome around them. "What did you do?" she asked. "I cast privacy spells around us," Ichigo answered. "Privacy spells?" Sabrina repeated with a confused look. "Allow me to explain," Ichigo said. He revealed to her that he's not a native to the Pokemon universe but from another universe. He told her that he was sent here to replace the original Chosen One, who died in an unexpected accident. He finally told her that after he is done with his mission, he would be allowed to go home. "I see," Sabrina said. She stayed silent. "When you leave, can I come with you?" she asked. I should have expected this, Ichigo thought. Should I do the same thing I did with Fleur? No, we're traveling together, and she doesn't have anyone else here. You can, Ichigo answered. Sabrina jumped in joy and hugged Ichigo. But Ichigo interrupted. Your psychic abilities are too weak compared to people from my world. If I compare you to my peerage, which can easily destroy an army with one attack. Ichigo mentally added. I see, Sabrina said. Before we are ready to leave, I will make my psychic powers much stronger. She vowed. Ichigo nodded his head. We'll resume our journey to Sunishore City tomorrow. Okay, Sabrina said as she stood up. I'll talk with my psychic types to figure out ways to train my psychic powers.
Okay, Ichigo said as Sabrina left the room.
Ichigo took a quick shower before taking a nap. Scene change, Sunishore City.
Ichigo and Sabrina crossed through Route 210, Route 215, Veilstone City, Route 214, and Route 222 before they arrived at Sunishore City. During that time, Kubfu received enlightenment, too, and was able to evolve into Urshifu. She was able to learn both Wicked Blow, the signature attack of the Darkness-style Single Strike, and the Surging Strikes, the signature attack of the Water-style Rapid Strike, due to Ichigo teaching her both styles and Kubfu's dedication in mastering both styles.
When Urshifu uses Wicked Blow or Surging Strikes, she gains the Dark or Water type until she uses the other attack.
This also means that her move pool slightly differs whenever she is in Darkness style or Water style.
Ichigo and Sabrina checked into the Pokemon Center and rested for the day.
The next day, they walked towards the gym.
Good morning. The receptionist greeted. Are both of you here for a gym battle? We are. Ichigo and Sabrina handed the receptionist their identifications.
She took their identifications and scanned them into the computer.
Gym leader Faulkner is ready for both of you, she said.
She escorted them down towards the battlefield.
Sabrina took her spot in the stands while Ichigo stood on the battlefield.
Ichigo spotted Faulkner, who took his spot on the battlefield.
The referee took his place in the middle of the battlefield.
The match between gym leader Faulkner and Cardinal Ichigo will begin.
This will be a 3-on-3 match with substitutions. On the count of 3, both of you will send out your first Pokemon, the referee announced. 1. Ichigo and Faulkner took out a Pokeball each. 2, 3. Ichigo and Faulkner sent out their first Pokemon.
Ichigo sent out his Garchomp while Faulkner sent out his Electivire.
I give up, Faulkner immediately said as he recalled his Electivire. Ichigo looked at the referee with a confused look. Gym leader Faulkner has forfeited the match. The winner is Cardinal Ichigo, the referee announced. Hey! Why did you forfeit the match? We haven't even started yet, Ichigo yelled out. The battle is already over the moment you send out a ground type, he replied. He turned to Sabrina. Are you planning to use any ground types?
I am a psychic specialist and none of my psychic types are ground types,
she replied. An interesting match then, he said.
Ichigo and Sabrina swapped places.
You're okay with a 6-on-6?
I'm fine with that, Sabrina said.
Soon the match began. Faulkner used his Mega Luxray, Electivire, Zebstrika, Magnezone, Electros, and Lantern,
while Sabrina used her Mega Alakazam, Espeon, Bronzong, Exeggutor, Malamar, and Jinx. It took a while for the 6-on-6 match to finally end with Sabrina's victory. Ichigo and Sabrina stood in the middle of the battlefield where Faulkner presented the Legacy Beacon badge, which took the shape of a lighthouse on a golden background. With the final badge acquired, they returned to the Pokemon Center and stayed a day there for Sabrina's Pokemon to recover before leaving. Scene change, Lily of the Valley. It took Ichigo and Sabrina 3 days to cross through Route 223 in the ocean before they arrived at an island called the Lily of the Valley. The island was full of tourists, trainers, and shop owners. Ichigo and Sabrina checked in at a nearby Pokemon Center and presented their legacy badges to register for the Lily of the Valley conference, only to discover that there is one additional challenge for them. They must traverse through a rocky mountain full of strong Pokemon called Victory Road. On top of the mountain is another Pokemon Center, which is where trainers can register for the conference. Ichigo and Sabrina easily completed the challenge and register for the tournament. Ichigo and Sabrina attended the opening ceremony for Lily of the Valley conference. After the ceremony, they relaxed in their hotel room thought the initial parts of the tournaments. They both already had a spot in the quarter-final as a perk in completing under the legacy policy. Sabrina used that time to train her team and her psychic powers. Ichigo, on the other hand, used the time looking at the live streams of the matches and taking notes of the strong trainers who might arrive at the quarter-finals. Ichigo spotted an interesting trainer. So it seems someone managed to catch Darkrai and used it to demolish all the trainers in his way.
Ichigo thought.
Paul also made it as well, as expected of the protagonist's rival.
Suddenly his phone began to ring. Ichigo looked to see it was Maylene. He picked up the phone. Hello, Maylene.
Ichigo, Master Mustard is ready to see you,
she said. Great. Where is he? Ichigo asked.
Maylene told him about their hotel room.
Ichigo walked over and knocked on the door.
The door opened to reveal Maylene. She moved aside, allowing Ichigo to enter.
He entered to see Master Mustard and an older woman sitting on a couch, drinking tea. It's nice to finally meet you,
Master Mustard said as he placed his tea on the table.
Show me your kubfu, he arrogantly ordered.
Ichigo silently sent out his urshifu. Master Mustard's eyes widened upon seeing her.
How?
He mumbled as he stood up and took a good look at her.
Which style did you pick?
You'll find out in the conference, Ichigo replied as he recalled her and left the room.
That man should have answered your questions, the woman said. Honey. He's rude to me because of my actions before, Master Mustard admitted. What did you do? Honey asked.
I called him a thief, accused him of stealing a kubfu from us, and demanded kubfu back,
Master Mustard said. Honey let out a sigh. If he's any like you back then, he would hold a grudge. Not only that, but he's also stronger than me, Master Mustard said. Huh? Honey asked.
During a gym battle in Kanto, his Charizard evolved and began to out of control.
Oh no, Honey said.
That insane man entered the battlefield and beat his Charizard into submission,
Master Mustard said. Impossible, Honey said. Master Mustard pulled out his laptop and showed her the battle. Even in my youth, I wouldn't do something that reckless, Master Mustard admitted. So we made a powerful enemy, Honey said. Possibly, Master Mustard said. We don't have anything that he would want. Honey sighed as her husband was right. Scene change, hotel room. Ichigo returned to his hotel room and turned the TV back on. Looks like the beginning rounds are done, Ichigo thought. He watched as the TV showed two announcers sitting at a desk.
Well, folks, we are down to our final 8 trainers,
one of the announcers said. But wait, we only have 6 quarter-finalists, the other one said. You're right and wrong, the first one resumed. 2 of our quarter-final spots have been taken by 2 trainers who took the legacy policy. Ah yes, the legacy policy,
the second announcer repeated, recalling the policy.
For our audience who don't know, the legacy policy is for trainers that are ace trainer or above. These trainers will still challenge our gym leaders for a gym badge, but both trainers are allowed to use their strongest teams without any restrictions, the first announcer explained. With the explanation done, let's see who our first match for the quarterfinals will be, the second announcer said as the screen beside them turned black for a few moments before populating a bracket. It seems we'll meet one of our legacy trainers is in the first match, the first announcer said. Everyone could see Ichigo's name on the board. Looks like his opponent is a new trainer named Paul.
Ichigo sat in his room with a smirk as he decided which Pokemon he'll use for the match.
Time skip, next morning.
Ichigo and Paul met in the middle of the main battlefield.
Neither person said anything. The referee walked towards them. Winner of the coin toss will get to pick who will send out their Pokemon first, in addition, gets to make the first move, the referee said. Heads, Paul immediately called.
Then I will take tails, Ichigo replied.
The referee nodded his head as he flipped the coin. The coin landed on the ground. Heads, he announced.
He goes first, Paul said.
Very well.
Trainers, please go back to your positions,
the referee said.
Ichigo and Paul took their places at the edge of the battlefield while the referee stood in the middle off to the side. The match between Cardinal Ichigo and Trainer Paul will begin.
This will be a 6-on-6 match.
Each trainer is allowed to substitute 5 times. Cardinal Ichigo will be the first one to send out his Pokemon and make the first move.
Go Milotic, Ichigo said. Paul sneered at the Pokemon. Torterra, stand for battle, he said. Ichigo scanned Torterra, learning that it was a grass ground type. The referee glanced at Ichigo. I will stick with Milotic. The referee nodded his head. The battle between Milotic and Torterra will begin. Ichigo has the first move. Milotic, use Ice Beam, Ichigo ordered. Milotic opened her mouth and fired a beam of ice towards Torterra. Torterra, use Stone Edge to protect yourself, Paul ordered. Torterra stomped the ground. Large rocks shot up from the ground, forming a stone barrier around Torterra. The barrier was able to protect Torterra from Milotic's ice beam. Jump up in the air and trap it in ice, Ichigo ordered. Milotic coiled her body up and shot herself up in the air and continued to use Ice Beam. Torterra, use Leaf Storm to get rid of the Milotic, Paul ordered. Terra. Torterra yelled as the leaves around its tree glowed green and shot out in a tornado. Ichigo smirked as Milotic was engulfed in the attack. Good. That'll allow us to fight back, Paul thought. The attack ended and Milotic landed back on the ground. Everyone stared at Milotic in shock. That attack didn't do anything? In fact, everyone noticed that Milotic was surrounded by green energy. Milotic, use Ice Beam, Ichigo ordered. The Leaf Storm destroyed a part of the rocky barrier, giving Milotic a direct opening to Torterra. She fired her Ice Beam at Torterra. Stone Edge. Torterra stomped on the floor. To Torterra's shock, the rocks didn't come up. Torterra stood there helpless as it took the Ice Beam. Terra. Torterra yelled out in pain as the ice began to freeze its body. Hyper Beam, he ordered. Torterra opened its mouth and began to gather energy in its mouth, forming a ball of orange energy. Keep up the Ice Beam, Ichigo ordered. Torterra's lower body was completely frozen. Fire, Paul ordered. The orange ball of energy turned into an orange beam as Torterra tilted its head towards Milotic and fired it. Dodge it. Milotic moved to the side, avoiding the attack. The hyper beam destroyed all the ice and stone in its way. Torterra soon ended the hyper beam. Exhaustion quickly settled as it tried to remain standing. Milotic, ended with Ice Beam, Ichigo ordered. Milotic fired one more Ice Beam. Dodge it, Paul ordered. Torterra failed to react in time, being encased in ice. Trainer Paul has the count of 10 to get a response from his Torterra. If he fails to do so, then I will determine that Torterra is unable to battle, the referee announced as a 10-second timer started to go down. Torterra, Paul yelled. To his dismay, Torterra did not respond to him. The timer went down to 0. The battle is over. The winner is Milotic. Paul recalled his frozen Torterra and sent out his Electivire. Ichigo recalled his Milotic. Looks like you have a chance to dish out your revenge, Ichigo said as he sent out his next Pokemon, Infernape. Infernape let out an angry howl as she recognized who was in front of her. Do you remember her, Paul? Ichigo asked. It was the weak Chimchar you released, Ichigo said. The referee turned to Paul. I will not substitute, he said. The next battle is between Electivire and Infernape. Trainer Paul has the first move. Earthquake, Paul yelled. Counter it with your own Earthquake, Ichigo ordered. Electivire and Infernape jumped up in the air before slamming down on the ground, causing the entire stadium to rumble. Both Pokemon struggled to resist the attack. Flare Blitz, Ichigo ordered. Wild Charge, Paul ordered. Electivire was engulfed in yellow electricity while Infernape was engulfed in red flames. They both charged towards each other.
The impact caused a massive explosion, sending Electivire and Infernape back towards their respective sides.
Are you okay? Ichigo asked. Infernape nodded her head. Electivire crush that rejects with Wild Charge or you're next. Paul threatened. Electivire was once again engulfed in yellow electricity before charging at Infernape again.
Infernape, wait until Electivire is close, then use dodge and use close combat, Ichigo ordered. Infernape nodded her head as she stood there and waited. At the last second, before Electivire could hit her, she took a sidestep, narrowly avoided Electivire, and delivered a powerful punch in the face. The sucker punch knocked Electivire off balance, causing all the collected electricity to dissipate.
Infernape climbed on Elective and began to use close combat on Electivire's face. Electivire tried its best to cover its face with its arms. Get up! Paul yelled.
Electivire tried to turn its body to the side, as an attempt to get up, but Infernape would immediately attack the side, causing Electivire to lie back down on its back.
Attack!
Electivire tried its best to obey Paul's commands, but Infernape was able to react in time, preventing Electivire from doing anything. Soon Electivire stopped struggling, falling unconscious from all the attacks.
Stop! The referee yelled. Infernape stopped her attacks and got off Electivire. The battle is over. The winner is Infernape, the referee declared.
Paul recalled his Electivire and sent out his Drapion.
Drapion let out a loud roar before glaring at Infernape. Do you want to continue? Ichigo asked. Infernape shook its head. Ichigo recalled Infernape and sent out Garchomp. Both Pokemon glared at each other. The referee glanced at Paul.
I will stay with Drapion, Paul said.
The next battle is between Drapion and Garchomp.
Ichigo has the first move. Sandstorm, Ichigo said. Garchomp let out a loud roar as the entire battlefield was engulfed in a sandstorm.
Drapion, when you see Garchomp, use Dragon Claw, Paul ordered.
Drapion replied with a growl as it looked around, trying to find Garchomp. The ground beneath Drapion rumbled as Garchomp shot out of the ground, hitting Drapion in the belly.
The unexpected attack sent Drapion flying in the air. Drapion!
Paul yelled out in anger, trying to regain control of the match.
Grab its tail and slam it on the ground, Ichigo ordered.
Garchomp flew towards Drapion and grabbed its tail with both hands.
Comp!
Garchomp yelled out as she swung Drapion over her head and threw it on the ground.
Draw!
Drapion yelled out in pain from the impact. The force of the impact ended the sandstorm.
End it with outrage, Ichigo said. Garchomp glowed with red energy as she attacked Drapion. Dragon Claw! Paul ordered.
Drapion tried its best to gather draconic energy for its attack, but Garchomp's assault was too fast and hard.
Drapion's claws fell to the ground. Garchomp stopped her attack and took a few steps back. The battle is over. The winner is Garchomp, the referee declared. Paul glared at the unconscious Drapion. He recalled it and sent out Ursaring. Ichigo recalled Drapion and sent out his Electivire. Paul remained with Ursaring. The next battle is between Electivire and Ursaring. Paul has the first move. Earthquake! Paul ordered. Ursaring leaped up in the air. Magnet Rise, Ichigo replied. Yellow discs of electricity appeared underneath Electivire's feet, allowing her to float above the ground. Ursaring slammed down on the ground, shaking the entire battlefield. Plasma Fist, Ichigo said. Electivire's fists glowed with white electricity as it soared towards Ursaring, while still using Magnet Rise. Slash! Ursaring's claws glowed white as it met Electivire's attack head-on. Both Pokemon delivered powerful blows to each other, but neither one showed any damage. Use close combat, Ichigo ordered. Suddenly Electivire kicked Ursaring in the chest. Ursaring wasn't expecting the kick, preventing it from reacting in time. The unexpected opening allowed Electivire to continue to attack Ursaring with close combat. Fight back! Paul yelled, losing his temper. Ursaring suddenly lunged to the left, causing Electivire to miss. This gave Ursaring a chance to recover. Get back in there with Hammer Arm. Ursaring's arms glowed white as it charged towards Electivire. Close combat, Ichigo ordered. Both Pokemon continued to attack each other. It didn't take long before one of Electivire's attacks finally knocked Ursaring unconscious. Electivire took a few steps back from the unconscious Pokemon. The battle is over. The winner is Electivire, the referee declared. Damn it!
Paul yelled as he recalled his Ursaring and sent out his Magmortar. You better win, Ichigo recalled his Electivire and sent out his Swampert. Paul glared as he swapped out his Magmortar to Honchkrow. Ichigo replied by recalling his Swampert and sent out Rhyperior.
Damn it! Paul thought. Both his Pokemon have type advantage over me. Paul thought.
I'll stick with Honchkrow.
He finally said. The battle between Rhyperior and Honchkrow will begin.
Ichigo has the first move.
Rock Slide. Ichigo said.
White orbs of energy formed around Rhyperior.
The orbs transformed into rocks as they flew towards Honchkrow. Dodge and use Steel Wing, Paul ordered. Honchkrow either dodged the rocks or used its metallic wings to break them. Keep it up. Ichigo ordered. More rocks flew towards Honchkrow.
Honchkrow tried its best, but the rocks quickly outnumbered it. End it with Rockwrecker, Ichigo said. Rhyperior raised its arms up, forming a large boulder. With a hard push, he sent the large boulder towards Honchkrow. The large boulder crushed Honchkrow. Everyone could see Honchkrow on the ground while being crushed by the boulder. Get the boulder off of Honchkrow, Ichigo ordered. Rhyperior walked over, grabbed the boulder, and lifted it. Everyone could see Honchkrow was unconscious. The battle is over. The winner is Rhyperior, the referee declared. Paul recalled his Honchkrow and glared at Ichigo.
Is he going to send out his Magmortar or forfeit? Ichigo thought. I forfeit the rest of the match. He growled. The referee nodded his head. Trainer Paul has forfeited the match. The winner is Cardinal Ichigo, he announced.
Ichigo recalled his Rhyperior and walked out of the battlefield.
Many people moved aside and whispered among themselves.
Ichigo ignored them and arrived at the Pokemon Center and handed his Pokemon to Nurse Joy.
As his Pokemon were receiving treatment from Nurse Joy, Ichigo glanced at the TV.
It was showing the trainers going to the semifinals. So it's Tobias, Sabrina, someone named Conway, and I.
I wonder who's going to be my opponent. Ichigo thought.
Soon the semi-final bracket populated.
Well, this is going to be fun.
Ichigo thought upon seeing the bracket.
Chapter 70, Arc 13.
Ichigo entered the battlefield and walked to the middle of the battlefield. A minute later, his opponent appeared. She walked to the middle of the battlefield and met up with Ichigo. Good morning, Sabrina, Ichigo said.
Good morning to you as well, she said. The referee walked to them.
Winner of the coin toss will get to pick who will send out their Pokemon first, in addition, gets to make the first move.
The referee said as she took out a coin. Who wants to call it? After you, Ichigo said. I will go with heads, Sabrina said.
I'm fine with tails, Ichigo replied.
She nodded her head and flipped the coin. The coin landed on the ground. Everyone looked to see it was tails. Ichigo called it right. She announced. Sabrina will go first, Ichigo said. Okay then. Take your places.
Ichigo, Sabrina, and the referee took their places on the battlefield.
The match between Cardinal Ichigo and Ace Trainer Sabrina will begin. This will be a 6-on-6 match.
Each trainer is allowed to substitute 5 times.
Ace Trainer Sabrina will be the first one to send out her Pokemon and make the first move. Go Espeon, she said.
Go Drapion, Ichigo said.
Drapion let out a loud intimidating roar as she glared at Galate. Damn it! None of my Pokemon have any ground-type attacks, she thought. The referee glanced at Sabrina. Sabrina recalled her Espion and sent out her Galate. Ichigo recalled his Drapion and sent out his Red Dusknoir. I will stay with Galate, she said. The battle between Dusknoir and Galate will begin. Ace Trainer Sabrina has the first move. Galate, use Psycho Cut, she ordered. Galate charged towards Dusknoir, with his arms glowing with psychic energy. Shadow Sneak and Shadow Punch, Ichigo ordered. Dusknoir dove into shadows. Galate stopped moving as tried to find Dusknoir. Be careful. It usually shows up from below you, Sabrina warned. Galate nodded his head as he continued to be vigilant. The shadow behind Galate expanded. Behind you. Galate turned around with its arms, ready to attack Dusknoir. Suddenly Dusknoir appeared behind Galate and punched him in the face. Galate took a few steps back as he tried to recover. Don't let him recover, Ichigo ordered. Dusknoir soared towards Galate and continued to use Shadow Punch. Psycho Cut in front of you, Sabrina ordered. Galate fired a Psycho Cut in front of him. The attack hit Dusknoir, pushing her back. Galate recovered from Dusknoir's attacks. Keep using Psycho Cut. Don't let Dusknoir attack you. Galate fired more and more Psycho Cuts at Dusknoir. Dodge it and use Will-O-Wisp, Ichigo ordered. Blue ghostly flames gathered in Dusknoir's hand before flying towards Galate. Destroy those Will-O-Wisps, Sabrina ordered. Galate fired a few Psycho Cuts towards the incoming Will-O-Wisps. The two attacks collided, causing an explosion. Dusknoir, use Shadow Sneak and Shadow Punch, Ichigo ordered. Dusknoir used the dust from the explosion to hide in the shadows again and moved towards Galate. Galate, blow the dust away with Psycho Cut, Sabrina ordered. Galate swung his arms, unleashing more Psycho Cut to part the smoke, but Dusknoir already disappeared. Dusknoir shot out of Galate's shadow and punched him in the back of the head. Galate collapsed on the ground. Dusknoir punched Galate a few more times to make sure he was unconscious. The battle is over. The winner is Dusknoir, the referee declared. Good job, Galate, she said as she recalled her Galate and sent out Malamar. Ichigo recalled his Dusknoir and sent out Sizer. I will remain with Malamar, she said. The battle between Sizer and Malamar will begin. Sabrina has the first move. Malamar use Night Slash, she said. Malamar's tentacles glowed with dark energy as they swung them at Sizer. Dodge and use X Scissors, Ichigo ordered. Sizer moved to the side, easily avoiding the attack. Her claws glow light green as she slashed downwards at Malamar with her claws in an X formation. Mar! Malamar howled in pain. Keep it up, Ichigo ordered. Malamar, get away, Sabrina ordered. Malamar tried to run away, but Sizer was too fast. She did another X Scissor at Malamar's back. The attack knocked Malamar off its feet, landing face first on the ground. Ended with X Scissor, Ichigo ordered. Sizer delivered one final attack at Malamar's back. The attack knocked Malamar unconscious. The battle is over. The winner is Sizer. Sabrina recalled her Malamar and sent out her Bronzong. Ichigo recalled his Sizer and sent out his Chandelure. Sabrina nodded her head to the referee. The next battle will be Chandelure versus Bronzong. Ichigo has the first move. Flamethrower, Ichigo said. Chandelure fired a stream of flames towards Bronzong. Use light screen to protect yourself, Sabrina ordered. Bronzong's eyes glowed as a yellow transparent barrier appeared in front of it, protecting it from Chandelure's flames. Revolve around it, Ichigo ordered. Chandelure began to revolve around Bronzong while continuing to use Flamethrower. Bronzong spun with Chandelure while keeping light screen up. In a few moments, they were trapped in a flame vortex. Chandelure gave Bronzong an eerie smile as Bronzong struggled to protect itself from the heat of the flames. Bronzong used Psychic to escape. Sabrina ordered.
Bronzong surrounded itself in Psychic as it tried to escape the fire vortex.
Shadow Ball. Ichigo ordered.
Chandelure fired a few shadow balls at Bronzong. The shadow balls hit Bronzong, causing it to lose focus of the Psychic and fall into the flames.
Bronzong would try its best to escape. Every time it would be close, a shadow ball from Chandelure knocked it back down.
This torture lasted for another minute before Bronzong fell into the flames.
Enough, Ichigo said. Chandelure devoured the flames, revealing an unconscious Bronzong. The battle is over. The winner is Chandelure.
Sabrina recalled her Bronzong and sent back out her Espion. Ichigo recalled Chandelure and sent Drapion back out.
The battle between Drapion and Espion will begin. Sabrina has the first move. Espion used Dazzling Gleam. Sabrina ordered. Espion glowed with fairy energy before shooting that light towards Drapion. Cross Poison. Ichigo countered.
Drapion crossed her arms in front of her face as her claws start to glow purple. A purple X then appears in front of her crossed arms and fired the attack towards the incoming Dazzling Gleam. The two attacks collided with each other, creating a massive explosion.
The dust settled, revealing Drapion and Espion both fine.
Charge in with Night Slash, Ichigo ordered. Drapion charged straight into the dust with her claws glowing black.
Use Psychic to dodge, Sabrina ordered.
Espion glowed with psychic energy as it floated up in the air, barely avoided Drapion. Keep an eye on Espion while you use Hone Claws, Ichigo ordered. Drapion's claws began to glow red as she tapped them together. She repeated this process while Espion floated above the air.
Damn! Sabrina thought.
As soon as Espion loses focus and falls, Drapion would charge in and hit her with a Night Slash, instantly knocking her out. If I make Espion stay up there, then she'll tire herself out and fail to react to Drapion in time. Drapion stood there, continuously using Hone Claws, and glared at Espion.
Come on. Your Espion should get tired by now. Ichigo thought.
They noticed Espion struggle to keep herself afloat.
It's now or never. Sabrina thought. Espion used Dazzling Gleam. Sabrina ordered.
Espion released herself from her own psychic, causing her to begin to fall. She gathered fairy energy, ready to unleash her attack. Drapion, take the Dazzling Gleam and end it with Night Slash, Ichigo ordered. Drapion's claws glowed with dark energy as she charged towards the descending Espion. Espion fired her beam of fairy energy.
Drapion charged thought, ignoring the attack.
Drapion's reckless action startled Sabrina and Espion, allowing Drapion to get within range of Espion and slashed her with Night Slash. The empowered Night Slash sent Espion flying, crashing into the battlefield wall behind Sabrina.
Espion collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The battle is over. The winner is Drapion. The referee announced. Drapion let out a loud victorious roar.
Sabrina silently recalled her Espion and sent out her Alakazam. Ichigo recalled his Drapion and sent out his Absol.
Another one? Sabrina thought. The referee glanced at Sabrina.
I'll stay with Alakazam, Sabrina said.
The referee nodded his head. The battle between Absol and Alakazam will begin.
Ichigo has the first move. Night Slash, Ichigo said. The horn on Absol's head glowed with dark energy as she fired a crescent wave of dark energy.
Teleport and use Aura Sphere. Sabrina countered. Alakazam quickly teleported away, dodging the incoming attack. Use Psycho Cut to destroy the Aura Sphere. Ichigo countered. Absol's horn glowed with psychic energy as Alakazam fired his Aura Sphere. Absol fired a wave of psychic energy. The two attacks collided with each other, causing a small explosion. Sometimes I hate his tactical mind. Sabrina thought. Catching a few additional Pokemon that I don't know about and teaching them enough different moves to fully counter my moves. Absol Night Slash. Ichigo ordered. Alakazam, dodge it. Sabrina ordered. Absol fired another crescent wave of dark energy. Alakazam teleported away, dodging the attack. Alakazam appeared above Absol, floating in the air with Psychic. Make it rain with Aura Sphere. Sabrina ordered. The sky began to fill up with Aura Spheres which began to fall towards Absol. Absol used Psycho Cut, make it big. Ichigo ordered. Absol's horn once again began to glow with psychic energy, this time much darker than before. She swung her horn at the incoming attack, releasing a massive purple crescent wave of psychic energy. Alakazam, get out of there! Sabrina ordered. Alakazam teleported away right as the two attacks collided with each other, causing a massive explosion in the air. The dust settled to reveal Alakazam and Absol exhausted. Absol, use Crunch, Ichigo said. Absol charged towards Alakazam. Stop it with Aura Sphere. Sabrina countered. Alakazam managed to charge up another Aura Sphere and fired it at the incoming Absol. Despite Absol being exhausted, she managed to dodge the attack. Absol's mouth glowed with dark energy as she bit down on Alakazam's arm. Get it off! Sabrina ordered. Alakazam punched Absol in the head, trying to get it to let go. Absol bit down harder, refusing to let go. It didn't take much longer before Alakazam fell unconscious from the exhaustion and the damage from Absol's attacks. Absol finally let go of Alakazam. The battle is over. The winner is Absol. The referee declared as Sabrina recalled her Alakazam. She sent out her Metacam and pulled out her Mega Bracelet. Ichigo recalled his exhausted Absol and sent out his Gardevoir. Ichigo also revealed his Mega Stone. Mega Shinka. They shouted as Metacam and Gardevoir were engulfed in a ball of energy. The energy dissipated, revealing Mega Metacam and Mega Gardevoir. The battle between Mega Gardevoir and Mega Metacam will begin. Sabrina has the first move. Metacam use close combat. Sabrina ordered. Mega Metacam ran towards Mega Gardevoir. Shadow Ball, Ichigo ordered. Mega Gardevoir raised her hands and fired balls of ghostly energy towards the incoming Mega Metacam. Dodge them! She ordered. Mega Metacam swerved to the side, avoiding the Shadow Ball. Moonblast, Ichigo ordered. Sabrina's widened as Mega Gardevoir fired a blast of fairy energy at Mega Metacam. Mega Metacam was forced to take the hit, unable to dodge in time. The attack forced Mega Metacam back. Continue with Shadow Ball, Ichigo said. Mega Gardevoir fired more Shadow Balls at Mega Metacam. Dodge them! Sabrina ordered. Mega Metacam swerved side by side, trying to avoid the Shadow Balls. One more wave of Shadow Ball. After that, pinned Metacam down with Psychic. Ichigo ordered. Gardevoir fired another wave of Shadow Balls towards Mega Metacam. Mega Metacam tried to swerve to the side when suddenly it froze in place. Metacam break free. Sabrina ordered. Mega Metacam tried its best to break free from Gardevoir's Psychic, but it was too late. Mega Metacam was hit by the Shadow Balls. Slam Metacam down to the ground, Ichigo ordered after the Shadow Balls hit its mark. Mega Metacam floated up in the air before being repeatedly slammed into the ground. That's enough. Ichigo finally said. Mega Gardevoir released Mega Metacam from her Psychic. Mega Metacam collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The battle is over. The winner is Mega Gardevoir. That means, the winner of this semi-final match, and going to the finals against our dark horse, is Cardinal Ichigo. The referee declared. Ichigo and Sabrina recalled their Pokémon and teleported out of the battlefield, avoiding all the reporters. They arrived at the Pokémon Center, where they handed their Pokémon to Nurse Joy before teleporting to their hotel room. Are you ready to go against Tobias? She asked. I am, Ichigo said as he looked at his notes and began to finalize his team. Time skip, next afternoon. The next morning was Sabrina versus Paul, and Sabrina easily crushed Paul, claiming third place. Ichigo, Tobias, and the referee arrived in the middle of the battlefield.
Winner of the coin toss will get to pick who will send out their Pokemon first, in addition, gets to make the first move. The referee said as she took out a coin. I will allow Ichigo to make the first move while I send out my Pokemon first. Tobias arrogantly said. The referee glanced at Ichigo. I'll accept Trainer Tobias's offer, Ichigo said. He glanced at Tobias. Just don't blame me if that arrogance causes you to lose this match. Ichigo, Tobias, and the referee took their places on the battlefield. The match between Cardinal Ichigo and Trainer Tobias will begin. This will be a 6-on-6 match. Each trainer is allowed to substitute 5 times. Trainer Tobias will be the first one to send out his Pokemon. Cardinal Ichigo has the first move. The referee declared. Go Darkrai, Tobias said, sending out his legendary Pokemon. Go Urshifu, Ichigo said, sending out his own legendary Pokemon. Urshifu glared at Darkrai. The referee glanced at Tobias. I will stay with Darkrai, Tobias replied. The first battle is between Urshifu and Darkrai. Ichigo has the first move. The referee announced. Urshifu use close combat. Ichigo said. Urshifu silently charged towards Darkrai. Fool. Tobias thought. Dark Void. He said. Darkrai gathered a ball of dark energy and fired it towards Urshifu. Urshifu narrowly avoided the attack and punched Darkrai in the face. The force from the attack pushed Darkrai back. Put it to sleep. Tobias growled. Darkrai fired more dark voids. Dodge them, Ichigo said. Urshifu swerved side to side, avoiding the attacks. Since I can't put it to sleep, let's shift to offense. Tobias thought. Darkrai use Focus Blast. A ball of white energy began to form in front of Darkrai. Close combat. Ichigo ordered. Urshifu dashed towards Darkrai and punched it in the face. The force of the blow interrupted the Focus Blast and caused it to explode prematurely, damaging both Urshifu and Darkrai. Urshifu leaped back, returning to Ichigo's side. Ichigo could tell Urshifu wasn't severely injured by the attack. Darkrai on the other hand was heavily injured and struggled to remain standing. Ended with one more close combat, Ichigo said. Urshifu rushed towards Darkrai and delivered one devastating punch in the face. The force from that punch sent Darkrai flying, crashing on the ground in front of Tobias. Get up! He growled. Darkrai refused to stand up. The battle is over. The winner is Urshifu. The referee announced. The entire audience went wild. Tobias only used his Darkrai throughout the tournament. Tobias recalled his Darkrai. Since his Urshifu was only a fighting type, this should be a good counter. He thought as he recalled his Darkrai and sent out his next Pokemon. Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the Pokemon. This is a Cresselia, a Psychic-type Pokemon. This Pokemon is owned by Trainer Tobias. The Pokédex reported. Ichigo turned to Urshifu. Do you want to continue? He asked. Urshifu nodded her head. Ichigo turned to the referee. I will continue with Urshifu. The referee nodded her head. The next battle is between Urshifu and Cresselia. Tobias has the first move. Cresselia, use Psychic, Tobias said. Wicked Blow, Ichigo replied. Urshifu's eyes glowed red as her entire body was surrounded by dark energy. She tightened her fists as she rushed towards Cresselia. Cresselia's eyes glowed as she tried to trap Urshifu in Psychic. Urshifu ignored her Psychic. Cresselia's eyes widened. Before she could react, Urshifu's fist collided with Cresselia's face. Cresselia's body crashed on the ground and was forced back a few feet. Cresselia floated back up. It's a fighting dark type. Tobias realized. He pulled out his Pokeball and recalled Cresselia. And Trainer Tobias recalled his Cresselia. The referee announced. Tobias sent out another Pokemon. Heatran, a Fire Steel type Pokemon. This Pokemon is owned by Trainer Tobias.
The Pokédex reported. The referee glanced at Ichigo. Urshifu nodded her head. I will continue with Urshifu, Ichigo said. The next battle between Urshifu and Heatran will begin. Due to trainer Tobias's substitution, Cardinal Ichigo has the first move. Surging strikes, Ichigo said. Urshifu's eyes glowed blue as her body was surrounded by blue energy. She lunged towards Heatran. She began to strike Heatran with a combination of palm strikes and chops. Heatran swung its arms at Urshifu, trying to protect itself from her attacks. Heatran used Magma Storm. Tobias ordered. Heatran opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful spiral of red-orange flames towards Urshifu. Dodge it, Ichigo ordered. Urshifu leaped to the side, avoiding the attack. Continue with surging strikes, Ichigo ordered. Urshifu jumped behind Heatran and began to attack it with more palm strikes and chops. Heatran groaned in pain as it tried to protect itself. Heat Wave. Tobias ordered. Heatran let out a loud roar as a large wave of heat shot out of its body towards the surrounding area. Urshifu was too close to dodge the attack. Use liquidation to protect yourself. Ichigo ordered. Urshifu covered herself in water as the waves of heat hit her. Luckily, the water blocked the majority of the attack. Keep up the surging strikes. Ichigo ordered. Use Heat Wave to keep it away from you. Tobias ordered. Urshifu would be able to attack Heatran with surging strikes before being forced away by Heatran's Heat Wave. It took Urshifu 2 more rounds before Heatran was finally collapsed on the battlefield, either too tired from using Heat Wave or took too much damage from Urshifu. The battle is over. The winner is Urshifu. The referee declared. Tobias recalled his Heatran. Should I send Cresselia back out? Tobias considered. No. His Urshifu was able to deal that much damage to her with one attack. Latios and Latias wouldn't be ideal since they would also be weak to the dark-type attacks. Looks like it has to use him. Tobias took out another Pokeball and released his next Pokemon. Shaman, a grass-flying type. This Pokemon is owned by trainer Tobias. The Pokédex reported. Ichigo recalled Urshifu and sent out Miyuki. Damn. It's an ice type. Tobias thought. I can't switch out to Cresselia because of his Urshifu. I will stick with Shaman, Tobias said. The battle between Ninetales and Shaman will begin. Shaman has the first move. Shaman use Leech Seed. Tobias ordered. Miyuki freeze those seeds, Ichigo ordered. Shaman shook its body, dislodging a few seeds, which flew towards Miyuki. She opened her mouth and fired a beam of ice at the incoming seeds. Miyuki's attacks froze the seed, preventing them from working. Hail! Ichigo ordered. Air Slash! Tobias ordered. Miyuki opened her mouth as she gathered a ball of icy energy. Shaman's wings glowed white and flapped them, sending small blasts of wind towards Miyuki. She jumped up in the air, dodging the attack. While in midair, she fired the energy ball towards the sky. The sky immediately darkened as hail began to fall. Damn it, the hail! Tobias thought. Shaman hit that Ninetales with Leech Seed, Tobias ordered. Shaman struggled in the freezing cold as it tried to find Miyuki. Miyuki quickly blended into the snow, preventing Shaman from finding her. Blizzard, Ichigo said. Miyuki opened her mouth and fired an icy blue beam at the unsuspecting Shaman. The attack hit Shaman and instantly froze it. The frozen Shaman fell from the sky and crashed on the icy ground, freeing it from the ice. Shaman, get out of there! Tobias ordered. Blizzard, Ichigo ordered. Shaman began to flap its wings, trying to escape, but Miyuki was able to freeze Shaman in ice. Trainer Tobias has the count of 10 to get a response from his Shaman. If he fails to do so, then I will determine that Shaman is unable to battle. The referee announced as a 10-second timer started to go down. Shaman! Tobias ordered. To his dismay, Shaman didn't respond. Soon the timer reached 0.
The timer has reached 0 and his shaman failed to respond.
The referee declared. This means the winner of this battle is Ninetales. What should I do? He thought. I only have Cresselia, Latios, and Latias. Cresselia should be able to deal with his Ninetales, but he might have other ice types. I could send out Latios, hoping to bait him into switching to something else. Tobias concluded. Tobias recalled his frozen shaman and sent out Latios. He shivered in the cold weather. Why did he send out Latios? He's part dragon type, making him susceptible to Miyuki's ice type attacks. Ichigo thought. Maybe his Latios knows a fire type move. Ichigo considered. He looked to see Latios continuing to shiver. His Latios isn't handling the cold well. I will stay with Miyuki, Ichigo said. Damn it. Tobias thought. The battle between Ninetales and Latios will begin. Ninetales has the first move. The referee announced. Blizzard, Ichigo ordered. Dodge it and use Luster Purge, Tobias ordered. Latios flew up in the air, avoiding the blizzard. He raised his hands together, forming a ball of psychic energy, and threw it down towards Miyuki. Hide in the snow, Ichigo ordered. Miyuki jumped to the side, causing Luster Purge to miss. The impact kicked up the ice and snow, causing Latios to lose track of Miyuki. Find that Ninetales, Tobias ordered. Blizzard, Ichigo said. Miyuki managed to sneak behind Latios and fired an icy beam. Behind you, Tobias warned. Latios moved up, barely dodged the attack in time. Luster Purge. Latios threw another ball of psychic energy at Miyuki. She dove into the snow, escaping Latios' attack. Latios in this ice storm, Tobias ordered. Latios' eyes began to glow as began to control the hail. Blizzard, Ichigo said, upon seeing Latios distracted. Miyuki fired off her blizzard. The attack finally hit Latios, beginning to freeze it. Get out of there, Tobias ordered. Latios changed the target of his psychic to itself, forcing his frozen body to get out of there. Follow it, Ichigo ordered. Miyuki followed behind Latios and continued to use Blizzard. The ice continued to grow around Latios, despite his efforts. Crash onto the ground, Tobias ordered. Latios crashed on the ground. The impact broke all the ice on Latios and obscured Miyuki's view of him. Miyuki stopped her blizzard. The hail stopped and the clouds began to part. The incoming light allowed Ichigo and Miyuki to spot the outline of Latios. Moonblast, Ichigo quickly ordered. Miyuki quickly gathered fairy energy before firing it at Latios. Dodge it, Tobias ordered. Latios tried to move away but he failed to react in time. Miyuki's Moonblast finally knocked Latios out, crash landing on the icy ground. The battle is over. The winner is Ninetales, the referee declared. His Ninetales looks extremely tired. He'd likely switch his Pokemon out. Tobias thought as he recalled Latios and sent out his Latias. Miyuki, can you still go on? Ichigo asked. I need a break, she replied. Ichigo recalled Miyuki and sent Urshifu back out. The referee glanced at Tobias. Damn it. Forgot he has that. He thought. I will remain with Latias, Tobias said. The next battle is between Urshifu and Latias. Tobias has the first move. Dragon Pulse, Tobias ordered. Latias gathered her draconic energy into a ball and fired it towards Urshifu. Dodge it and use Wicked Blow, Ichigo said. Urshifu's eyes once again glowed red as her entire body was surrounded by dark energy. She tightened her fists as she rushed towards Latias. She fired her Dragon Pulse towards the incoming Urshifu. Urshifu swerved to the side, easily dodging the Dragon Pulse before delivering an uppercut with Wicked Blow. The force from the attack sent Latias' head back, making her do a few backflips in the air. Latias, Tobias yelled out.
Don't let her recover, Ichigo ordered. Urshifu gathered dark energy around her fist as she leaped towards Latias. She finally regained control of herself. Suddenly Urshifu's fist collided with Latias's face, sending her slamming down to the ground. Urshifu landed on the ground, a few feet away from Latias. She stood in the fighting stance, ready to respond to Latias's attacks. Latias, throw the rocks at Urshifu, Tobias ordered. The rocks around Latias began to glow before being sent flying towards Urshifu. Dodge it and end this, Ichigo instructed. Urshifu ran towards Latias while dodging the thrown rocks. Urshifu raised her right fist, which was engulfed in dark energy, and punched Latias in the head. The attack finally knocked her out. Urshifu leaped back to Ichigo's side. The battle is over. The winner is Urshifu. The referee declared as Tobias recalled his Latias and sent back out his Cresselia. I will remain with Urshifu, Ichigo said. The next battle is between Urshifu and Cresselia. Ichigo has the first move. The referee declared. Wicked blow, Ichigo said. Dodge it, Tobias ordered. Cresselia shot up in the air, barely avoiding Urshifu's attack. Urshifu leaped towards Cresselia, with her right fist glowing with dark energy. Moonblast, Tobias ordered. Cresselia began to gather fairy energy. Damn it! Ichigo thought. Urshifu, dodge the attack. Ichigo ordered. Urshifu nodded her head as she landed back on the ground. Cresselia fired her attack at Urshifu. She moved to the side, avoiding the attack. Wicked blow, Ichigo ordered. She quickly jumped towards Cresselia. She's coming, Tobias ordered. Cresselia tried to adjust her attack, but Urshifu managed to hit Cresselia on her lower stomach. The attack knocked the wind out of her, causing her moonblast to dissipate. Grab her, Ichigo ordered. Urshifu grabbed Cresselia as they both began to fall. Get rid of it, Tobias ordered. Wicked blow, Ichigo countered. Urshifu straddled Cresselia and began to punch her in the chest with wicked blows. Right before they crashed on the ground, Urshifu used Cresselia as a platform, jumping off of it. The additional force from Urshifu's jump made Cresselia's impact much more painful. Urshifu did a backflip in the air before landing in a fighting stance, facing the buried Cresselia. Get up, Tobias ordered. The dust settled to reveal an unconscious Cresselia. The battle is over. The winner is Urshifu. This means the winner of this year's Lily of the Valley Conference is Cardinal Ichigo, the referee announced. The crowd went wild as they recalled their Pokémon. They quickly kicked off the award ceremony. Cynthia presented Ichigo with the trophy for winning the Lily of the Valley Conference. So Cardinal Ichigo, Cynthia began. Will you challenge the Sinnoh Elite Four? She asked. I will tomorrow, Ichigo declared. The crowd went wild upon hearing Ichigo's statement. He sent out his Gardevoir and teleported out of the battlefield. He dropped his Pokémon at the Pokémon Center before returning to his room. Ichigo released Gardevoir and Malware. Yes, Ichigo? Gardevoir asked. Tomorrow, while I participate in the Elite Four Challenge, I need both of you to teleport to Vermilion City and Professor Oak's lab. Why? Malware asked. I need all data regarding Yami to be altered, Ichigo said. Very well, Malware said. As you wish, Gardevoir said. Ichigo spent the rest of the time planning his team for the Elite Four. Time skip, next morning. Ichigo stood inside the waiting room. He was greeted by a referee. Cardinal Ichigo, before the challenge begins, allow me to explain to you the rules, he said. The first rule is that only 6 Pokémon can be used throughout this entire challenge. You must reveal the 6 Pokémon you are planning to use to me now. Ichigo released 5 of his Pokémon. Are you planning to not use another Pokémon? I am, Ichigo said as he took out one more Pokeball. It is a surprise, and I won't use this Pokemon until my match with Cynthia.
The referee sighed. Fine. The referee said as he noted down the Pokemon and left the room.
Our challenger is the undefeated winner of the Lily of the Valley Conference, Cardinal Trainer Ichigo.
The announcer yelled. Ichigo could hear the loud cheering of the audience as Ichigo walked on the battlefield. Ichigo could see Eren standing in the middle of the battlefield.
Man, don't crush my bug Pokemon too harshly.
Eren joked. We'll see, Ichigo replied. Another referee walked towards them.
The first match of the Elite Four Challenge shall begin.
The match is between Cardinal Ichigo and Elite Four Eren. This will be a 6-on-6 match.
Each trainer is allowed to substitute their Pokemon once per round.
On the count of 3, both trainers will send out their first Pokemon. Cardinal Ichigo will make the first move. The referee explained. Ichigo and Eren walked to their position. 1. Ichigo and Eren took out a Pokeball. 2. Both trainers raised their Pokeball, preparing to throw them. 3. Ichigo and Eren threw their Pokeball. Charizard and a Drapion appeared on the battlefield. The battle between Charizard and Drapion shall begin. Flare Blitz. Ichigo ordered. Night Slash. Eren ordered.
Charizard was engulfed in flames as she flew headfirst towards Drapion, who had dark energy covering its claws.
The two attacks finally connected.
The force from the impact blew all the loose gravel and dust away. Charizard and Drapion returned to their original position.
It seems that Eren isn't aware that Charizard is Fire Dragon, instead of Fire Flying, or his Drapion doesn't have any Dragon-type moves. Ichigo thought. Charizard, use Fire Claws. Ichigo ordered.
Fire engulfed her claws as she flew towards Drapion.
Night Slash. Eren ordered. Dark energy surrounded Drapion's claws.
They collided once again, both were in a deadlock, neither one making any progress.
Overheat. Charizard opened her mouth and spewed dark red flames at Drapion's back. Rah! Drapion yelled in pain.
Its arms faltered, allowing Charizard to break the deadlock. Charizard began to attack Drapion with her fiery claws.
Drapion! Eren yelled. That Charizard of his can easily destroy my entire team. Eren thought. Fight back. Drapion raised its claws and tried to counterattack. Elemental Aura, Ichigo commanded.
Suddenly Charizard engulfed herself in flames, protecting herself from Drapion's attacks and increasing her fire claws.
Get away. Eren ordered.
Drapion tried to jump back, but Charizard grabbed one of its claws and pulled it back in. She used her other hand to attack Drapion.
Hyper Beam. He ordered.
Drapion opened its mouth and began to gather energy in its mouth, forming a ball of orange energy.
Get away. Ichigo ordered.
Charizard let go of Drapion and flew up in the air.
Fire. Eren ordered.
The orange ball of energy turned into an orange beam as it was fired towards the Charizard. Charizard swerved to the side.
Drapion turned its head, trying to hit Charizard with the Hyper Beam.
A few moments later, the Hyper Beam ended.
Flare Blitz. Ichigo ordered.
Charizard was engulfed in flames as she dove towards Drapion.
Dodge it.
Eren yelled, hoping Charizard would miss and injure itself from the impact. Unfortunately, Charizard was too fast as she slammed directly into Drapion's back and caused an explosion. Charizard soared out of the smoke, looking fine.
The dust settled to reveal Drapion was unconscious and embedded into the battlefield. The battle is over. The winner is Charizard. The referee declared. Eren recalled his Drapion and sent out another Pokemon.
Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the Pokemon.
Crustle is a bug rock type.
This Pokemon belongs to Elite Four Eren.
The Pokédex reported. The rock type would be able to deal with most fire types.
Ichigo thought as he recalled his Charizard and sent out his Blastoise.
It'll be hard, but I might be able to win. Eren thought.
I will remain with Crustle, Aaron said.
The next battle is between Blastoise and Crustle. Elite Four Aaron has the first move. Crustle use Earthquake. Aaron ordered. Crustle jumps into the air.
Blastoise, Hydro Pump, Ichigo said.
Blastoise pointed his cannon at the descending Crustle before firing a powerful jet of water.
Everyone was shocked as Crustle was sniped out of the air by Blastoise's Hydro Pump. The attack sent Crustle flying.
It landed next to Aaron.
Crustle, are you okay?
He asked.
Crustle shakily stood back up.
Can you still battle?
Crustle nodded his head.
Good. Use Rock Slide.
Crustle raises both of its claws into the air.
Multiple white rings of energy appeared above Crussle's body.
Large gray boulders come out of the ripples of energy and descend towards Blastoise.
What is he planning? Ichigo thought.
Blastoise, use Rapid Water Spin to protect yourself, Ichigo ordered. Blastoise tucked all her limbs into her shell and began to spin, spraying water around itself.
The incoming boulders were destroyed by the jets of water Blastoise unleashed. Now, use Earthquake. Crustle leaped up in the air. Blastoise, shoot yourself up in the air. Ichigo warned.
Blastoise, while still tucked in her shell, turned the cannons facing the ground and fired two powerful jets of water, sending herself up in the air.
Crustle lands hard on the ground.
The impact shook the battlefield but missed Blastoise.
Liquidation. Ichigo ordered. Blastoise, still in her shell, was engulfed in water as she soared down towards Crustle. Endure it! Aaron yelled.
Crustle buried itself in its shell as Blastoise slammed into Crustle.
The impact embedded Crustle into the wall behind Aaron.
He nervously turned around to his Pokémon.
Crustle, are you alright? He asked.
Crussle's stone shell broke apart, revealing an unconscious Crustle.
The battle is over. Winner is Blastoise.
Thank you, Crustle, Aaron said as he recalled his Pokémon and sent out his Heracross.
Ichigo recalled Blastoise and sent out Charizard. He immediately recalled his Heracross and sent out another Pokémon. Ichigo scanned the Pokémon. Volcarona is a Firebug type.
This Pokémon belongs to Elite Four Aaron. The Pokédex reported.
The next battle is between Charizard and Volcarona. Cardinal Ichigo has the first move. Charizard, use Outrage. He ordered. Charizard glowed red as she charged towards Volcarona. Volcarona use Hurricane. Aaron ordered. Volcarona flapped its wings, sending large gusts of wind towards the incoming Charizard.
She forced her way through the wind and bit down on Volcarona's wing.
Volcarona let out a loud shriek as Charizard began to attack it with her fist. Volcarona, try and escape. Aaron ordered. Volcarona tried to free itself from Charizard to no avail.
It didn't take long before Volcarona fainted due to its wounds. Charizard let go of Volcarona, allowing it to collapse on the ground.
The battle is over. The winner is Charizard.
The referee said as Aaron recalled his Volcarona and sent out his next Pokémon.
In less than 5 minutes, Charizard easily defeated Aaron's remaining Pokémon, which was a Yanmega, Heracross, and Mega Scizor. The first match in the Elite Four Challenge is over. The winner is Cardinal Ichigo. The referee announced. Ichigo and Aaron recalled their Pokémon.
They exited the battlefield, allowing the crew workers to repair the battlefield.
Ichigo was escorted to a private healing station to heal his Pokémon.
Ichigo was escorted back to the waiting room.
Ichigo entered the battlefield.
Ichigo could see Bertha, the second Elite Four, also entering the battlefield.
Everyone took their positions on the battlefield. The second match of the Elite Four Challenge shall begin. The match is between Cardinal Ichigo and Elite Four Bertha. This will be a 6-on-6 match. Each trainer is allowed to substitute their Pokémon once per round. On the count of 3, both trainers will send out their first Pokémon. Cardinal Ichigo will make the first move. The referee explained. Ichigo and Bertha walked to their position. 1. Ichigo and Bertha took out a pokeball. 2. Both trainers raised their pokeball, preparing to throw them. 3. Ichigo and Bertha threw their pokeball. Suddenly the battlefield was engulfed in a sandstorm. Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the Pokémon Bertha sent out. Hippowdon is ground type. This Pokémon belongs to Elite Four Bertha. The Pokédex reported. The battle between Venusaur and Bertha shall begin. Sunny day. Ichigo ordered. Earthquake. Bertha ordered. A ball of light shot out of Venusaur's back towards the sky. The sun began to shine brighter. Hippowdon brought its front leg up, briefly standing on its hind legs, and then brought its front legs down hard. The entire battlefield shook from the impact. Use Power Whip to counter the shockwave. Ichigo ordered. 2 large thick vines shot out behind Venusaur. They glowed purple before Venusaur and slammed them on the ground, sending out their own shockwave. The 2 shockwaves collided, canceling each other out. Now use Giga Drain. Ichigo ordered. Venusaur shot 4 vines and had each one wrap around Hippowdon. Hippowdon began to glow red as Venusaur began to drain Hippowdon's energy. Hippowdon used Crunch on the vines. Bertha ordered. Hippowdon opened its jaw and bit down on one of the vines, trying to split it apart. Sleep Powder. Ichigo ordered. The flower on Venusaur shot out a bunch of white powder towards Hippowdon. Don't breathe it in. Bertha ordered. Hippowdon let go of the vine and closed its mouth, as it tried to not inhale the powder. The sandstorm dissipated, revealing the sunny sky. Damn it. Bertha thought. Hippowdon's energy is being absorbed by Venusaur and healing it. Venusaur continued to absorb Hippowdon's energy. Despite its best efforts, Hippowdon was forced to take a breath and inhaled the sleep powder. Hippowdon's eyes began to droop as the sleep powder began to take effect. Damn it. Bertha raised her Pokeball and recalled her now sleeping Hippowdon. Elite Four Bertha recalled her sleeping Hippowdon. The referee said as Bertha sent out her Mamoswine. HM. Mamoswine is ice and ground. Venusaur is at a major disadvantage. Ichigo thought as he recalled Venusaur. HM, he recalled his Venusaur. What is he going to send out? Bertha thought. Ichigo sent out his Charizard. Damn him. She thought. The next battle is between Charizard and Mamoswine. Due to Elite Four Bertha's substitution, Ichigo has the first move. The referee declared. Flare Blitz, Ichigo said. Charizard was engulfed in flames and charged towards Mamoswine. Mamoswine use Rock Slide. She ordered. Multiple white rings of energy appeared above Mamoswine's body. Large gray boulders come out of the ripples of energy and descend towards the incoming Charizard. She easily dodged the rocks before colliding with Mamoswine. The impact forced Mamoswine up in the air before crashing on the ground, unconscious. The battle is over, the winner is Charizard. The referee declared. How? Mamoswine should have been able to withstand some of Charizard's attack. Bertha thought as she recalled Pokemon. Looks like I need to bring out the big guns. She thought as she sent out her Garchomp. She revealed her Mega Bracelet. Ichigo recalled Charizard and sent back out Blastoise. Ichigo revealed his Mega Bracelet as well. Mega Shinka. They yelled as Garchomp and Blastoise were engulfed in a ball of energy. The balls of energy dissipated, revealing Mega Garchomp and Mega Blastoise. The next battle is between Mega Blastoise and Mega Garchomp. Elite Four Bertha has the first move. Garchomp use Earthquake. Bertha ordered. Use Triple Ice Beam, one aimed at Garchomp while the other 2 aimed at where Garchomp was standing at. Ichigo ordered. Mega Garchomp leaped up in the air. Mega Blastoise followed Ichigo's instruction and fired Ice Beam in the named locations. Mega Garchomp barely avoided the incoming Ice Beam from the cannon pointing at it. As Mega Garchomp descended, most of Garchomp's side of the field was covered in ice. Mega Garchomp slammed down on the field.
All the ice on the battlefield shattered into icy dust, but they were able to absorb the shockwave from earthquake.
Triple ice beam. Ichigo ordered. Mega Blastoise fired 3 ice beams towards Mega Garchomp. Get out of there with flamethrower, she ordered.
Mega Garchomp opened its mouth and began spewing fire all around it, beginning to melt the ice.
Blastoise, use your hand cannons to fire Hydro Pump while continuing to use Ice Beam with the back cannon, Ichigo ordered. Mega Blastoise followed Ichigo's instruction.
The water extinguished Mega Garchomp's flamethrower and sped up the freezing process.
Fight back, Bertha ordered.
Mega Garchomp struggled, but it wasn't much longer before Mega Garchomp was frozen solid.
Elite Four Bertha has the count of 10 to get a response from her Mega Garchomp. If she fails to do so, then I will determine that Mega Garchomp is unable to battle, the referee announced as a 10-second timer started to go down. Break free from the ice, Bertha ordered. Unfortunately for her, Mega Garchomp didn't respond. The battle is over. Winner is Mega Blastoise, the referee declared once the timer dropped to 0.
Bertha recalled her frozen Mega Garchomp and sent out her Gastrodon.
Ichigo recalled his Mega Blastoise and sent out his Venusaur.
Suddenly Bertha recalled her Gastrodon and sent out her Glisker.
So that was her plan, Ichigo thought. The next battle is between Venusaur and Glisker. Due to Elite Four Bertha's substitution, Ichigo has the first move. Venusaur use Sunny Day. Glisker use Fire Fong, she ordered. Another ball of light shot out of Venusaur's back towards the sky. The sun resumed shining brightly. Flames leaked out of Glisker's mouth as it flew towards Venusaur. Sleep powder, Ichigo ordered.
Venusaur fired a cloud of sleep powder in front of it.
Dodge it, Glisker, she ordered. Glisker flew towards Venusaur too fast, diving straight into the sleep powder.
Glisker's flames were extinguished as it crashed on top of Venusaur's flower, Fast Sleep.
Giga Drain, Ichigo ordered.
Venusaur shot 4 vines and had each one wrap around the sleeping Glisker and began to drain its energy.
Damn it, Bertha thought. Looks like I have to do it, Bertha decided. I forfeit Glisker, she declared as she recalled her sleeping Glisker.
Elite Four Bertha had forfeited her Glisker,
the referee announced. Smart. She couldn't substitute her Glisker as she did with Hippowdon.
She also knew that the longer Glisker stayed out, the more energy Venusaur would gain, which would increase his attack.
Ichigo thought as she sent out her Rhyperior.
I will stay with Venusaur, Ichigo said.
The next battle is between Venusaur and Rhyperior. Elite Four Bertha has the first move, the referee declared. Rhyperior use Avalanche, Bertha ordered.
Rhyperior raised its hands up in the air as multiple white rings of energy appeared. Large chunks of ice come out of the ripples of energy and descend towards the Venusaur. Counter with Power Whip, Ichigo said.
4 large thick vines shot out behind Venusaur. They glowed purple before they began to destroy the incoming ice. While Venusaur is distracted. Now use Mega Horn, she ordered. Rhyperior charged towards Venusaur as its horn glows white and extends. Venusaur, watch out, Ichigo warned.
Venusaur sent out 2 more thick vines and attacked Rhyperior, stalling it.
Once all the ice was destroyed, the 4 vines wrapped themselves around Rhyperior's limbs, immobilizing it. Rhyperior, try and break free, Bertha ordered. End it with a solar beam, Ichigo ordered. Due to the sun shining brightly, Venusaur was quickly able to fire the attack.
The solar beam collided with the trapped Rhyperior. The attack ended to reveal an unconscious Rhyperior being held up by Venusaur's vines. Venusaur retracted his vines, causing Rhyperior to fall on its back.
The battle is over. The winner is Venusaur.
Bertha recalled her Rhyperior and sent back out her Gastrodon.
The next battle is between Venusaur and Gastrodon.
Ichigo has the first move,
the referee declared.
Solar Beam, Ichigo said.
Shield Stone Edge, Bertha ordered. Venusaur fired its solar beam at Gastrodon.
It slammed its slug body on the ground, causing large stone boulders to shoot out of the ground, protecting it from the solar beam. Power Whip, Ichigo said. Venusaur sent out his purple vines towards the stone boulders.
Ice Beam, Bertha ordered. An ice beam shot out of a small hole towards Venusaur.
Block it, Ichigo said.
2 of the purple vines intercepted the ice beam, encasing them in ice. The other 2 purple vines shot towards the small hole. Get out of there, Gastrodon, Bertha ordered. The purple vines pierced through the stone boulders and pulled Gastrodon out. Beat it until it is unconscious, Ichigo ordered. Ice Beam, Bertha ordered.
Gastrodon opened its mouth as it tried to fire an ice beam, but Venusaur reacted faster.
The vines slapped Gastrodon in the face, breaking its concentration.
The continuous power whips knocked Gastrodon unconscious. Venusaur let go of Gastrodon, allowing it to fall to the ground.
Bertha sighed as she recalled her Pokémon. The battle is over. The winner is Venusaur, the referee declared.
I surrender, Bertha said.
The second match in the Elite Four Challenge is over. The winner is Cardinal Ichigo, the referee declared.
Ichigo recalled his Venusaur and left the battlefield and allowed his Pokémon to be fully healed and the battlefield to be rebuilt. Ichigo soon returned to the battlefield, ready to face off against Flint, the third Elite Four member.
Everyone took their positions on the battlefield.
The third match of the Elite Four Challenge shall begin.
The match is between Cardinal Ichigo and Elite Four Flint. This will be a 6-on-6 match.
Each trainer is allowed to substitute their Pokémon once per round.
On the count of 3, both trainers will send out their first Pokémon. Cardinal Ichigo will make the first move, the referee explained. Ichigo and Flint walked to their position. 1. Ichigo and Flint took out a Pokeball. 2. Both trainers raised their Pokeball, preparing to throw them. 3. Ichigo and Flint threw their Pokeball. Out came Tyranitar and Camerupt.
Suddenly the battlefield was engulfed in a sandstorm, due to Tyranitar's ability.
The first battle is between Tyranitar and Camerupt.
Ichigo has the first move.
Stone Edge, Ichigo said. Use Sunny Day, Flint ordered. Tyranitar stomped on the ground, sending a wave of large stones up in the air towards Camerupt. Camerupt began to gather energy as the rocks approached it.
At the last second, Camerupt opened its mouth and fired a ball of energy up in the air.
The stones sent Camerupt flying, crashing into other stones. The force knocked Camerupt unconscious.
The sandstorm began to weaken.
The battle is over. The winner is Tyranitar. Flint silently recalled his Camerupt and sent out his Magmortar.
I will stay with Tyranitar, Ichigo said.
The next battle is between Tyranitar and Magmortar. Flint has the first move. Magmortar used Solar Beam.
Magmortar raised its cannon arms up as it began to gather solar energy.
Interrupted with Stone Edge, Ichigo said.
Tyranitar stomped her foot down again. More stones were sent towards Magmortar. Magmortar pointed the cannons at Tyranitar and fired its solar beam.
Use Sandstorm to dodge it, Ichigo ordered.
Tyranitar let out a roar as she swiped her tail, kicking up another sandstorm. The solar beam pierced through the sandstorm but missed Tyranitar.
Damn it!
The solar beam missed, and he was able to set Sandstorm back up.
Flint thought his Magmortar tried to keep an eye out for Tyranitar. Earthquake, Ichigo ordered.
Tyranitar slammed its tail on the ground. The entire battlefield shook from the impact.
Magmortar was knocked off its feet, landing on its butt. Stone Edge, Ichigo shouted.
Tyranitar stomped her foot down, sending another wave of stones at Magmortar.
Magmortar isn't fast enough to dodge the Stone Edge. Magmortar Sunny Day, he ordered.
Magmortar pointed his cannon arms up in the air and fired a ball of energy.
Stone Edge collided with Magmortar, knocking it unconscious. The weather around them began to warm up even more. The battle is over. The winner is Tyranitar. The referee declared as Flint recalled his Magmortar and sent out a Houndoom. Ichigo glanced at Tyranitar. "Do you want to take a break?" he asked. Tyranitar nodded his head as Ichigo recalled her and sent out Blastoise. The referee glanced at Flint, seeing if he would substitute. "I should save Rotom Heat when Blastoise is about to faint," Flint thought. "I will stay with Houndoom," he declared. The next battle is between Blastoise and Houndoom. Elite Four Flint has the first move due to Cardinal Ichigo's substitution. Flamethrower, Flint ordered. Duo Hydro Pump. Ichigo countered. Houndoom fired a jet of flames from its mouth while Blastoise 2 streams of water from her back cannons. The two attacks collided with each other. Both attacks collided with each other in the middle of the battlefield, neutralizing the other. Even with the sun out, his water-type attacks are still strong. Flint thought. "Disengage," Flint ordered. Houndoom stopped fueling the flamethrower and ran away. "Hydro Pump Barrage," Ichigo ordered. Blastoise pointed her cannons at the running Houndoom and began firing small bullets of water at Houndoom. Houndoom only took a few hits, managing to dodge the rest. "Houndoom, get in close and use Overheat," Flint ordered. Houndoom charged in towards Blastoise, who continued to attack with Hydro Pump Barrage. Houndoom jumped on top of Blastoise's face and unleashed a powerful blast of flames in Blastoise's face. "Blastoise, get Houndoom off your face," Ichigo ordered. Blastoise managed to grab Houndoom and threw it off her face. She immediately used Hydro Pump before Houndoom could react in time. The force from the attack finally knocked Houndoom unconscious. The battle is over. Winner is Blastoise, the referee declared. Flint recalled his Houndoom and sent out his Rotom Heat. Ichigo recalled his Blastoise and sent Tyranitar back out. The battlefield was once again engulfed in a sandstorm. "Damn it. Looks like I have no choice," Flint thought. He recalled his Rotom Heat and sent out his Infernape. He showed off his Mega Ring. Ichigo put on his Mega Stone. "Mega Shinka." They shouted as Infernape and Tyranitar were engulfed in a ball of Mega Energy. The energy dissipated to reveal Mega Tyranitar and Mega Infernape. Mega Infernape grew larger, looking like a gorilla. 1. The battle between Mega Infernape and Mega Tyranitar will begin. Due to Elite Four Flint's substitution, Cardinal Ichigo has the first move. Use Earthquake, Ichigo ordered. Mega Tyranitar slammed her tail on the ground, shaking the entire battlefield. High Jump Kick, Flint ordered. Mega Infernape leaped up in the air, avoiding the earthquake. Its feet blowed as it flew down towards Mega Tyranitar. Use the sandstorm to hide, Ichigo ordered. The sandstorm grew bigger, swallowing Mega Tyranitar. Mega Infernape lost sight of Mega Tyranitar, causing Mega Infernape to crash into the ground. Stone Edge, Ichigo ordered. Suddenly rocks shot out from around Mega Infernape, striking it and sending it flying up in the air. High Jump Kick, Flint ordered. Mega Infernape let out a loud roar as it descended towards Mega Tyranitar. Use Rock Slide to protect yourself, Ichigo ordered. Mega Tyranitar let out a roar as rocks began to form above them and began to fall, intercepting the descending Mega Infernape. Push through, Flint ordered. Mega Infernape continued its descent, breaking the rocks in its path. When it is within range, use Outrage, Ichigo ordered. Mega Tyranitar glowed with draconic energy as the rocks managed to slow Mega Infernape down. She swung her tail at Mega Infernape. Mega Infernape and Flint were too distracted with the incoming rocks that they didn't see Mega Tyranitar's tail until it was too late. The attack sent Mega Infernape flying, embedding it into the stadium wall. "Mega Infernape, are you okay?" Flint asked as he turned to his Pokémon. Mega Infernape didn't reply. The battle is over. Winner is Mega Tyranitar. The referee declared. Mega Tyranitar let out a loud roar as Flint recalled his Mega Infernape. He sent back out his Rotom Heat. The battle between Mega Tyranitar and Rotom Heat will begin. Flint has the first move. Thunderbolt. Flint ordered. Use Sandstorm to protect yourself, Ichigo replied. Mega Tyranitar swept her arm, forcing the Sandstorm to intercept the Thunderbolt. Now Rock Slide, Ichigo said. Large rock appeared above Rotom Heat and began to fall towards it. Dodge. Flint ordered. Rotom Heat swerved side to side, trying to avoid the large rocks, which was difficult due to the sandstorm. Some of the rocks slammed into Rotom Heat, causing it to fall to the ground. Outrage Tail Swing. Ichigo ordered. Mega Tyranitar let out a loud roar as she swung her tail, hitting the grounded Rotom Heat and sending it flying. Rotom Heat was embedded into the same hole Mega Infernape was embedded into. Rotom! Flint shouted, trying to get a response from his Pokémon. Rotom Heat didn't reply back to his dismay. The battle is over. The winner is Mega Tyranitar. Flint recalled his Rotom Heat. I forfeit. Flint declared. The third match in the Elite Four Challenge is over. The winner is Cardinal Ichigo. The referee declared as Ichigo recalled his Mega Tyranitar. Ichigo walked off the battlefield and healed up his Pokémon. After 20 minutes of waiting, Ichigo was called back on the battlefield with the battlefield repaired. On the other side of the battlefield was Lucian, the fourth Elite Four member. Everyone took their positions on the battlefield. The fourth match of the Elite Four Challenge shall begin. The match is between Cardinal Ichigo and Elite Four Lucian. This will be a 6-on-6 match. Each trainer is allowed to substitute their Pokémon once per round. On the count of 3, both trainers will send out their first Pokémon. Cardinal Ichigo will make the first move. The referee explained. 1. Ichigo and Lucian took out a Pokeball. 2. Both trainers raised their Pokeball, preparing to throw them. 3. Ichigo and Lucian threw their Pokeball. Out came Tyranitar and an Espeon. Suddenly the battlefield was engulfed in a sandstorm, due to Tyranitar's ability. The first battle is between Tyranitar and Espeon. Ichigo has the first move. Tyranitar use Elemental Aura. Ichigo ordered. What is Elemental Aura? Lucian thought, never heard of the move. Espeon use Protect. Lucian ordered, playing the situation safely. A green barrier appeared around Espeon. Tyranitar unleashed a loud roar as she was surrounded by dark energy. The brown sand took a darker tone. Lucian's eyes widened. He somehow attached the dark type into the sandstorm. Now then, Dark Outrage. Ichigo ordered. Tyranitar charged at the protective Espeon and began to attack the barrier. Espeon, hold on. Lucian ordered. Tyranitar continued to attack the barrier with her feet. It didn't take long before the barrier was broken and Tyranitar stomped Espeon. Tyranitar moved her foot, revealing Espeon was embedded into the ground. Kick it towards Lucian, Ichigo ordered. Tyranitar turned around and kicked Espeon out of the ground towards Lucian. Espeon landed on the ground in front of Lucian, unconscious. The battle is over. The winner is Tyranitar. The referee declared. Lucian recalled his Espeon and sent out his Metacam. Ichigo recalled his Tyranitar and sent out his Aegislash. The empowered sandstorm dissipated. So that is his fifth Pokémon. Lucian thought. The referee glanced at Lucian. I will stay with Metacam. He replied. The second battle is between Aegislash and Metacam. Elite Four Lucian has the first move. Fire Punch. Lucian ordered. Dodge with Shadow Sneak, Ichigo replied. Metacam's fists were on fire as it charged towards Aegislash. At the last second, Aegislash used Shadow Sneak, dodging Metacam's attack. Focus, Lucian said. Metacam nodded its head and closed its eyes. Aegislash manipulated the shadows, trying to break Metacam's focus, but it ignored it. Shadow Claw, Ichigo ordered. In the shadows, Aegislash shifted to blade for me. Her free arm glowed with ghostly energy as she shot out and attacked Metacam. Fire Punch! Lucian ordered. Metacam's fist was engulfed in flames as it attacked Aegislash. The two attacks collided with each other, trying to obtain dominance. There was an explosion, forcing them back. Don't let Aegislash recover. King's Shield! Ichigo ordered. Metacam charged towards Aegislash with its fiery fists. Aegislash transformed into her shield form and a thin purple barrier formed in front of it. Don't attack! Lucian ordered, upon seeing the barrier, but Lucian was too late. Metacam's fists collided with the barrier. Purple energy surrounded Metacam, weakening it. Shadow Claw! Ichigo ordered. Get away! Lucian ordered. Aegislash transformed into her blade for me again. Metacam jumped back and ran away from Aegislash. Aegislash's arm glowed purple as she chased after Metacam. It didn't take long before Aegislash to catch up with Metacam and attacked it with Shadow Claw. Metacam was knocked off to the ground. End it, Ichigo said. Aegislash attacked Metacam one more time, knocking it out. The battle is over. The winner is Aegislash. The referee declared. Lucian sighed as he recalled his Metacam and sent out his Alakazam. Ichigo recalled his Aegislash and sent out Tyranitar. The battlefield was once again surrounded by a sandstorm. Alakazam raised its arms up, protecting its face. The third battle is between Tyranitar and Alakazam. Due to Cardinal Ichigo's substitution, Elite Four Lucian has the first move. The referee said. Focus Blast, Lucian ordered. Alakazam's eyes glowed like a ball of energy gathered in front of it before firing it towards Tyranitar. Dodge it, Ichigo ordered. Tyranitar manipulated the sandstorm, hiding in it, and caused the focus blast to miss. Keep an eye out, Lucian instructed. Alakazam nodded its head as it tried to find Tyranitar. Elemental Aura! Ichigo shouted. Tyranitar let out a loud roar as she infused the dark energy into the sandstorm. The darkened sandstorm began to passively damage Alakazam. Teleport out of there! Lucian ordered. Alakazam closed its eyes and tried to concentrate its psychic energy. Unfortunately for it, the darkened sandstorm interferes with physic energy. Crunch! Ichigo ordered. Suddenly Tyranitar lunged out of the sandstorm and bit down hard on Alakazam's shoulder. All lel! Alakazam shouted in pain from the attack. Attack it! Lucian ordered. Alakazam tried to attack Tyranitar. Tyranitar lifted Alakazam up and violently shook it, forcing the teeth farther down on Alakazam and preventing it from concentrating. It didn't take long before Alakazam's body went limp. Tyranitar let go of Alakazam, allowing it to fall to the ground. The battle is over. The winner is Tyranitar. The referee declared. Lucian sighed as he recalled his Alakazam. He sent out his Gardevoir. Ichigo recalled his Tyranitar and sent out his Aegislash. The sandstorm once again dissipated. The fourth battle is between Aegislash and Gardevoir. Due to Cardinal Ichigo's substitution, Elite Four Lucian has the first move. The referee said. Gardevoir use Shadow Ball. Lucian ordered. Gardevoir raised her arms up and began to gather ghost energy into a ball. Dodge it and Iron Head. Ichigo ordered. Aegislash's body glowed metallic silver and charged towards Gardevoir. Gardevoir fired her Shadow Ball at the incoming Aegislash. Aegislash dodged the attack at the last second. Aegislash used the opening to ram her head into Gardevoir's gut. The force of the attack pushed Gardevoir back. Use Shadow Claw. Ichigo ordered. Teleport away. Lucian ordered. Grab her arm. Ichigo quickly replied. Aegislash's arms glowed with ghostly purple energy. Aegislash grabbed Gardevoir's arm. The ghostly energy interfered with Gardevoir's teleportation, preventing her from dodging Aegislash's shadow claws. Gar! She screamed in pain. Shadow Ball! Lucian ordered, deciding to risk it. Finish her! Ichigo ordered. Aegislash continued to attack Gardevoir with Shadow Claw. Gardevoir finally succumbed to her wounds not before firing a Shadow Ball and managing to hit Aegislash. The battle is over. The winner is Aegislash. Lucian recalled his Gardevoir and sent out his Bronzong. I will stick with Aegislash, Ichigo said. The referee nodded her head. The next battle is between Aegislash and Bronzong. Cardinal Ichigo has the first move. The referee declared. Shadow Sneak, Ichigo said as Aegislash entered the shadows. Trick Room. Lucian ordered. Bronzong's eye glows red and a large light blue rectangle with light blue transparent walls and ceiling appear around the battlefield. It glowed for a few seconds before becoming invisible. Knock Aegislash out of the shadow. Out of the corner of Bronzong's eyes, Aegislash craped out. Suddenly Bronzong appeared beside Aegislash and slapped Aegislash in the head, knocking her out of the shadow. His Bronzong is now faster than Aegislash. Ichigo thought as Aegislash landed on the ground. Earthquake. Lucian ordered. King's Shield. Ichigo ordered. Bronzong shot up to the air and began to descend. Aegislash shifted to her shield for me, and a purple dome surrounded her. Bronzong slammed into the ground, shaking the battlefield, sending rock and debris towards Aegislash. Luckily the King's Shield protected her from the attack. How much longer is Trick Room going to be active? Ichigo thought. Shadow Sneak, Ichigo said. Aegislash changed into her blade for me. Don't let it enter the shadow. Lucian ordered. Bronzong moved towards the descending Aegislash. Now Shadow Claw. Ichigo ordered when Bronzong was within Aegislash's range. Suddenly Aegislash hit Bronzong in the face with Shadow Claw, stunning it with the unexpected attack. Don't give it time to recover. Ichigo ordered. Dodge it. Lucian ordered Aegislash to continue to attack Bronzong with Shadow Claw. Bronzong was able to dodge the attack. Don't let it escape. Ichigo ordered. Suddenly Bronzong slowed down, getting hit by the Shadow Claw. The Trick Room ended. Ichigo and Lucian realized. It didn't take long before Aegislash knocked Bronzong out with Shadow Claw. The battle is over. The winner is Aegislash. The referee declared. Lucian recalled his Bronzong and sent out his last Pokemon, Galade. He revealed a necklace from his shirt. A Megastone could be seen hanging off of it. Ichigo recalled his Aegislash and sent back out his Charizard. Damn! Lucian thought as he expected Tyranitar to show up. Ichigo revealed his own Megastone. Mega Shinka. They shouted as Charizard and Galade were engulfed in a ball of Mega Energy. The light died down to reveal Mega Charizard and Mega Galade. The next battle is between Mega Charizard and Mega Galade. Elite Four Lucian has the first move. The referee announced. Close combat. Lucian ordered. Mega Galade ran towards Mega Charizard. Outrage. Ichigo ordered. Mega Charizard let out a roar as it was engulfed in red energy. The two Megas met head-on as they traded blows, punch for punch and kick for kick. Suddenly Mega Charizard bit down on Mega Galade's shoulder. Gall! Mega Galade shouted in pain from the attack. Mega Galade punched Mega Charizard in the mouth, forcing her to let go. Get back! Lucian ordered. Mega Galade leaped back. Flare Blitz! Ichigo ordered. Mega Charizard let out a loud roar before she was engulfed in flames and charged towards Mega Galade. Protect! Lucian ordered. A green barrier surrounded Mega Galade, protecting him from Mega Charizard's attack.
The flames around Mega Charizard dissipated as she landed back on the ground, still glaring at the protected Mega Galate.
Blast burn, Ichigo said.
Mega Charizard was surrounded by bright blue flames before she unleashed a powerful stream of bright blue flames at the protected Mega Galate. There was a massive explosion when Blast Burn met with Protect. Mega Charizard stopped her attack as she recovered from the move.
The dust settled to see a badly burnt Mega Galate.
He forced himself to remain standing.
Ended with one more Flare Blitz, Ichigo ordered.
Mega Charizard let out another roar before she was engulfed in flames and charged towards Mega Galate.
Reversal, Lucian ordered.
A wave of orange energy bursts out of the ground around Mega Galate and his right fist becomes covered in the same orange energy.
Mega Galate punched the incoming Mega Charizard.
The two attacks collided, causing another explosion, one much bigger than before.
Suddenly everyone could hear a loud roar, forcing all dust from the explosion away.
Everyone could see Mega Charizard standing proudly on the battlefield with Mega Galate on the ground unconscious.
The battle is over. The winner is Mega Charizard.
The fourth match in the Elite Four Challenge is over.
The winner is Cardinal Ichigo.
The entire audience cheered as Ichigo recalled his Mega Charizard and walked off the battlefield. Ichigo stopped at one of the staff members.
Yes, Cardinal? He asked.
Please inform the referee that for the next match, I wish to be the first one to send out a Pokemon.
In return, Cynthia could have the first move and I will not immediately substitute my Pokemon till the end of the first round. I will inform the referee of your request, the staff member said as he ran off. Ichigo entered the break room and healed his Pokemon and sat down. After 20 minutes of waiting, the staff member returned.
I've informed the referee of your request and he informed Champion Cynthia of your request. She decided to accept your request.
Thank you, Ichigo said.
You should be ready to return to the battlefield,
the staff member said as he ran off again. He took out his final Pokemon, the one he hasn't used yet.
It's time for the show, Ichigo said as he returned to the battlefield. He could see Cynthia standing in the middle of the battlefield, waiting for him.
Hello, Cynthia, he greeted. Hello, Ichigo, she replied.
I apologize for what is going to happen in this match, Ichigo said.
Sounds like you're confident in beating me, she said. Cardinal Ichigo. Champion Cynthia.
Please go to your side of the battlefield, the referee said from his post.
Ichigo and Cynthia returned to their post.
The final match of the Elite Four Challenge shall begin. The match is between Cardinal Ichigo and our champion Cynthia,
the referee declared. This will be a 6-on-6 match.
Each trainer is allowed to substitute their Pokemon without any restrictions. Cardinal Ichigo has requested to be the first one to send in a Pokemon. In return, Champion Cynthia will be allowed to make the first move and Cardinal Ichigo will not be able to substitute his Pokemon till the end of the first round,
the referee declared. Ichigo took out his Pokemon and took a deep breath. Roaring Dragon of Death. Ichigo began to chant.
Shatter the lock that encloses the boundaries of the living and death. Ghostly energy radiates off of Ichigo. Remind humanity of your power, Ichigo yelled as he threw his Pokeball high in the air.
The Pokeball opened to reveal Yami in her deadly legendary might.
Everyone's eyes widened upon seeing one of the legendary creation trio.
Yami activated her divine domain.
Everyone could feel a massive presence pushing them down, further intimidating everyone.
Giratina, Cynthia said.
Her widened eyes looked at Ichigo.
He briefly nodded his head. Giratina was probably angry with Cyrus for trying to control Dialga and Palkia.
In order to pacify Giratina's anger, Ichigo had to make a deal with Giratina.
Cynthia concluded.
Thank you, Cynthia said as she sent out her Togekiss.
Togekiss was immediately intimidated by Giratina's presence.
It looked back at Cynthia with a nervous look.
Try your best, she said. The first battle is between Giratina and Togekiss. Champion Cynthia has the first move. Togekiss used Dazzling Gleam. Togekiss charged up a ball of fairy energy before firing it towards Giratina. The middle of Yami's head crest glows light blue before her entire body turns black and disappears. Togekiss looked around, trying to find Yami. Suddenly Yami burst out of the shadows below Togekiss and rammed into it, sending Togekiss flying up in the air. Yami opened her mouth and fired an ice beam at Togekiss. "Dodge it!" Cynthia ordered. Togekiss failed to react in time as the ice beam hit it. Togekiss was encased in ice. Cynthia stared helplessly as her frozen Togekiss crash-landed on the ground. The impact broke Togekiss free from the ice, but it laid unconscious on the ground. The battle is over. The winner is Giratina. The referee declared as Cynthia recalled her Togekiss and sent out Milotic. Giratina let out another intimidating screech at Milotic. Milotic was startled by the action. The second battle is between Milotic and Giratina. Car dash. Champion Cynthia should go first as long as Giratina is on my field, Ichigo said. The referee glanced at Cynthia. She briefly nodded her head. By Cardinal Ichigo's words, Champion Cynthia has the first move. Ice Beam. Cynthia ordered. Milotic opened its mouth and fired a beam of ice towards Giratina. Giratina used Shadow Force again, disappearing from the battlefield and causing Ice Beam to miss. Keep an eye out, Cynthia said as Milotic swerved its head side to side, trying to find Yami. Suddenly Yami appeared behind Milotic with her eyes glowing yellow. Behind you! Cynthia yelled, but it was too late. Yami released a powerful bolt of yellow electricity at Milotic. The attack hit Milotic, dealing massive damage to the water type. Ice Beam. Cynthia ordered. Milotic tried to resist the thunderbolt. Yami noticed Milotic's struggles as she ended the thunderbolt. Milotic tried to attack Giratina with Ice Beam, but Yami smacked Milotic with Dragon Tail. The force from the attack sent Milotic flying, crashing into a nearby wall. Milotic collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The battle is over. The winner is Giratina. Cynthia recalled her Milotic and sent out her Roserade. Roserade was immediately intimidated by Giratina's presence. The third battle is between Roserade and Giratina. Champion Cynthia has the first move. Roserade use Effect Powder. Cynthia ordered. Roserade fired a large cloud filled with various powders towards Giratina. Giratina used Shadow Force again, escaping from the attack. Now litter the field with Leech Seed. Roserade fired small seeds all over the battlefield, ready to sprout. Suddenly Yami appeared beside Roserade and rammed its side. Roserade was knocked back a few feet away. The Leech Seed Roserade scattered earlier was forced off the battlefield as well. Yami opened her mouth and fired another Ice Beam. Dodge it! Cynthia ordered. Roserade ran to the side, trying to avoid the attack. Yami adjusted her aim as she tried to follow Roserade. It didn't take long before Yami caught up with Roserade, freezing it on ice. Champion Cynthia has the count of 10 to get a response from her Roserade. If she fails to do so, then I will determine that Roserade is unable to battle. The referee announced as a 10-second timer started to go down. Cynthia sighed as the timer went down to 0. The battle is over. The winner is Giratina. The referee declared. Cynthia recalled her frozen Roserade and sent out her Electros. Electros surrounded itself with electricity as a sign of being cautious. The fourth battle is between Electros and Giratina. Champion Cynthia has the first move. Let's stop using Shadow Force, Ichigo mentally suggested. Electros use Discharge. Cynthia ordered. Electros let out a large blast of blue electricity all over the battlefield. Yami took the attack head-on. I expected Giratina to disappear like before. Is it showing us that it can defeat me without using that move? Cynthia thought as Yami unleashed a loud roar, forcefully dispersing the electricity. Yami opened her mouth and fired multiple shadow balls at Electros. Electros swerved side to side as it tried to dodge Yami's shadow ball. Is it just me or is Electros moving slightly slower than before? Cynthia thought as she saw how slow Electros was moving compared to normal. Despite Electros's best efforts, Yami was able to adjust her aim, causing most of the shadow balls to still hit Electros.
Use discharge to destroy all the shadow balls, Cynthia said, changing tactics.
Electros let out a large burst of blue electricity, destroying the remaining shadow balls. Electros let out a tired breath. Yami stared at Electros as it tried to catch its breath. Yami opened her mouth and fired a powerful dragon pulse at Electros. Dodge it! Cynthia ordered, but Electros was too tired to react in time. The dragon pulse collided with Electros, knocking it out. The battle is over. The winner is Giratina, the referee said. Cynthia recalled her Electros and sent out Lucario. Lucario didn't appear intimidated by Yami. The fifth battle is between Lucario and Giratina. Champion Cynthia has the first move. Meteor Mash. Cynthia ordered. Lucario charged the frozen ice and jumped, using the frozen ice as a platform to reach Yami. Yami opened her mouth as she charged an Aura Sphere. Get out of there! Cynthia yelled as Yami fired her attack. Lucario stopped its Meteor Mash and fired its own Aura Sphere, which is half the size of Yami's. The counterforce allowed Lucario to change its position. The two Aura Spheres collided, causing an explosion. Lucario did a shoulder roll as it stood back up. Yami fired another Aura Sphere at Lucario. Lucario quickly fired 3 of its own Aura Sphere. The two attacks collided, cancelling each other out. Yami fired more Aura Spheres at Lucario. Due to the size of Yami's Aura Spheres, Lucario was forced to try to stop them with its own Aura Spheres. It didn't take long before Lucario was too exhausted to counterattack, allowing Yami to finally hit it with Aura Sphere. The final attack finally knocked Lucario out. The battle is over. The winner is Giratina, the referee said. Cynthia recalled her Lucario. It's been a while since I've been knocked this far down, she thought as she sent out her Garchomp. Garchomp let out a loud roar as it glared at Yami. Yami replied with her own roar. Cynthia revealed a Mega Stone pendant. Mega Shinka, she said as Garchomp was engulfed in a sphere of Mega Energy. The energy was slashed apart, revealing Mega Garchomp. The sixth battle is between Mega Garchomp and Giratina. Champion Cynthia has the first move. Dragon Rush, she yelled. Mega Garchomp was engulfed in draconic energy as it flew towards Yami. Yami replied with Ice Beam. Dodge it! She shouted. Mega Garchomp was forced to move to the side, away from the Ice Beam. Yami's tail glowed with draconic energy before using it to hit Mega Garchomp, sending it plummeting towards the battlefield. Mega Garchomp quickly recovered. Before it could attack, Yami unleashed another Ice Beam. Mega Garchomp launched itself towards Yami while dodging all the Ice Beams. Dragon Claw, Cynthia ordered. Mega Garchomp's claws glowed with draconic energy as it tried to attack Yami. She stopped her Ice Beam and used Dragon Claw with her ghostly tendril. The two Dragon Claws collided with each other, unable to get a successful hit in. Suddenly Yami's other tendrils wrapped around Mega Garchomp's limbs, preventing it from moving. Yami opened her mouth and unleashed an Ice Beam at close range. Fire Fong, Cynthia ordered, hoping it would be enough to prevent Mega Garchomp from being frozen. The inside of Mega Garchomp's mouth becomes covered in flames as Yami's Ice Beam hits it. The ice formed around Mega Garchomp's body, but it failed to completely freeze due to the heat from the Fire Fong. Keep it going, Cynthia yelled. The fate of the battle is decided on who would tire out first, Yami with her Ice Beam or Mega Garchomp with Fire Fong. Surprisingly, Yami stopped her attack first. Before anyone could react, Yami unleashed a powerful Dragon Breath. Mega Garchomp was helpless against the attack. When the Dragon Breath ended, everyone could see Mega Garchomp was unconscious, its body being held up by Yami's tendrils. The battle is over. The winner is Giratina, the referee declared. Cynthia recalled her Mega Garchomp. The final match of the Elite Four challenge is over. The winner is C. Suddenly Yami unleashed an even louder roar, allowing the effects of her divine domain to affect everyone in the stadium. Ichigo walked over and grabbed the microphone from the referee. Yami restrained her divine domain. Everyone looked at Ichigo. For those who didn't know, Team Galactic used ancient Hisui legends to take control of Dialga and Palkia. Ichigo began. Cynthia walked over to Ichigo. Ichigo gave her the microphone. I can confirm that Team Galactic did this, she said as she handed the microphone back to Ichigo. Before Team Galactic could do any harm, Giratina intervened, dragging Dialga, Palkia, Team Galactic leader Cyrus, and myself into the reverse world. There Giratina freed them from Team Galactic's control. Both Dialga and Palkia planned to return to the real world and punish the citizens of Sinnoh for Team Galactic's actions, Ichigo said. Everyone in the stadium was shocked by what they heard. In the end, I convinced them that doing so would cause more people to try and capture them. I convinced them that having one of them show up and crush the strongest Pokemon trainer in Sinnoh would be most ideal in reminding the citizens of Sinnoh to not mess with them, Ichigo said. Cynthia took the microphone from Ichigo. I, Champion Cynthia, thank you Deus Cardinal Ichigo for single-handedly saving the entire Sinnoh region from the wrath of the Creation Trio, she said. Yami let out another roar. Everyone was startled by Yami's roar and looked at her. Ichigo picked up Yami's Pokeball and crushed it with his foot. The agreement is done, he said. Yami shot up into the air before disappearing. Ichigo could sense Yami returning to his shadow. With that, everyone clapped, and the award ceremony began. Ichigo was formally crowned as Deus Cardinal, likely due to him being awarded the rank of Cardinal again and pacifying the Creation Trio. After the award ceremony finished, Ichigo returned to his room in the hotel. He noticed that Sabrina was already asleep. You can come out now, Yami, Ichigo said as Yami's head floated out of his shadow. Good job, Ichigo complimented while petting her head. Thank you, Ichigo, she replied. Ichigo summoned a Faker Ball and caught her. A few moments later, Gardevoir and Malware teleported in. I assume you finished hacking my records? I have, Malware said. Thank you, Ichigo said as he recalled his Pokemon. With that done, Ichigo took a quick shower before going to bed. That wraps up this part of What If Overpowered Ichigo Left Karakura Town. Thanks so much for listening. As always, new parts drop every 4 days, so be sure to stay tuned. Just a quick reminder, the stories, What If Reborn in Naruto World and What If Transmigrated as Harry Potter, are going on hold soon, as we have almost caught up with the author. So once again, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what the next project should be on this channel. I'm currently deciding between these 3 fanfics. What if becoming a mangaka in One Piece world? What if Dragon Deck user in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. What if Transmigrated as a Kanto gym leader? I will be setting up a poll for this, so please vote in the poll and let me know which 2 stories you'd like to see next on the channel. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, share it with your friends, and please consider supporting the original author as well. See you in the next one.